Chapter 993. The kiss was very slow, and the soft tip of his tongue moved gently in her mouth. It was very delicate, and he did not let go of her upper and lower jaw. That's right. Major Xiao's meaning was, drink, the water in your mouth can solve the problem. In order to be more flexible in battle, they didn't even bring a water bag, so how could they have water to drink? Be alert, little fox. This cleanup will take a long time. We have to take it slow. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and wiped away the sand that came out of her mouth. The smile on his handsome face was somewhat sinister. After he finished speaking quickly, he didn't give Yi Qian any chance and lowered his head again. 5 minutes to clean up, 5 minutes to escape. You're in front. I'm at the back. Be alert. At a time like this, Major Xia could still find an opportunity to take advantage of her. No wonder he was an all-round soldier. He could even take advantage of her, as if it was natural. The first time, Yi Qian wasn't paying attention. The second time, she reacted and pushed his shoulder with her right hand that wasn't holding a gun. She widened her eyes and tried to push him back, but he caught her in his arms. One in front, one in the back. They kissed while being on alert. Even a special forces soldier in a relationship was so scary. 5 minutes later, there were only sporadic sounds of gunfire coming from the front. After they finished cleaning up, they calculated the time to end. A kiss in the blood. Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a gun with both hands, retracted his arms. His dark eyes that were looking straight behind him restrained the coldness in his vigilance. When he smiled at Yi Qian, the coldness dissipated slightly, revealing the gentleness that came after a tough battle. How is it? Do we clean up well? As soon as he let go, Yi Qian immediately squatted and held his gun to the back to be on alert. Hearing this, Yi Qian, who was blushing, pursed his lips and said, taking advantage of the situation, I think it's not bad. Xia Jinyuan wiped away the last bit of sand from the corner of his mouth, then bent over and stood up. The gentleness that he showed just now also disappeared when he stood up and bent over. On the battlefield, he adjusted his emotions in a second and said to Yi Qian behind him in a low voice, charge, you first, I'll follow. When he was with him, Yi Qian also felt that he could control his emotions freely. After 20 minutes of intense fighting, both sides refused to back down. Yi Qian stepped on Xia Jinyuan's knees and jumped onto the wall that was several meters high. The walls were high and the line of sight was far away. Lights began to come on in the pitch-black ST base. Yi Qian's pupils constricted as he said in a low voice, power is restored. Quick, Xia Jinyuan. The restoration of power meant that they had found the cut in the power line. Then they would discover that there was a third party. Plus, K7 had rescued them. How could the leader of the ST mercenary group and the government officials not realize this? The only bright spot on the edge of the desert was the ST mercenary base. This base, which was claimed to be unbreakable, appeared to be in a mess tonight. The captives, whose identities were a mystery, had disappeared. After a cleanup, a total of 14 mercenaries were assassinated. Yi Qian rolled down the 90-degree vertical slope. She hugged the receiver tightly and rolled along with herself. She was afraid that the receiver would break, and she would lose contact with Z7 and the others. Z7 and the others were waiting for the last two people to appear. When they heard voices in their earpieces, the few of them who had been tense all this time were overjoyed. They couldn't wait to ask, where are you? She rolled down the slope until she couldn't tell north from south. Her head was still dizzy, and she only knew that she was heading toward the river. At this time, it wasn't a river. It was just a dry riverbed. Chapter 994. Xia Jinyuan patted the dust off his face and supported Yi Qian, who was unsteady on his feet, with one hand. He glanced at the dry riverbed and said, it's about 100 meters to the west. Don't move. We'll meet up with you soon. Before he could finish, Yi Qian bumped into Xia Jinyuan with his shoulder and shouted, get down. Get down. The power on the high wall had been restored, and strong lights that could illuminate hundreds of meters shone down from above. The 90-degree vertical slope was not close to the sand surface, so the top was exposed. They had escaped with great difficulty, so how could they go back in again? The strong lights kept sweeping back and forth until the patrolling soldiers confirmed 3 times that they did not find anything. Only then did they retract the lights and shine them on the top of the base. Give him an antibiotic and a fever reducer. Let's get the fever down first. Don't burn his brain. K7, whose brain was in a daze from the fever, sneered. Q King, you didn't burn your brain when you had a high fever on the plateau. What's happening to me? Shut up. Xia Jinyuan broke the small glass bottle with his hand, took out a long and thin syringe, and took out the medicine. He handed it to Yi Qian and said, You do it. His skin is thick, so you need to be careful. K7 looked at Yi Qian, who took the syringe, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His face was so thin that his facial features could no longer be seen clearly. He smiled and said, Put in his left arm. His body had been very tense. The neuralgia medicine not only made his muscles sore, but also made his muscles tense. Yi Qian did not refuse. He took the syringe and skillfully injected K7 with 2 needles. Get in the car first. We can't stay here for long. When the higher-ups realize what's going on, this area will become a key search area. The syringe and medicine were prepared by the military. They were all powerful drugs, and the 2 needles would take effect in no time. After the 2 needles, Yi Qian felt K7's tense body slowly relax. He retracted his hand and clenched it gently. There was a sticky feeling in his palm. It was stained with K7's blood. He turned his head and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, K7 is still bleeding. We have to leave as soon as possible. Let him catch his breath before we leave. Xia Jinyuan was not calm when he heard that his comrade was injured. Even his voice was a little tense when he answered. They finally met again after being held captive for 6 days. No one wanted such a thing to happen. Once it happened, they would do their best to rescue him, even if they were injured. Yi Jin tilted her head and looked at the man who had fallen silent. Then, she raised her hand and patted his shoulder gently. There was gentleness in her low voice. It's over. Leave his place. Everything is over. Before she could withdraw her hand from his shoulder, it was held by the man whose shoulders were tense. His rough fingers gently caressed her hand. After a while, Xia Jinyuan said in a deep voice, This is our profession. Little fox, look at your goal. The goal you are pursuing is sometimes more dangerous than this. I only hope that you can always hold my hand and never let go. No, I've never regretted what I've chosen, and I've never given up. Although it is dangerous, it is even more admirable. Yi Jian answered him. Just like before, she answered him softly, calmly, and with incomparable determination. Behind them, G3 touched K7's forehead. Did you drink any water? You sound like smoke is coming out of your throat. You're not obsessed with cleanliness, are you? Did you refuse to drink water? Chapter 995. I've only drunk 2 mouthfuls of water in 6 days. I don't even have the chance to commit the crime. K7's lips were dry and cracked. He gritted his teeth and said, Did you bring a needle and thread? I'm afraid there are a lot of places on my body that need to be stitched up. Sakura was afraid that I'd die, so he removed all the shrapnel from my body. Damn it, he didn't even stitch me up. When the T6 combatant who was on guard heard that, he cursed and laughed. Don't be too greedy. If you're an ST, you'd definitely be the first captive they'd give preferential treatment to. The group of 8 people moved forward by following the clues given to them from the inside and retreated toward the safe zone. Which country are the mercenaries who contacted us from? I was wondering why the military was so sure that K7 had entered Saint. So it turns out that there's a spy. I don't know which country they're from, but in a place like this that's no different from a terrorist base, there has to be someone from our own side. If something big happens, at least our country will know immediately. The dry and cold wind blew across the yellow sand, stirring up sand and covering the footsteps of the group of people. The dark figures who were walking towards the light in the darkness did not stop. They continued on their journey back to their country with their rescued comrades. Sunlight appeared at the end of the horizon again, illuminating this land that had been ravaged by war for decades. The golden sand was soaked in the blood and tears of countless people, and there was a sense of desolation and loneliness everywhere. Even though it was daybreak, it was still so desolate. Yi Qian, who had slept for 2 hours, opened her bloodshot eyes and stood on the sand dune. She quietly watched this devastated land usher in a new day. She opened her palms and let the morning breeze pass through her palms. And she slowly closed her fingers. "What are you thinking about?" Xia Jinyuan's voice came from behind her. His military boots made a soft sound as he stepped on the sand. "Nothing. I just think that the sunrise here is very beautiful. Unfortunately, this land is always full of danger. Unknown danger. Danger that the civilians are afraid of." Yi Qian did not turn around. She was wearing a white shirt and black trousers under the morning sun. Her androgynous outfit made it hard for people to immediately think that she was a girl. Xia Jinyuan stood side by side with her. After a short 2-hour sleep, his eyes were also bloodshot as he smiled and said, "Civil strife is the biggest problem, but we protect our country and its citizens. We can let them quietly enjoy the beauty of the sunrise and enjoy the time without gunpowder and war. This is what we have always insisted on. And one day, this land will return to peace. There will be someone to protect it, to keep the civilians away from fear, away from the smoke of war. That day will come." Yi Qian raised his head to look at the man who had a rigid jaw. He smiled and said, "Captain Xia, is that why you joined the martial arts world?" "I'm the same as you. I'm here for a goal." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl who was bathed in the sunlight. The gentle morning light shone on her dark eyes, making them as bright as stars. It also reflected the fearless persistence in her pupils. His dark eyes darkened slightly. He opened his arms and smiled gently. "Come, let's hug. Hug yourself. I'll take a look at Case 7. Yi Qian did not have the guts to hug Xia Jinyuan when G3 and the others were around. Before he reached for her with a smile, she nimbly turned around and ran far away. Case 7's wounds were all treated. There were a total of 13 wounds on his body. Among them, there was a wound on his back that was about 20 centimeters deep from his shoulder blade. It was the most serious wound, and it was beginning to inflame and swell. At 4 o'clock in the morning, they entered Mirvis Hospital, a hospital built by the Chinese government in the 1970s. Chapter 996. Here, Case 7 received the best treatment. The doctors here were already used to treating people who were injured in the war. Furthermore, Case 7 was a tourist from China. The hospital hired the best doctors and used the best medicine. After 4 hours, all of Case 7's wounds were stitched up. The explosion-proof walls and barbed wire separated the hospital from the terrorists, allowing the 8 of them to temporarily escape from danger. This was also the place where the Taban terrorists had suddenly risen to power. It was the second largest city in the country. She would stay in the hospital for half a day. In the afternoon, she would take a flight back to China with Case 7. Xia Jinyuan watched her leave with a faint smile on his thin lips. He reached out his hand and mimicked Yi Qian's actions. He gently opened his hand as though he was grasping the sand from the Lazistan desert. Then, he slowly tightened his fingers. A trace of darkness flashed across his deep eyes. Just now, he was sure that little fox was thinking about something, but she didn't want to say it. What was she thinking? He thought about how she didn't notice that he had been standing behind her for at least 5 minutes. There was a trace of helplessness, sadness, and loneliness in her eyes. His heart couldn't help but tighten. It wasn't until he saw her straighten her back and exude a strong and indomitable aura that he smiled and spoke. What was Yi Qian thinking? She thought about it, but she didn't think about it. She just felt empty in her heart. It was as though she hadn't lived a fulfilling life in the past few years after her rebirth. She thought about the things she had done in the last few years of her previous life to counterattack Yi Jifan's family. Back then, the pace was much faster than it was now. Shuttling back and forth between the major cities of the southern province and the cities where Yi Jifan had worked before, collecting evidence bit by bit. In the last few years, her schedule was much tighter and more secretive than it was now. When she returned, she wanted to tell Principal Chun that she needed to arrange things more tightly. Compared to the civilians who had to find a way to survive in the war, she was too lucky and lived a comfortable life. He could do even more things and improve himself even faster. She didn't want to live up to the good times of her youth. She didn't want to live up to the good times. That was all Yi Qian had in mind. K7, who was lying on the bed, saw Yi Qian walk in. His pale face had a very faint smile. He raised his hand that was not connected to the drip. He could only wait for Yi Qian to come over and give him a high five. A crisp clap echoed in the room. K7, whose vocal cords were damaged, said with a raspy voice, "Thank you, my comrade. Thank you, my comrade in arms. You are my comrade in arms, a comrade in arms who will never leave or give up." "There's no need to thank me, my comrade." Yi Qian smiled warmly. "I don't think there's a need for thanks between comrades in arms. You were in the enemy camp, so it was normal for us to save you." V8 laughed. "Did you hear that? You're a man, yet you're not as broad-minded as a woman. I have to thank everyone who comes in. My teeth are aching." K7, who was being teased, looked up and swept his scalpel-like gaze across the room. V8, who was laughing with his head raised, suddenly stopped. K7, who was a forensic doctor and could dissect anything expressionlessly, had returned. Xiao Jinyuan stood outside the room and laughed softly. This time, they could return to the country safely. The Chinese military had already received the news and told J5, who was lying in bed with a gloomy face every day. That day, when the nurse changed his bandages again, she finally saw the smile on J5's handsome face and felt a little flattered. Chapter 997. It took her 10 days to return to China, while Yi Qian took 11 days to return to Southern Province. After completing her mission, she signed a confidentiality agreement and returned to Southern Province. She didn't take a civilian plane back to Southern Province. Instead, she took a transport plane. Major Xia, who was sending her to the plane, pursed his lips. "Are you sure you want to rush back to school this afternoon? You'll drive back to school when you arrive at the Southern Province Air Force Base?" "Yes. I've been away from school for so long. If I don't report back to school soon, I'm worried that the school will expel me." Yi Qian looked at him suspiciously as she walked towards the transport plane. "I definitely have to go back to school." "Why? Is there a problem?" Xiao Jinyuan looked at her and smiled helplessly. "Why is it Wednesday today? If it's Saturday or Sunday, you could take a day off and rush back to school." They could at least rest today, but his little fox still had to run around all day. It was too tiring. "Or you can have a good rest tonight and report back to school tomorrow. You don't have to rush back to school today. It's the same if you go tomorrow." Xiao Jinyuan persuaded Yi Qian to skip class today and have a good rest. Yi Qian rubbed her forehead and sighed. "Captain Xia, you once said that my main task now is to study hard and not to think about other things. I just want to study hard and not waste time on being wishy-washy. How many days have I skipped?" 11 days. If I don't report back to school soon, I'm afraid I'll be expelled." Being expelled from school was indeed a serious matter. Xiao Jinyuan went silent and sighed deeply. "Studying is still more important. Call me when you arrive in Southern Province." Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped talking. He couldn't use the phone for half a month and was still under observation by the military. The transport plane was already on the runway. The wind caused by the propellers blew at Yi Qian and made a whining sound when she spoke. Xiao Jinyuan did not hear what she said clearly, so he asked. She waved and smiled, then ran to the cabin door without looking back. After the cabin door closed, Xiao Jinyuan could only watch as Yi Qian slowly disappeared from his sight. Yi Qian said, "I'll wait for you to come back and put on your uniform." She still remembered this matter. She would wait for his return in the Southern Province and personally retrieve the military uniform that he had placed in her hands for safekeeping. After resting for a few hours on the transport plane, Yi Qian did not waste any time. She left the Air Force Base and drove the car she borrowed from Ho Zi to the provincial capital. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the first class of the province ended for the day. As soon as the bell rang, the whole campus became lively. Wearing a thin Yi Qian shirt, he took out his student ID and walked toward his dormitory under the watchful eyes of the guard. It was November, but she was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Walking on campus, she attracted a lot of attention. In addition, there were many people in the school who knew her. When they saw her wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, the first thing they asked was, "Where did you go? Wearing short sleeves? Aren't you afraid of the cold?" She had no clothes to wear. She could only wear the sports suit she changed into before going into the mountains with Xia Jingyuan that night. Her jacket was stained with blood, so she could only wear a short-sleeved shirt. She also did not have a school uniform. She had to ask the logistics department for a new one. Yang Heng was carrying a basketball to the field to play a few rounds before eating when he was reminded by his classmate that Yi Qian was walking over in a short-sleeved shirt. He stuffed the basketball into his classmate's arms and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll be back later." Chapter 998. As he ran, he took off his uniform and ran towards Yi Qian. "Why are you wearing a short-sleeved shirt? How's your family? Is everything okay?" Yi Qian looked at Yang Heng rushing towards him. He raised his head and smiled. "I was in a hurry to get back to school and didn't have time to change. I came back because everything was fine. It's already been 11 days. You took a long leave this time. It's good that everything is fine. It's only 11 degrees Celsius today. Don't you know to bring a jacket?" Yang Heng picked up his uniform and put it over her shoulders. "Put it on and go back to the dorm. Don't catch a cold." Yi Qian wouldn't wear his jacket. He quickly raised his hand to stop him. "I'm not cold. I ran all the way here. My back is still warm." Under the camphor tree, someone's gaze fell on them. When she saw Yang Heng draping his jacket over Yi Qian, Yao Jing's calm eyes flashed with resentment. She secretly clenched her fists. Jing, why do you have to do this?" Wang Dandan looked away and used her body to block Yao Jing's view. She frowned and said, "Look at yourself. What have you been doing for the past 10 days? If Yang Heng and Yi Jian are close, then so be it. Why are you thinking the worst?" Lu Mei on the other side also whispered, "Yeah, Jing, don't think too much. Yang Heng has known you for more than 10 years. Yi Qian has only known you for a few days. Look, you all know that I've known him for more than 10 years. Yi Qian has only known him for a few days." But Yao Jing looked away and lowered her head. Her voice was so soft that it was strange. But on his birthday, he said I was disgusting. He said I made him feel disgusted. This sentence made Wang Dandan and Lu Mei's expressions change. They didn't know about this. After Yao Jing finished speaking, she raised her head and said to her friends, "Do you think I'm inferior to Yi Qian? Am I that disgusting? Am I that disgusting?" Her expression was not only a little strange. She was clearly smiling, but her smile was filled with coldness, making Wang Dandan and Lu Mei's hearts thump fiercely, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on their backs. Something was wrong with Yao Jing. Her smile, "It's too scary." "Jing, don't be like this." Wang Dandan, who was braver, pulled her sleeves and resisted the goosebumps. She calmly said, "Let's go eat." "What's there to look at?" Wang Dandan quickly turned her head and saw that Yi Jian was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt. While Yang Heng was chatting with the boys he usually played basketball with as he walked towards Chaoyang. Wang Dandan immediately said, "Look, nothing happened at all. Yi Jian didn't take his shirt to wear." Yao Jing stared at Yi Jian's back and then stared at Yang Heng. He said, "I'm disgusting. I want to ask him if I'm really that disgusting in his heart." "Why do you have to ask?" He might have said it in a fit of anger. Wang Dandan was a little anxious. Should I call Andy Yao? Something was wrong with Yao Jing, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. After standing for a while, Yao Jing took the initiative to go to the cafeteria to eat. "Let's go eat first. I'm a little hungry." She wanted to do something big. In front of Yang Heng, in front of Yi Qian, she wanted to ask him if she was really disgusting. If she didn't ask, she wouldn't be satisfied. She wouldn't be satisfied. She wouldn't be satisfied that the person she liked said she was disgusting in front of the person she hated. "Yang Heng, I'll give you one more chance. You must seize it. Otherwise, you'll never have peace in this lifetime." Chapter 999. Yao Jing's reaction made Wang Dandan feel that something was amiss. She looked at Yao Jing's cold smile and knew that Yao Jing liked to twist her fingers every time she wanted to do something. Wang Dandan felt her heartbeat quicken. She had to call Uncle Yao and remind Yang Heng. As for Yi Qian, Wang Dandan hesitated. If she told Yi Qian, wouldn't she be letting Yao Jing down? But if she didn't say anything, her intuition told her that Yao Jing was up to something big, and it wasn't something ordinary. Yang Heng's words had provoked Yao Jing into acting so abnormally. However, seeing how Yi Jian's face had darkened after talking to Yang Heng, with Yao Jing's temperament, it was not impossible for her to make trouble for everyone. Lumei saw that her friend didn't catch up, so she turned around and smiled. Dandan, what are you looking at? Let's go. The wind blew. Wang Dandan put both of them in the pockets of her uniform and ran to catch up. Forget it. It shouldn't be a problem. The midterm exams were coming up. Jing Jing said that she would do better this time, so she wouldn't cause trouble. At the end of October, the weather changed and the temperature dropped sharply. During military training, it was so hot that they had to wear short sleeves, but at the end of the month they could wear jackets. Those with weaker physiques even had to wear a thin singlet. Yi Qian came back just as the weather changed. The temperature dropped especially fast. The boys all wore jackets to resist the cold, but she came back in short sleeves. She didn't know how many stares she received from the school gate before she returned to the dormitory. And Jiasin, who was about to go to the canteen to get food, saw Yi Qian and widened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and shouted, "Ah!" She threw herself at Yi Qian. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it turns out they weren't. 11 days, you took 11 days off. Jane Eyre, you're so brave. You took 11 days off. I'm so envious. I want to take leave and go back to Fujian town too. Not only was Jiasin envious, but everyone who was a little nervous about the exams was also envious. Especially when Teacher Tong said that she might take part in the midterm exams. All the students in Grade 2 Class 1, including those with good grades, were envious. When they were students, there was only one thing that most students wanted to avoid: exams. Yi Qian smiled as he studied her. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You're considering it on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It seems like you're not fully prepared." "Oh my God, you're still thinking about the exam when you're home?" No. It's not that I didn't prepare enough. It's that the few golden flowers in our dormitory didn't prepare enough." And Jiasin smiled and turned sideways. She saw Yang Yi, Li Qian, Lu Lizhen, and Zhang Yueyan on the upper bunk of Yi Qian. The 4 beautiful girls were all looking at her eagerly, like puppies that were about to be fed. Their gazes were so pitiful. Yang Yi wiped the corners of his eyes and said with a miserable expression, "Jane Eyre, we heard that your house collapsed and you had to go home for half a month. Everyone wanted to go home with you. Is everything okay at home? Has the house been repaired?" The students in the class all knew that Yi Qian came from the countryside. They didn't think much of it until Teacher Tong mentioned that Yi Qian's house collapsed due to the storm. Only then did they remember that Yi Qian, the absolute #1 genius, was from the countryside and not the city. In 1997, there was still a certain difference between the urban and rural households. Some people in the city even looked down on the villagers. This phenomenon existed everywhere, even in the 20th century. Chapter 1000. Meng Wan, who had always been secretly competing with Yi Qian, sneered. Yi Qian's house collapsed because of a rainstorm. How poor is his family? No wonder he studies so hard. If he doesn't study hard, he'll be cooped up in the countryside for the rest of his life. Meng Wan's cold words carried the arrogance of a city resident. In the end, she added, "Luckily, I live on the 5th floor, so I'm not afraid of a rainstorm." Meng Wan only sneered to herself. If she really said it out loud, her classmates wouldn't do it. Yi Qian opened the closet and put the bag containing Xia Jinyuan's military uniform in the innermost part. Then he put his few clothes outside. When he closed the closet door, his gaze paused for a moment before he closed it again. "Xia Jinyuan, your military uniform is here. I'll wait for the day you come back." Yi Qian, who was wearing a jacket, smiled and answered Yang Yi, "Everything's fine." As he put on his clothes, he looked at the pitiful golden flowers and said, "You want to study at night, right?" "Sure. I haven't been in class for 11 days, so I have to study at night. But I can't study from Friday afternoon to Sunday. You have to study on your own. You don't have to go to the training base for the next few days. You took 11 days off, and you don't have to study at night when you return to school. It's really not appropriate. At least wait until the midterm exam results are out. You should hurry back to school and rest in the dorm. I'll bring you food." And Jiasin, who was also from Fujian town, knew that it would take more than 10 hours to travel from town to the provincial capital. As a good friend, she was more considerate than Yang Yi. Yi Qian didn't refuse. He was indeed a little tired. He hadn't rested much since returning to China. She stayed by K7's side the whole time. Xia Jinyuan, Pigeon, and the others were vigilant all the way back to China. They didn't even close their eyes. When Jiasin brought the food down, she saw that Yi Qian was already asleep. Upon closer inspection, she could see that there was a layer of dark circles under her white eyes. "Shoo! Lower your voice, lower your voice. She's asleep." She hurriedly gestured for Yang, Yi, and the others to lower their voices and said, "Let's go to the dormitory next door to eat. You guys go first. I'll warm up her food with hot water." Now that it was winter, the girls liked to go back to the dormitory to eat. And Jiasin and the others were about to go to the dormitory next door to eat when 3 girls from the dormitory next door walked towards them with lunchboxes. They bumped into each other at the door. Before the girl in front could say anything, and Jiasin said softly, "Yi Qian is asleep. Let's go to your dormitory for dinner." "Asleep? All right then. Even if you're going to sleep, you still have to eat. Are you going to sleep on an empty stomach? I'll heat it up with boiling water. When she wakes up, she'll still be able to eat hot food, even outside." And Jiasin was still suppressing her voice. She then asked Li Qian, who was the last to come out, "Is the door closed?" Li Qian turned to take a look. It's off. Go over quickly. It's so cold. The temperature seems to have dropped again." The group of girls chuckled and went to the dormitory next door. Sophomore Class 1 was an important class. The girls stayed in 3 dormitories, and each dormitory only had 6 people. It was unlike the humanities class, where each dormitory had 10 students and more than 4 dormitories. Mengwen returned to the dormitory with the other 3 students. When he saw that Jiasin and the rest were all there, he couldn't help but smile. "Isn't Yi Qian back? Why aren't you guys accompanying her?" The girls all knew that Mengwen secretly liked to compete with Yi Qian, but it was all for the sake of his studies. Usually, there was nothing much between them, and he wasn't like Ying, who was always picky. Hence, they didn't think much of it. Chapter 1001. And Jiasin said disapprovingly, "She's resting because she's tired from the ride, so we came over to eat. Didn't you come over to ask me when Yi Qian would be back and ask her to help you solve the questions? TSK, you can ask her tonight." It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it, but the moment she did, Mengwen's expression changed. She said angrily, "Didn't you say she might not even take the midterms? Why did she come back early?" "Yeah, I said she might, but I didn't say she might." And Jiasin stuffed a mouthful of rice in her mouth and didn't notice that something was wrong with Mengwen's expression. "I think she's quite tired. I'm afraid she didn't rest well at home because she had to rush back for the exam." Mengwen's expression became even more unhappy when she heard that. There was a hint of disappointment and resentment. "Is it necessary? Is there a need to rush back to school for an exam? Doesn't she need to rest? If she's so tired that she sleeps as soon as she gets back to school, she might as well rest at home for a few days before coming back. What's the difference between resting at home and resting at school? If she rested for a few days and came back on the day of the midterms, wouldn't she?" And Jiasin answered her. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and stared at Mengwen. Her eyes looked Mengwen up and down, and after a while she let out a long, "Oh, oh, oh, oh." Mengwen, who felt uncomfortable under her stare, harumphed. "Oh what? You're so weird." And Jiasin chuckled. "Oh you, oh me, Mengwen. Oh Mengwen, you're really so cute that I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Ha! Now I understand why you've been coming to the dorm every 2 or 3 days to ask me when Jane Eyre is on leave and if she'll be back in time for the midterms. I couldn't tell that you had so many little schemes in your mind. Ha ha ha, Mengwen, your thoughts aren't right. You've wasted a week of military training." Yang Yi and the others were confused when they heard in Jiasin's words. They didn't understand what was going on, but Mengwen, who knew, blushed and glared. "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't think that." "What do you mean you didn't think that? What are you two talking about? We don't understand. Isn't it normal to ask when Yi Qian will be back for the midterm exams? Jiasin, what do you want to say?" I don't have anything to say. You can ask Meng-Wen and her. And Jiesin didn't expose Meng-Wen's thoughts. She knew her limits now. She knew that some things were best kept to herself. There was no need to let everyone know to avoid embarrassing others. This was a kind of growth unknowingly. He knew that he had to make things easier for others at certain times. He understood that he should not be calculative, and he learned to be tolerant and magnanimous. When Meng-Wen saw that Jiesin didn't say anything, she naturally heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. When she saw the other students continue to ask, she wanted to take the lunchbox to the dormitory next door to eat. However, she was afraid that Jiesin would say something after she left, so she sat alone in a corner and sulked. This midterm exam was very important. It was very likely that it would be used as a reference for the direct enrollment of key universities. If Yiqian was so good, why would he need to compete with his classmates for a spot in the direct enrollment? Even if her midterm results were 0, it would not affect her admission to a key university. Meng-Wen, who was scheming in her heart, pursed her lips tightly. Even eating was a little robotic. Seeing her like this, Jiesin laughed in her heart. She didn't want Yiqian to return to school for the midterm exams. Chapter 1002. Meng-Wen was normally normal, but when it came to exams, he would start acting weird. He kept trying to compete with Yiqian, but it had been almost 2 months since school started, and he always lagged behind Yiqian in mock exams. His grades were good enough, but he insisted on competing with Yiqian. Why bother? And Jiesin didn't tell the other girls about Meng-Wen's thoughts, but she would definitely tell Yiqian everything she knew. When it was almost time for the evening's self-study session, she couldn't help but laugh. I laughed so hard that I almost choked on my rice. Does it mean that her grades are better than yours just because you didn't come back for exams? Ayaya, I want to laugh again. Why is she so awkward? If you have the time to make fun of others, why don't you spend more time on your own revision? The midterm exams on the 3rd and 4th. Do you think you can do it? Yijian flicked her forehead with her finger and entered the classroom with a pile of books. There was another round of cheers when they arrived at the classroom. Jiao Hai and a few other students with good grades waited for Yiqian to sit down and surrounded him. They were all very concerned about Yiqian's family. After talking about their families, they started to talk about their studies. When a midterm exam was mentioned, everyone looked a little nervous. Jiao Hai said, I heard that a few universities have come to our provincial #1 high school to scout us out. The results of the second-year midterm and midterm exams will be used as a reference for direct enrollment. The school is taking it very seriously this time. Teacher Tong even said that our class will be the key class of several key universities. You suddenly took 11 days off and learned a lot of new knowledge. Yiqian, you have to hurry up and revise. Another boy said, take out your math, physics, and chemistry textbooks. I'll draw them for you. There's still a few days left, so hurry up and revise. Don't miss out on important matters. Direct enrollment from several key universities? Which ones? Yiqian handed the textbooks to the boy and frowned slightly. Is the news reliable? How will the 3rd year's class react? This should be the focus of attention now. Jiao Hai smiled and proudly said, the first high school is the #1 school in the province. Every year, a few important schools will come to the school at this time to inspect the 3rd-year students and 2nd-year students. Class 1 of liberal arts and Class 1 of science are always the focus of attention. Every year, there are students who are directly admitted to the provincial first high school for the college entrance examination, and there are also students who pass with high scores. In short, we have more opportunities than other schools. Why would parents choose a famous school for their children? It was not only because the school had a strong teaching staff, but also because there were many more choices. Yiqian paused for a moment before asking, do you know which schools are coming? Which schools are you guys interested in? In his previous life, Yiqian did not attend high school. In this life, he had only been in high school for less than 2 months. Therefore, he did not know much about the college entrance examination and enrollment. It was not too late to do so now. I don't know yet. The school only revealed some small news, and Teacher Tong didn't say much. Yiqian, which school do you prefer? She only had one school in mind. She smiled and said, I'm afraid you guys won't believe me. If it was Y University or She University, I wouldn't choose. I don't have any other schools either. Yi Qian raised a slender finger and said slowly, I only have one goal in high school. One school. I really haven't considered other schools. Mengwen hoped that she would not take the midterm exams. It was probably related to the direct enrollment for the college entrance examination. Chapter 1003. When Teacher Tong came in, Jiao Hai and the other students with good grades were still in shock. Yi Qian actually said that Tsinghua University and Shi University were not her choices. Then what school would she choose? Study abroad? No. Yi Qian said that she would not study abroad. This could be denied. Then what other school could there be? On the day she returned to China, Yi Qian called Teacher Tong and told her that she would come to school today. When Teacher Tong walked into the classroom, she saw Yi Qian sitting upright in the classroom. She glanced at her briefly and talked about the midterm exam. Just as Jiao Hai and the others had said, this exam would be used as a reference for the direct enrollment. Every student had to take it seriously and strive for good grades. Yi Qian did not feel much pressure. After Teacher Tong finished speaking, she buried her head in her revision. Although she did not want to apply to Tsinghua University or Shi University, the college entrance exam was still unavoidable. Time passed too quickly. She had to seize the opportunity. At night, after she explained the topic to Jiasin and the others, Yi Qian quietly left the dormitory after the lights were turned off. She wanted to see Principal Chun and plan her training for the next 2 years. In the face of war and seeing the civilians living in it, Yi Qian reflected on herself and put it into practice when she returned home. Since she said that she wanted to strengthen her training, she must strengthen her training. Principal Chun did not sleep. He quietly waited for Yi Qian to come over. You've lost weight. The first thing Principal Chun said when he saw Yi Qian was that she had lost weight. If she did not eat and sleep well for 11 days, she would lose weight. After looking at her for a while, Principal Chun smiled and said, You look more like a soldier. As for your eyes, they're sharper. Not bad. You look more like a soldier now. In order to nurture Yi Qian, Principal Chun had been living in the teacher's dormitory. It was a single room that was less than 30 square meters. But to him, he could live anywhere as long as he had a place to sleep. He was not picky. Yi Qian took out 2 cups and poured tea for Chun Xiao and a cup of water for himself. He smiled and said, Principal Chun, I've learned a lot this time, so I want to discuss something with you. The moment he came back, he was already discussing something, and he seemed to be in a hurry. This made the world-class sniper laugh out loud. Come. What do you want to discuss? Why are you so anxious when you just came back? I'm afraid it's not an ordinary matter. It just so happened that he also had something to ask Yi Wanwan about her relationship with Captain Xia. You know me best. I want to discuss the training with you. Yi Jian took a small sip of the steaming hot water and told him her plan. Her expression was cold and determined as she said, I want to enter the purgatory training in advance. What do you think? Just from the name of the purgatory training, one could tell what kind of training it was. It was a training where no one gave you any encouragement. You could only rely on yourself and silently encourage yourself to move forward. During the training, you had to endure a huge amount of physical and mental pressure to improve your physical and mental fitness. 4 years of training. This training should only be carried out next year. Principal Chun looked sharply at Yi Qian and said in a deep voice, Girl, you have to know that once my training mode starts, it will not stop. Are you sure you want to undergo 2 years of purgatory training? I'm very sure, Uncle Chun. Yi Qian nodded firmly. Not only did he not back down, but his eyes even had a hint of excitement for the upcoming training. Uncle Chun, I'm completely sure that I can enter the next round of training. Chapter 1004. There was some silence in the room. Principal Chun narrowed his eyes slightly as he sat in the chair in front of the desk. After some time, he nodded. All right, I see that you're ready. You can start training in advance. Rest well for the next few days and prepare for the midterm exams. We'll start right after the exams. Train until 11:30 every night. You're still young, so you have to make sure you get enough sleep. Yi Qian smiled. I'll be careful. I'll have to trouble you again from now on, Uncle Chun. Haha, silly girl. My trouble will be much easier than your purgatory training. Enjoy your last few nights of leisure. You'll have to suffer from the night of the 5th. The purgatory training was divided into 3 parts. From 7 o'clock p.m. to 11 o'clock p.m., the focus was on physical training and skill training. Friday night to Sunday was survival training. This time, Yi Qian was obviously weaker than the members of the Snowfield Brigade in terms of physical fitness. They could march for dozens of hours at night without stopping. They could also maintain a high level of vigilance and detect abnormal situations. They could quickly formulate a battle plan within a few seconds. This kind of reaction and physical fitness was based on physical training and skill training. It could only be achieved through professional and systematic training. Yi Qian also had physical and skill training in the early stages, but it was all within the normal range and not training to challenge one's limits. The purgatory training was all about challenging one's limits. In the past, one could reach the standard with 8 or 10 points. But now, the purgatory training required 12 or 15 points. In the past, Yi Jian used to be able to complete the sniping in 5 minutes with his bare hands. Now, Yi Jian had to be able to complete the sniping in 20 minutes with his bare hands. This was the purgatory training. Since Yi Qian's goal was to join the Snowfield Brigade, he had to build a good foundation before he could get closer to his goal. The wound on his arm had healed after 11 days, but it hadn't healed enough to form a scab. It should be fine by the 5th. Yi Qian didn't mention his situation to Principal Chun, and Principal Chun didn't ask either. Instead, he drafted a training plan. The black pen scribbled on the white paper. Principal Chen's gaze was cold as he said, "If you want to join the Special Forces, you won't be able to snipe alone. You have to develop in all aspects. Take Captain Xia, for example. He's known as the all-around soldier king in the army. I heard from Commander Liu that he's extremely talented in explosives, reconnaissance, electronics, and commanding. In terms of shooting, he's even better than the entire army. Even one of Commander Liu's Gun King veterans couldn't beat him. He has talent, and your talent isn't bad either. If you set him as your goal, girl, you really have a lot to learn." Yi Qian, who had been watching Principal Chun draft the training plan, was caught off guard when he heard this. He choked on the water in his mouth and coughed. This caused Principal Chun to stop writing. He laughed out loud and said, "Girl, why are you so nervous? What, you think I don't know? Ha ha ha, that would be troublesome. I know everything that's going on between you and Captain Xia. I even talked to Commander-in-Chief Xia on the phone and discussed your future development with Captain Xia." Yi Qian choked and coughed even harder. Uncle Chun even talked to Commander-in-Chief Xia on the phone and discussed his future development with Captain Xia. He looked up and stuttered, How did you know? I didn't tell you. Commander-in-Chief Xia called you to tell you?" Chapter 1005. Even if you didn't tell me, someone else would. I was also quite surprised that Commander-in-Chief Xia called me, but I was even more surprised that he actually approved of it. Principal Chun still felt a little incredulous at the mention of his call with Commander-in-Chief Xia. That year in the No Man's Land, he knew that Captain Xia was interested in Yi, so he deliberately mentioned family Xia and mentioned that their family backgrounds were not compatible. He vaguely implied that Commander-in-Chief Xia would most likely not approve of his son falling in love with a helpless female soldier. Who knew that? Not only did Commander-in-Chief Xia not object, he was even happy to see it happen. He even discussed with him not to stop the two young people from getting together and to let nature take its course. Yi Qian calmed herself down and took a big gulp of warm water. She cleared her throat and said, "Captain Xia and I are indeed getting along now, but I also told him about our relationship. The real confirmation will have to wait until after we graduate from high school." I also met Commander-in-Chief Xia. He participated in our big review on the last day of military training. I took his car back. About Captain Xia and I. Yi Qian's expression was extremely unnatural under Principal Chen's teasing smile. She braced herself and continued. Commander-in-Chief said that he didn't object, but I had to be careful. After all, I'm still young. She blushed as she spoke. It was as if she was caught in the act by an adult when she was secretly dating. She was at a loss of what to do. Principal Chen laughed, but he still had to talk about business. Ever since he received the call from Commander-in-Chief Xia, He had been thinking about finding an opportunity to ask. Now that Yi Qian came up to him and brought up the topic herself, it saved him a lot of trouble. Captain Xia is interested in you. I knew about it during the last training in the No Man's Land. He didn't hide it from me at that time. He even said that he is definitely a man worthy of you. Moreover, he is a soldier who has fought for the glory of the country all his life. I didn't agree at first, but when I heard this, I chose to wait and see for now. Now, it seemed that Captain Xia was indeed a responsible man and an excellent soldier. Uncle Jin and I can rest assured that you will be with him. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. Xia Jinyuan had revealed his thoughts to Uncle Chun in the No Man's Land. No wonder he said that Uncle Chun would definitely not object. He had mentioned it long ago. He's indeed an excellent soldier. I've learned a lot from him, and I've learned a lot. Yi Qian also had a very high opinion of Captain Xia. He was a soldier who had fought for the glory of his country all his life. This was the kind of soldier he was. It's precisely because he's so outstanding, little girl Yi. Principal Chun raised his head, the smile on his face receding slightly. His expression was solemn as he said, "It's precisely because of this that you should work even harder. Don't work hard for him, work hard for yourself. He is a man who is compatible with you, and you are a woman who is compatible with him. You don't need to depend on him to survive, and you don't need to depend on his light to survive. You have your own limelight, and you rely on your own abilities to stand out in the world. You don't need to rely on anyone else. This is what I hope for, little girl Yi." Xia Jinyuan's light was too bright. If little girl Yi didn't want to be overshadowed by his light, she had to work even harder. The two of them were like two stars in the sky. There was no need for one to rely on the other. They both had their own starlight. Don't worry. Whether I'm with Captain Xia or not, I'm still Yi Qian. I don't need to rely on someone else's Yi Qian. She was still herself. She wouldn't change just because she had a prominent boyfriend, and she definitely wouldn't stop moving forward. Chapter 1006. Principal Chun saw that her eyes were clear and bright, and that she did not have any intention of neglecting anything, so he was relieved. He patted her shoulder and said seriously, "Good girl, people must remember their original intentions, and they must not lose sight of their goals. Make sure that you have a pure heart, and bravely pursue your dreams and achieve your goals. That kind of life is a real life, and your life will be even more magnificent. I know what you're doing, so I won't say much. Let's talk about the training. I watched a drill a few days ago, and it gave me a huge shock. The current army is not the same as the army I was in back then, and the deployment and use of snipers is also very different. From private matters to training, the old man and the young girl's expressions changed at the same time. Their eyes were cold, and their expressions were slightly cold. They began to discuss the content of the training. For example, in a mechanized infantry unit, a mechanized infantry battalion is assigned a sniper squad, and the deployment is decided by the battalion commander according to the specific situation, such as the mission, the enemy, the terrain, and the time. The sniper squad in the battalion is a combat unit that is quite opposite to each other. It is made up of 2 or 3 sniper squads and a squad leader. This is different from before. We used to have a sniper and an observer, and sometimes we didn't even have an observer. Just from this point alone, you can see that the reform of our army is quite big. I used to train you to fight alone, but it seems like I have to teach you about team combat in the future. In the army, you are not an individual, but a team. Soldiers in a team can fight together, and when necessary, you can fight alone. Principal Chun told Yi Qian everything he saw in the drill over the past few days so that Yi Qian could better understand the sniper combat of the entire army. I also saw that the snipers will have military all-terrain vehicles. The front and back of this vehicle can carry weapon systems, fuel, water, food, communication equipment, and personal combat equipment. It can be seen that the snipers the army needs now are not just soldiers responsible for sniping, but also to provide more useful information for the rear troops. Yi Qian did not know any of this. It was only through Principal Chin's analysis that she came up with a concept. From today onwards, Yi Qian would no longer limit herself to a sniper who only held a sniper rifle and went into battle alone. Instead, she began to develop the concept of an information-based sniper. Just from one exercise, Principal Chun had analyzed that all the troops of their country had already begun to use the information-based combat method. It was completely different from those countries that did not even have their own fighter jets and were militarily backward. A great country had risen. From returning to school to preparing for the midterm exams, Yi Qian attended classes during the day and studied at night. In less than one night, he had reviewed all the new lessons from the past 11 days. She had already finished her self-study, and revising again was just to consolidate her knowledge. The learning atmosphere in the class was quite tense. In order to obtain the direct enrollment quota, everyone was fully immersed in the midterm exam. The grade 12 students were even more nervous. They were going to take the college entrance exam next year. If they could be directly enrolled, it would not be as stressful for the grade 12 students. The intense revision of the grade 12 and grade 12 classes actually made the school much quieter for the first 3 days of the midterm exam. The exam started on the third of the day, and Jiesen's eyelid kept twitching. Before the exam started, she said to Yi Qian, "I think I'm going to do badly this time. My left eye keeps twitching." Chapter 1007. Yi Qian held her face and teased her seriously. "It's too late to think that you'll do badly. If you really don't do well, Uncle and Annie will think it's normal. If you do well, I think they'll think it's abnormal." "That's true. Ha ha. I didn't sleep well last night. I had a dream that I was looking for a pen during the exam. I was so scared that I woke up." And Jiesen was relieved by Yi Qian's comforting words. She quickly said, "Don't tell me you really didn't bring a pen. Let me see." Opening the stationery bag, and Jiesen's mouth twitched as she said, "I really didn't bring a pen." "Not bad. You'll have no problem taking the exam. There's only 15 minutes left. You can go back and find a pen." Yi Qian looked at the time and reminded her slowly, "I'll give you 7 minutes and 30 seconds. That's enough time." And Jiesen ran away. She didn't dare to stay, not bringing a pen during the exam. She was really generous. There was still 5 minutes left before the exam, and Jiesen ran back to the classroom, panting. She didn't go back to her seat. Instead, she ran to Yi Qian's side. Panting, she said, "I thought I was the only one who didn't bring a pen. Yao Jing was the same. I bumped into her when I went upstairs. She even dragged me to talk to her." Yao Jing, a name that he hadn't heard for a long time. Yi Qian also realized that he hadn't heard her announcements in school for the past few days. Don't think that other people are like you, forgetting to bring a pen. Maybe they walk slower. Go back to your seat. The exam is about to start. Yi Qian didn't have much interest in Yao Jing. He gestured for Jiesen to return to her seat and prepare for the exam. The first exam in the morning was from 8 to 10 in the morning. Students from Year 1 to Year 3 would be taking the mathematics exam. The exam papers would be given out 3 minutes in advance. As the bell rang, the entire campus fell silent. One could even hear the rustling of the leaves in the wind. Yi Qian was famous for his quick answers. The teachers in the school had also heard of him. At this time, the teachers in each class were swapping invigilators. 2 invigilators took turns standing in front of Yi Qian. When he was filling in the blanks, the teachers watching at the side were dumbfounded. He didn't even need to use a piece of draft paper. He just kept writing. While others had only done 1 dish, she had already done 3 or 4. With this speed, she could finish the 2-hour exam in less than an hour. After standing there for 10 minutes, the teacher rubbed his face and left. Standing in front of such a student, even a teacher would feel a little sad. The pressure was so great. The other teacher did the same. After standing there for about 10 minutes, he walked away silently. The pressure was extraordinarily great. Being a teacher was not as fast as being a student. When he saw the questions, he had to draw and write his palm. As a student, he would just take a pen and calculate from the beginning to the end. The entire process was mental calculation. There was no paper. Yi Qian had always been good at mental arithmetic. Otherwise, how could he have won the individual gold medal in the mathematical Olympiad? At around 9:10 a.m., Yi Qian had already closed her test paper and was about to leave. Outside, the 2 unfamiliar teachers who had been keeping an eye on Yi Qian could not help but secretly nod their heads when they saw this. They said to Principal Chow, when her midterm exam results are out, we'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on her. No rush, no rush. There are still 3 days before the exam. The two of you can keep an eye on other students. Principal Chow, who was accompanying the two Western University admissions teachers, was playing Tai Chi. Yi Chien did not even need the admissions teachers to keep an eye on her. When the results were out, many schools would fight to get her. However, Old Chen had already reminded him that Tsinghua University and Western University would not be Yi Qian's choice. Chapter 1008. When the teacher from the admissions office of Western University heard this, he smiled and said, Nannan No. 1 Middle School has always been full of talents. 2 of the exchange students that our school selected to go to the United States graduated from Nannan No. 1 Middle School. The relationship between Western University and Nannan No. 1 Middle School is not ordinary. If there are good top students, President Chow, you have to tell us in advance. The relationship between West University and Southern Province First High School was indeed close. Almost all the top scorers in science had chosen West University. At 9:12, Yi Qian handed in her paper and came out. Principal Chow, who was waiting outside, waved at her. Yi Qian, come here for a moment. Upstairs, there was the sound of running footsteps, followed by a girl's shrill and frightened voice. Jing, where are you going? Such a loud voice suddenly rang out in the quiet exam time. The students upstairs and downstairs could all hear it. Naturally, Yi Qian and Principal Chow also heard it. The second-year student sitting by the window paused and glanced outside. Close the classroom door. Don't disturb the student's exam. Principal Chow was the first to remind the invigilator of Year 2, Class 1. He then personally closed the classroom door and turned to Yi Qian and said, There's still 50 minutes left. Why don't you go back to the dormitory and rest for a while? You shouldn't have handed in your papers so early on such a cold day. It's much warmer to sit in the classroom. Before Yi Qian could answer, the commotion upstairs grew louder. A teacher's panicked voice could be heard. Quick, go find the principal. Something happened to a girl in grade 12 class 6. Quick, something happened to the girls in grade 12 class 6? Principal Chow didn't have time to talk to Yi Qian. Even the two admissions teachers from West University hurriedly said, Excuse me, and hurriedly left. When something happened to a student, the teachers in charge of the admissions office of West University all changed their expressions. How could they still have the mood to go to other classes to take a look? They all chased after Principal Chow. Yi Qian furrowed his brows. The girl who screamed was Wang Dandan, and the Jing she mentioned was Yao Jing. Something happened to Yao Jing? Would something happen to her? What could have happened to her? Class 1 was on the 4th floor, Class 6 was on the 5th floor, and Class 3 was on the 6th floor. Yao Jing didn't rush downstairs, but went upstairs instead to find Yang Heng. Instead of focusing on the exam, he rushed to the 6th floor to look for Yang Heng. Yi Qian thought to himself as he went downstairs. He raised his head thoughtfully and looked up through the gap in the stairs. Something's not right. When they were about to reach the 4th floor, they heard Wang Dandan's shrill voice. Jing, come back quickly. Don't scare me, come back quickly. Come back quickly. Hearing this, Yi Qian, who was heading downstairs, stopped abruptly, turned around, and ran upstairs. When she reached the 5th floor, she saw the form teacher of Class 6 stumbling down the stairs in a panic. She was so flustered that she missed a step and fell forward. Don't worry, be careful not to fall. Yi Qian, who had sharp eyes and nimble hands, rushed over and supported the teacher. What happened up there? Is there anything I can do to help? Yi Qian supported her in time, but the form teacher of Class 6 still sprained her ankle in her high heels. She gritted her teeth and walked down the stairs. It's Yi Qian, quick, help me get Yang Heng out of Class 1. Tell him that something happened to Yao Jing and ask him to come over. Something big had indeed happened, and it wasn't just an ordinary thing. Yao Jing sat on the edge of the rooftop of the teaching building with her feet dangling outside. She swayed from time to time as if she was admiring the scenery. Wang Dandan was so scared that she fell to the ground and cried. She stammered, I don't know. She suddenly told me that she wanted to go up to the rooftop and asked me to find Yang Heng. Otherwise, she would jump off the building. Chapter 1009. Wang Dandan was in a daze. She was so shocked that she couldn't continue speaking and even bit her own tongue. I don't know what happened. I was in the middle of the exam and didn't even finish the questions when Jing suddenly came over and snatched my exam paper. I don't even know what happened. Wang Dandan, who was paralyzed, was really frightened. Her face was so pale that her lips were trembling. She was sweating profusely, and her bangs were drenched in sweat. Her forehead was sticking to her forehead. She was still at a loss. Seeing her so frightened, Principal Chow knew he couldn't get anything out of her, so he got the invigilator to help her to the side. Help her to the side and get her a cup of warm water. Principal, let Yang Hung come up. Grade 12 Class 1's Yang Hung. Let him come up. He'll definitely have a way to persuade Jing. Jing is doing this for him. Please let Yang Hung come up quickly. Although her good friend, Wang Dandan, didn't agree with Yao Jing's way of doing things, she had never said anything bad about her behind her back. Sometimes, she would even advise her appropriately. For example, Wang Dandan had always tried to persuade her to relax about Yi Qian and Yang Hung. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yao Jing seemed to have been possessed and didn't get the result she wanted. Ever since Yang Heng's birthday, she hadn't calmed down and let go of her pent-up anger. Not only did she not let go, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt that she wasn't wrong. Everything she did was because she liked Yang Hung. She just wanted Yang Hung to lead a good life. She just wanted to get Yang Heng's only attention. After giving so much, all she got was disgusting from Yang Hung. Why? How could Yang Hung call her disgusting after giving up so much? She gave up so much just to prevent him from being seduced by those students with ulterior motives. Didn't she know why they liked Yang Hung? Wasn't it because of Yang Heng's family background? He was good-looking, had a good family background, and was good at studying. Who wouldn't like him? They all liked him. No one disliked him. But that was exactly what they liked. Liking someone with ulterior motives was despicable. Unlike her, she only liked Yang Hung himself. From middle school to high school, she only liked Yang Hung. She liked him so much and wanted him to lead a good life. Yang Hung, what makes you think she's disgusting? How is she not worthy of him? In what way was she inferior to Yi Qian, that wretched girl from the countryside? Yao Jing was humming songs one after another. They were all sung by Yang Heng's favorite celebrities from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Sometimes they were happy, sometimes they were sad. They were all tunes that Yang Hung would hum from time to time. She didn't look back. She placed her hands on the edge of the rooftop and looked up at the gray sky. The corners of her mouth were raised high, as if she was smiling, but her smile made people panic. Hearing these tunes, Wang Dandan's tears flowed down one after another. Her hands holding the cup were still trembling. She turned her head to look behind her from time to time. Why aren't they here yet? Why wasn't Yang Hung here yet? Was he not coming? Was he really going to leave him in the lurch? The parents of the students have already rushed over. The police have also sent people over. There were quite a few teachers on the rooftop as well. All of them stared at the troublemaking students with taut nerves. None of them dared to even breathe loudly. At this moment, all the teachers in the school were frightened by Yao Jing. None of them dared to act rashly, let alone speak loudly. Chapter 1010. Is Yang Hung here yet? Hurry him up and ask him to calm the girl down. Principal Chow was also panicking. This was the first time in his 11 years as principal that a student wanted to jump off a building. Although he was panicking, he did not show it on his face. As the principal of the school, how could he be so careless? When Yang Hung arrived, he was called out by the teacher and Yi Qian before he could finish the 3 big questions on the math paper. Yao Jing wants to jump off a building. She wants to see you. That was all Yi Qian knew. As for the rest, she was equally confused. She didn't know what was wrong with Yao Jing that made her want to jump off a building in school. At 9:18 a.m., Yang Hung walked out of the classroom less than 5 minutes after Yao Jing climbed to the rooftop. Hearing this, his handsome face darkened and the corners of his mouth tightened. She really knows how to play. She even wants to jump off a building. Yi Qian, do you believe that she will jump off a building? This question, Yiqian felt that it was not easy for her to answer. Would Yao Jing jump off a building? No, that was what she thought when she heard class SXS homeroom teacher. Yao Jing would not jump off a building. A self-centered person who enjoyed the envious gazes of others and who had such a strong desire to show off would never do such a thing that would hurt himself so easily. Yao Jing would definitely hurt others, but she would not let herself get hurt. She was such a girl. Would she believe that she would jump off a building? She would not believe it. However, Yiqian could not say if she would jump off a building at this time. She pondered for a moment and said, whether she will jump or not, we have to know what she wants to do. She deliberately chose to go to the rooftop during an exam and not during class. From this point of view, Yao Jing's intention to jump off a building is not big. Choosing to jump during an exam could not only avoid being surrounded by the students, but also let the teachers know what she was doing. After forcing Yang Heng to come forward, Yang Heng would not be able to reject anything Yao Jing said in a situation where there were no students around, because the teachers would definitely persuade Yang Heng to agree to everything she said in order to prevent her from jumping off the building and the students from getting into trouble on campus. All the teachers would persuade Yang Heng to promise her everything. Yang Heng strode towards the rooftop, his eyes flashing with a trace of mockery. He whispered to Yiqian, "That's right. I have to know what she's up to. You took more than 10 days off, but she didn't even try to jump off the building. The moment you came back for the exam, she tried to cause trouble. Yiqian, I can tell you now that I didn't make it after I showed up. I even had to ask you to come up here. This is indeed possible." Yiqian raised his eyebrows. He stopped at the staircase leading to the rooftop. "I won't appear for the time being. I'll wait for her to make her move." Yang Heng nodded. He took a few steps up the stairs and disappeared before Yiqian's eyes. The weather in November had turned cold. When the wind blew, the chill crept into one's neck. The wind on the rooftop was very strong. Yang Heng, in his blue and white uniform, appeared on the rooftop, making the teachers feel as if they had seen their savior. Principal Chow was instructing the teachers to stay in the classroom after the math exam. When he saw Yang Heng, he immediately signaled them to go back. He had to give a few instructions. "Yang Heng, something happened to Yao Jing from grade 12 class 6. Go and persuade her, but don't agitate her. Do whatever she wants to say and do as she pleases. You have to wait until her parents arrive, understand?" Yang Heng, standing in the small pavilion leading to the rooftop, Principal Chow calmly instructed, "You have to remember, you have to wait until her parents arrive." Chapter 10:11. I'll try my best. Yang Heng nodded as his handsome face darkened. "Don't worry, she won't jump off the building. Yao Jing, I know her. Won't jump off the building. Where she missed a step." Principal Chow sighed. "It doesn't matter whether she will or not. It's dangerous to stand on the edge of the rooftop now. If she misses a step, it'll be too late." He patted Yang Heng's shoulder and said solemnly, "Yang Heng, it's up to you now. Before the police arrive and before there's a life cushion, you have to hold her steady. You have to hold her steady." "Okay, I'll try my best to delay it. Wait for Uncle Yao and the rest to arrive." Yang Heng's eyes darkened. If Uncle Yao and the rest were here, Yao Jing would have more support. There were more than 10 teachers on the rooftop, and 2 of them were 4 to 5 meters away from Yao Jing. They were trying their best to persuade her. "Yao Jing, no matter what you're sitting here for, you must think about your parents. Think about them. We can solve anything. As long as you tell us, we'll think of a way to solve it. Why must you joke with your life? All the students are very worried. Can you come down first? If there's anything, we can sit down and talk. Sit down and solve it together, okay?" Yao Jing turned her head and said to the teacher who was talking to her on the right, "I want Yang Heng to come up. Also, don't get too close. If you get too close, I'll panic. Who knows, I might accidentally fall down." She immediately turned her head to the left and saw the teachers approaching her. "I don't like teachers surrounding me like this. I have to stand up. If I stand up, you won't dare to come close to me." As he spoke, he really stood up. The teachers on the left and right were so shocked that they all stepped back. Sit, we'll leave. It was too scary. How could there be such a student? Even adults don't have the guts to jump off a building. Yao Jing stood up and extended one of her legs into the air. Her action scared all the teachers to the point that they almost had a heart attack. "Teacher, don't come any closer. Look, I just have to lift my leg and I'll go down." With one leg in the air, she smiled menacingly. "I want to see Yang Hung. I want to see him. Right away, right away." Yang Hung is taking the exam. He is a senior high school student. You have to give him some time. Don't be agitated. He'll be here soon. I guarantee that he'll be here soon. Yao Jing, sit tight and don't move. Yang Hung will be here soon. At this time, they could only go along with her. Their hearts were in their throats, and the teacher in their eyes did not dare to do so. Everyone opened their mouths to persuade her. "I want to see him immediately. Our exam's more important than my life. Is it more important than my life? I want to see him now. Right away." She screamed, and her expression was so crazy that it made the hearts of the teachers tremble. They stared at her feet, afraid that she would fall down in her agitation. Yang Hung, who rushed out of the rooftop, happened to hear this sentence. Seeing her with one foot in the air, his eyes instantly darkened. Standing was even more dangerous than sitting. Headmaster Chow was so frightened that layers of cold sweat appeared on his back. "Yang Hung, hurry up and persuade Jing Jing. She's been acting strangely for the past 10 days. That day, when Yi Qian came back to school and saw you talking to her, even her expression changed." Wang Dandan grabbed Yang Heng's sleeve and said with tears in her eyes, "She placed all her hopes on Yang Hung. She can jump. She really can jump." Chapter 10:12. Yang Hung lowered his head to look at her. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he said softly, "Do you believe that she will jump?" Yao Jing is not afraid of heights. Yao Jing was not afraid of heights. She sat on the rooftop of the school building with her hands on the edge. Her center of gravity was tilted backward. From this posture, it was obvious that she was secretly protecting herself. "I don't know, but she's really in danger now. Yang Hung, you can't leave her in the lurch." Wang Dandan said softly, her red and swollen eyes full of pleading. "Yao Jing, she likes you too much." Yang Hung pursed his lips and remained silent. When it came to Yao Jing, no matter what he did, she always had a way to force him to stand up. He walked out and said loudly, "Yao Jing, I'm here now. Can we talk about it after you come down?" Yao Jing, who was still in a frenzy a second ago, stopped yelling at the teacher when she heard the familiar voice. She smiled and said to Yang Hung, who was still a distance away, "Yang Hung, why are you only here now? I was having an exam." Yang Hung took a few steps forward. Although he had a feeling that Yao Jing would not jump down, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he saw the gloomy smile on her face. "Wang Dandan said that you were looking for me. What is it that you have to say in such a way?" Yao Jing retracted her foot and stood on the edge of the rooftop that was less than 15 centimeters away. She laughed and said, "Why do I have to say in such a way? Yang Hung, how can you ask me? You have to ask yourself. Why are you asking me the same question? I'm like this because you forced me to. What did I force you to do?" Yang Hung was calmer than the teacher because he knew her well. His clean and handsome face was cold, and he didn't panic at all in the face of her questioning. "Is there nothing else? If there is nothing else, I'm leaving." He turned and prepared to go back to the classroom. Yao Jing saw this and screamed crazily, "Yang Hung, you dare? You dare to leave? Try taking another step." The teacher saw her so agitated that her body was shaking. Almost at the same time, they said, "Don't go, don't go. Don't rush, don't rush. Yang Hung, come back. Don't rush her. Go with her. You must go with her." The head teacher of class 6 sprained his ankle and did not dare to go to the infirmary. He stopped Yang Hung and said, "Yang Hung, the exam is not important now. Life is important. If something really happens to her in school, all of us will have to bear the consequences." Just as Yi Qian had guessed, all the teachers were advising Yang Hung to go along with Yao Jing and not be anxious with her. All the teachers tried to persuade her. Yao Jing's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness as she said again, "Yang Hung, you know best what kind of character I, Yao Jing, have. If I'm having a hard time, you won't have a good time either. I jumped down today because you forced me to my death. You and Yi Qian forced me to my death." Upon hearing Yi Qian's name, Yang Hung clenched his fists. He turned around and looked at her coldly. "What do we force you to do? What does your jumping have to do with me and Yi Qian? Yang Heng, seeing that Su Tao had no intention of going along with Yao Jing, Principal Chow said in a deep voice, "Why don't you soften your attitude? This isn't a small matter." Why was it related to Yi Qian again? Ever since the previous incident, Yi Qian and Yao Jing had no more conflicts in school. Why was it related to Yi Qian again? Chapter 10:13. Yang Heng loosened his fist and clenched it again. He took a deep breath and said, "Say it yourself, what do you want? The whole school is having an exam and you're jumping off the building. Yao Jing, I know you, and that's why I don't want to talk to you. Now I'm listening, you tell me. At most, I'll skip the exam this time and spend a day with you on the rooftop. You said that I forced you to jump, so it's fine. If you jump, I'll pay with my life." The moment she said that, more than 10 teachers' knees turned to jelly. A life for a life. Yang Heng, what nonsense are you talking about? His tough attitude showed no signs of obedience. Yao Jing's eyes were filled with hatred. "Yang Heng, you're really ruthless." She didn't even soften his heart. It's fine, it's fine. As long as he didn't leave, her plan would succeed. "Are you forcing me to jump now? Fine, a life for a life is fine. But do you dare to stand up? If you dare, I'll believe you. A life for a life." Yao Jing's voice was extremely sharp. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried while wiping her tears. "How can you do this? How can you force me like this? Will you be happy if I jump? Will you be able to be with Yi Qian? Will Uncle Yang and Auntie Yang be happy? Yes, yes, yes. You'll all be happy. You'll all be happy." The more she said, the crazier Yao Jing's expression became. She was almost shouting in the end, but there was a strange light in her eyes. She seemed to be very happy with Yang Heng's "a life for a life." Yang Heng took a step forward, but was stopped by a few teachers. How could he go over? A student stood up, then another student. What was this? "Yao Jing, calm down. How old are you? You're talking about a life for a life over a small matter. What will happen to your parents?" "Yang Heng, calm down too. Both of you can talk about it calmly. Don't do anything that will make your parents sad." The teachers persuaded Yao Jing and Yang Heng at the same time. In just 10 minutes, the teachers felt their hair turn white. Fortunately, Yang Heng was able to hold him back. The teacher's focus was still on Yao Jing. He tried to persuade her until his mouth was dry and cold sweat broke out on his back. He was so nervous that his muscles were sore. Seeing Yang Heng being held back, Yao Jing's face darkened. She wanted Yang Heng to come over. Not only did she want him to come over, she also wanted Yi Qian to step forward. Yang Heng, who was held back by the teacher, glared coldly at Yao Jing, who still believed that she had done nothing wrong, and said coldly, "I don't understand what you're saying. What does your own business have to do with my parents? Why should my parents be happy when you jump off a building? Yao Jing, don't treat the things you want to do as if you were forced by others. No one forced you. It's just like jumping off a building. Who forced you? All the teachers advised you to come down. I also asked you to come down, but you didn't want to come down. Are we forcing you to do this?" Well said. The teachers heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Yang Heng's words. He had to drag it out. He had to drag it out. He had to drag it out until the parents and the police came. Why isn't he here yet? It had already been more than 10 minutes. Yang Heng, who was being stared at by Yao Jing, was speechless. The hatred in his heart grew. He gritted his teeth, and even his voice was filled with malice. "You didn't force me? Call Yi Qian up. The three of us will confront each other. Let the teachers see if the two of you forced me." Chapter 10:14. I'm just saying that she got into a fight with someone outside and implicated you. I'm obviously doing this for your own good, but you're helping Yi Qian instead. You even said I'm disgusting. I'm doing this for your own good, Yang Heng, but in the end, I'm still being scolded by you. Call Yi Qian up. Call Yi Qian up. On the first floor, Mother Yao, who had rushed to the school, raised her head and saw her daughter's frail figure standing on the edge of the rooftop. Before she came up, she was already screaming at the top of her lungs, "Jing Jing, my daughter!" From the first floor to the rooftop, Mother Yao sprinted at the speed of 100 meters, much faster than Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. Mother Yao, who only had eyes for her daughter, lost all color at her face and said in a trembling voice, "Good baby, come down quickly. Don't scare Mommy. Don't scare Mommy. come down quickly. Don't scare Mommy. Mom, I'm chatting with Yang Hong. Didn't he say I'm disgusting? I just want to know how I disgusted him and how I'm not as good as Yi Chien. Mom, you should cry too. If I really fell, it was Yang Hong and Yi Chien who forced me to my death. If you want to avenge me, you have to look for them. The teacher's eyelids twitched when she heard Yao Jing's words. At the same time, she was extremely disgusted by Yao Jing's behavior. Mother Yao only realized that Yang Hong was also there when she heard this. She cried and threw herself at Yang Hong, hitting him with her fists. Yang Hong, you've caused my daughter to suffer. Now that my daughter has met with an accident, I won't let you off. I won't let you off. The teacher frowned when she heard this. Instead of persuading her daughter to come down, she blamed others for harming her daughter. The two female teachers pulled Mother Yao away and had no choice but to persuade her again. We should persuade Yao Jing to come down first. You've seen it for yourself. If she continues to stand like this, we don't need to tell you what the consequences will be. I don't care, I don't care. My daughter's accident was caused by him. Yang Hong, if you don't apologize to my Jing Jing today, I won't let you off. Mother Yao struggled and screamed. She knew what her daughter wanted. Whether or not her daughter could come down depended on Yang Hong. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had arrived a few steps later, rushed to the rooftop and stared at his daughter, who didn't even care about her own life. His vision darkened. Jing Jing, what are you doing? Come down for Dad. Don't you know how dangerous it is up there? If you fall, do you want your parents to jump with you? Get down here. Papa Yao was much more rational than Mama Yao. As he spoke, he walked over lightly. Be good. Come down with Papa first. Don't do anything stupid. If you're unhappy or feel wronged, you can tell Dad and Mom. Dad, don't come over. I'll jump if you come over. I'll jump right away. I might as well fall to my death. Yao Jing cried until her vision blurred. Mom, Dad, I don't want to live anymore. He's still helping Yi Chien. He still thinks that I'm wrong. Dad, Mom, I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Yi Chien, get the hell out here. Get the hell out here. Are you happy now that you forced me to jump off a building? Come out right now. Yi Chien, yes, 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 and that devilish girl. What are you teachers waiting for? My daughter, get Yi Chien out here. Get her out here. Get her out here. After Yao Jing shouted, Mama Yao continued to shout. The mother and daughter's voices were each louder than the other. As for their expressions, the older one was crazier than the younger one. Papa Yao turned around and glared at his wife. He said in a low voice, Get our daughter down here first. Instead of persuading her properly, you're adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 10:15. Principal Chow was so angry that his temples were bulging. He had no choice but to instruct the teacher to bring Yi Chien up. Let Yi Chien come up and urge the police to find out where they are. Principal, it's useless even if Yi Chien comes up. Teacher Tong, who had been silent all this while, said with a sullen face, You should be able to tell that Yao Jing is forcing Yi Chien to come out. This obviously had nothing to do with Yi Chien, but she kept mentioning Yi Chien. Teacher Tong's face turned cold. There's no other way. We can only let Yi Chien come up. You go find Yi Chien. Principal Chow could only compromise. As long as Yi Chien came down, everything would be settled. The province could not accept a student who jumped off a building for no reason. Yang Hong, who had been punched by Mother Yao, held back the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and asked Mother Yao, Auntie, ask yourself honestly, does this have anything to do with Yi Chien? Does your daughter jumping off a building have anything to do with her? Don't go against your conscience. How is it not related? Now that my daughter is in trouble, my daughter asked her to come up. She dares not to come up. Yang Hong, do you want to see Jing Jing jump off the building? Tell me, do you want Jing Jing to die? How could Mother Yao remain calm when she thought of her daughter jumping off a building? She scolded whoever she could find. After scolding, she cried out her daughter's name. Jing Jing, don't do anything stupid. Mom will ask Yi Chien to come up and apologize. You can't scare Mom. Don't scare Mom. Yi Chien was like Yang Hong. He did not know why he had to apologize to Yao Jing. You don't have to say anything. Just listen to her. Teacher Tong led Yi Chien to the rooftop. She gently reminded him, Yao Jing's mother is here too. Yang Hong was hit by her a few times just now. You have to be careful. Yi Qian's expression was much lighter than before. He was not sure if Yao Jing would jump off the building or not, but now he was sure that she would not jump. I'll answer whatever she asks. I won't take the initiative to speak. That's right. If she asks, just answer. What's there to apologize for? Regardless of whether she's wrong or not, just bear with it for now. We'll settle this matter slowly after they come down. Teacher Tong's thoughts were the same as Principal Chow's. The school would definitely not accept a student like Yao Jing and would advise her to drop out. It was 9:40 a.m., almost half an hour after Yao Jing ran to the rooftop. There were still 20 minutes before the math exam ended. Yao Jing secretly glanced at the first floor. The police had not arrived yet, and there were no escape mats. But the person she was waiting for was not here yet. Yi Qian was not here yet. Mother Yao cried as she leaned against the teacher. She urged her daughter to come down quickly and blamed Yang Heng for not helping her daughter at all. He disregarded their friendship of more than 10 years and instead helped outsiders to bully her daughter. Can you stop talking? Father Yao, who didn't dare to approach, gripped his phone tightly. As he dialed the number, he warned his wife not to say anything that would hurt his daughter. He called the police station and asked them to send someone over as soon as possible. Yi Qian could feel the tense atmosphere on the rooftop. It was all because of Yao Jing. Everyone was tense, afraid that she would come out. Why are you really here? Yang Heng looked at Yi Qian and frowned. He whispered, something's not right. I just said that I'll pay with my life. She seemed very happy. Yao Jing was happy to pay with Yang Heng's life? Yi Qian frowned. What is she trying to do? Is she trying to jump off the building? Is she trying to force you to jump off the building? If that was really the case, Yao Jing's mind was too twisted. It was completely abnormal. Chapter 10:16. I thought so too. Let's go take a look. Yang Heng didn't let Yi Qian go alone. He walked in front and led Yi Qian over. Yi Qian and I are both here. Ask whatever you want. Mother Yao heard Yi Qian and immediately turned her head. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Yi Qian, my daughter is in trouble. I don't care whose daughter you are. I won't let you off. Yi Qian looked at her indifferently and said coldly, Fortunately, the teachers are here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. How can you blame others for jumping off the building? The director's wife is still the same as before. She's used to confusing right and wrong. I don't care how powerful you are. If my daughter is in trouble, I'll only look for you. Mother Yao shouted fiercely. Then she cried and said to Yao Jing, Jing, they're here. Can you sit down and talk? Can you come down and talk? No, she couldn't sit down, and she couldn't come down. It was still too far away. She had to let the two of them come closer. Yao Jing's eyes flashed with a trace of malice. With a hoarse voice, she said, You two are here. You're finally here. Yi Qian, you're happy today, aren't you? You must be happy to see me jump off the building. As long as I jump off now, no one can stop you from being with Yang Heng, right? Jing, do you want me to jump with you? Mother Yao cried until her voice was hoarse. At this moment, she didn't have the authority of an office manager. She was like an ordinary woman who was worried sick for her daughter. Yao Jing didn't look at her parents again. She only stared at the two people who were a few meters away. Tears flowed from her eyes, but she was smiling. I want to ask you. I have a lot to ask you. Yang Heng, do I really disgust you? Do I really disgust you? As she asked, she stepped a little closer to the edge of the rooftop. It seemed that Yang Heng's answer would disgust her, and she would jump immediately. Yi Qian, who had been keeping her by his side all this while, narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that she really didn't want to jump off the building. She carefully maintained her center of gravity and leaned forward. The teachers on both sides did not leave. When they saw Yao Jing standing at the edge, their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. They signaled Yang Heng with their eyes to let him follow Yao Jing. No, Yang Heng answered coldly and emotionlessly. Yao Jing smiled as she combed her hair that was messed up by the wind and sighed. It's too far, and I can't hear you clearly. Yi Qian, we have a lot to talk about. How about we chat before I jump? Something's not right. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, Okay, let's chat then. Yi Qian. Yang Heng lowered his voice and frowned. She must have something else on her mind. I know she must have something else on her mind. Let's see what it is. There's still 20 minutes before the next exam, and I don't want to miss it. Yi Qian said casually as he walked step by step to Yao Jing's side. He looked up at her and smiled. I'm here. What do you want to say? Yang Heng walked over and looked up at her. You're here too. What do you want to say? What do you want to ask? I want to ask, since you said that I'm not disgusting, shouldn't you apologize to me? Yao Jing lowered her head and took another step back. Yang Heng, shouldn't you apologize to me? Chapter 10:17. Apologize to Yao Jing. Yang Heng felt his stomach churn. Yao Jing, all you want is an apology from Yang Heng. Yi Qian did not let Yang Heng speak immediately. His eyes were bright as he asked her with a faint smile, think about it seriously. Do you really only want an apology from Yang Heng? He owes me this. Yao Jing's expression was exceptionally calm. Her bloodshot eyes were dark and gloomy. He owes me. What does that have to do with you? Yi Qian sneered. That's right. If you know it has nothing to do with me, then why did you ask me to come here? What happened between Yang Heng and me has nothing to do with you, but I have something to settle with you. Yao Jing bent over slightly. Perhaps she had been standing for too long. Her body swayed slightly when she bent over. Then she heard Mother Yao's shrill scream. What did you two say? What did you say? Are you trying to kill my daughter? Father Yao could no longer stay calm. He took a few steps forward and his calves trembled. Jing, can you talk nicely and give them your hand? Can the three of you talk nicely? The most important thing was to persuade his daughter to come down. Yao Jing was stubborn. If she really couldn't think things through, she might jump down. You liked Yang Heng and made him distance himself from me. Yi Qian, didn't you like Yang Heng's family background? I've seen plenty of girls like you. Yao Jing, who was shocked, quickly steadied herself. She was a dancer and had a good sense of balance. She was able to stabilize herself after swaying a little. Yang Heng lost his patience. What do you want? Give me your hand. Hurry up. He took a step forward, almost grabbing Yao Jing's ankle and pulling her down. I've never thought of going down since I was standing here. Apologize to me, Yang Heng. Apologize to me loudly. Yao Jing moved to the side of the rooftop to prevent Yang Heng from pulling her down. You left me alone for more than 10 days. You ignored me and even deliberately turned a blind eye to me. Yang Heng, I want you to apologize. I want you to promise that you won't ignore me in the future. Hurry up and promise me. Otherwise, I'll jump down right now. Raising one of her legs, Yao Jing seemed to have lost her rationality. Mother Yao's vision turned black as she cried until she couldn't speak. She only knew that at this moment, everyone had to listen to their daughter. Yang Heng, Auntie is begging you. Please, I beg you. Why don't you apologize? You've known each other for more than 10 years. Can't you give in to Jing like you did when you were young? Mother Yao wasn't the only one trying to persuade Yang Heng. The teachers were also trying to persuade Yang Heng to apologize to Yao Jing. But why should he apologize to Yao Jing? Actually, I didn't know why. But looking at it now, why did it feel like a student falling in love? Yi Qian, on the other hand, was very calm as he stared at Yao Jing's motionless right leg. Even when she lifted her left foot, her right foot was steady and didn't tremble at all. Her instep was tightly pressed against the edge of the roof. It was only 4 centimeters high, and she used it to stabilize her body. Using such a method to stabilize herself meant that Yao Jing had some foundation. Was she a dance student? If she was a dance student, no wonder she dared to stand on the roof and shout that she wanted to jump down. She had a strong balance and a strong support point. It wouldn't be so easy for her to fall down. Hearing her ridiculous words, Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. Using such a method to force Yang Heng to submit, she was trying to tie herself to Yang Heng in school and let the whole school know that she and Yang Heng were together. Chapter 10:18. Yao Jing's thoughts were more vicious than Yi Ying's. She was more far-sighted. I apologize. I'll apologize to you right now. Yang Heng saw her walk out empty-footed again. Even though he didn't think she would jump, his face tightened. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things. I shouldn't have avoided you in school. It was impossible to hear sincerity from a forced apology. Yao Jing didn't need sincerity. She only needed to hear what she wanted to hear. Hearing this, she said to Yi Qian in a low voice, "Did you see that? In the end, he still had to bow down to me. Yi Qian, you want to take Yang Heng away from me? You're dreaming. Now it's your turn. You made me suffer so much. You made me stand alone on the rooftop for so long. How are you going to apologize to me? How do you want me to apologize?" Yi Qian asked calmly. "Simple. You'll stand there for as long as I stand there." Yao Jing said in a sinister tone. "You made me so miserable. I'll let you stand there for as long as I stand there, and we'll call it even. Yang Heng, you can't come into contact with him anymore. As for me, I won't find trouble with you anymore." "How's that?" she said in a low voice with a strange smile on her lips. Yang Heng heard it clearly and immediately became alert. "Yao Jing, what are you trying to do?" "I don't want to do anything. This is between me and Yi Qian." "Why? Are you afraid that I'll do something bad? Then you can help Yi Qian." Yao Jing turned her head. She saw the vigilance in his eyes and the worry he had for Yi Qian. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. "This is my solution. If you don't agree, I'll make sure you two will never have peace for the rest of your lives." He glanced down and saw that the uniformed men were laying out escape mats. Yao Jing gritted her teeth. She retracted her gaze and said to Yi Qian, "We didn't choose Yi Qian. I'll count to 3. If you don't come up, I'll jump." "Yi Qian, you're forcing me to jump." She suddenly roared, as if she was really threatened by Yi Qian to the point where she had no way out, and the only solution was to jump off the building. Mother Yao immediately went berserk. She wailed in a hoarse voice, "Yi Qian, you forced my daughter to her death. I'll fight it out with you. I'll fight it out with you. Calm the parents down and go rest at the side." Principal Chao's face was as cold as ice. The whole family had spoiled Yao Jing, and today's matter had a lot to do with her parents. Just as he shifted his gaze, the teacher who had been trying to persuade him shrieked, "Yi Qian, what are you trying to do?" Yi Qian was climbing up the rooftop. She smiled as she accepted Yao Jing's challenge. "Since you've been standing for about half an hour, I'll also stand for about half an hour," he said with a smile. "Since you've been standing for about half an hour, I'll do the same. Yes, you'll also have to stand for about half an hour." Yao Jing laughed softly. The viciousness in her eyes was like a thick miasma that could not be dissolved. She was full of viciousness. "Yi Jian, you made me suffer so much. Half an hour. Do you think it's possible?" Her body suddenly swayed towards the edge of the rooftop, but she quickly steadied herself. The moment she moved, the teacher's hearts tightened. With the addition of Yi Qian, Teacher Tong's body stiffened. What was this Yao Jing from grade 12 class 6 trying to do? Yao Jing didn't deliberately raise her voice like Ying did. Instead, she said in a low voice, "Who are you to fight with me for Yang Heng?" Suddenly, her body leaned towards Yi Qian. She seemed to be frightened and let out a scream. Her hands moved in the air and suddenly pushed Yi Qian. Yi Qian, Jing Jing. Chapter 1019. Yi Qian, Jing Jing. Following Yao Jing's sudden fall, there were screams from the rooftop. The teachers all rushed over, and Yang Heng, who was closest to them, flew over, trying to grab Yi Qian's ankle. Yao Jing knew how to use her ankle to hook onto the rebar, but how could Yi Qian not know? While she was flailing her arms, Yi Qian was fully prepared, waiting for her to make this move. "You want to jump off the building?" "Sure, what's the point of wasting so much time? Why don't you let me give you a ride and let you have a good taste of what it feels like to jump off a building?" Yao Jing, who had pushed him over, revealed a sinister smile and said softly, "Go to hell, Yi Qian." She pushed him with her waist, but Yi Qian didn't move. She pushed him again, but he still didn't move. At this moment, Yao Jing started to panic. "Yao Jing, I'm not interested in jumping off the building. I think you should go down." His cold voice floated over and entered Yao Jing's ears. Her expression changed in an instant, and her eyes were filled with fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Her pupils constricted, and she stared at Yi Qian in shock. She threw herself at Yi Jian. Yi Jian only needed to grab Yao Jing's arm subconsciously. Her 5 fingers pressed on the tendons and bones of Yao Jing's elbow, causing Yao Jing to feel so much pain that the strength of the steel bar on her instep suddenly dissipated. Yao Jing fell and let out a blood-curdling scream. Her body fell backward from the rooftop. As she fell, Yi Qian didn't allow himself to remain standing on the edge of the rooftop. He also fell down. Jing Jing, Jing Jing. Following Yao Jing's fall, the ones who screamed the loudest on the rooftop were her parents. Yao Jing's mother and father's cries pierced through the air. Yang Heng didn't manage to grab Yi Qian's ankle. Everything happened too quickly. Even if he rushed over immediately, he didn't manage to grab Yi Qian. Yi Qian, Teacher Tong and Headmaster Chow shouted Yi Qian at the same time. They were so flustered and confused that tears flowed out of Teacher Tong's eyes. She staggered a few steps and ran towards the horizon. The teachers all rushed over, and at the front was Deputy Director Yao and his wife. They rushed to the edge of the rooftop as fast as they had ever run in their lives. Their faces were full of shock as they looked down from the rooftop. Yao Jing fell, but Yi Qian did not. "Don't let go, Yi Qian." Yang Heng did not know how Yi Qian managed to grab hold of the steel bar. He did not manage to grab hold of her ankle, but the moment she fell, her right hand suddenly grabbed hold of the steel bar. Yi Qian knew exactly how to fall and how to grab onto the rebar. Unlike Yao Jing, who was leaning backward, Yi Qian slid down. From the scene, it looked like Yao Jing had pushed Yi Qian and made her fall with both feet. Her right hand grabbed hold of the steel bar tightly. Her entire wrist crushed against the edge of the rooftop. It looked like her bones would break in the next second, and she fell with Yao Jing. "Give me your left hand, quick!" Yang Heng grabbed hold of Yi Qian's hands tightly. His handsome and fair face was flushed red because he used too much strength. He was about 176 meters tall and had long arms and legs. He could still grab hold of Yi Qian, but he could only grab hold of Yi Qian's hands. He did not have the strength to pull her up. Yi Qian, who was suspended in the air, did not make a sound. She was not afraid. She wanted to shout, but she couldn't. Hearing Yang Heng's words, Yi Qian, who could not see his expression, said, "I'm fine. I can hold on for a while." Chapter 10:20. Jing Jing, Jing Jing, my Jing Jing. The rooftop was a little high. Mother Yao stood on her tiptoes and couldn't see what was happening below. She cried and screamed. Then she collapsed on the ground and started bawling. Father Yao supported himself on the edge of the rooftop with both hands. He almost propped his fat body up. Seeing this, the deputy director's face was full of tears. "My daughter, my Jing Jing, you're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill me." Mother Yao was so sad that her lips were pale. She sat on the ground alone. There was only one teacher watching her. The other teachers had come to save Yi Qian. "Yang Heng, you have to watch him closely. Don't let go." Teacher Xiao, stand on the rooftop and pull Yi Qian up slowly. Teacher Liu, go to the 6th floor and see if you can support Yi Qian's legs. You female teachers, help Teacher Xiao and Yang Heng. Principal Xiao grabbed Yang Heng tightly and instructed him quickly and sternly. Thank goodness Yi Qian was fine. You have to hold on to Yi Qian. Don't panic, don't panic. Do you understand? Teacher Tong stood on her tiptoes and cheered Yi Qian on. She didn't even wipe away her tears. Her mood fell from heaven to hell, and now from hell back to earth. That's great. That's really great. Why didn't she fall? Why didn't she fall? Mother Yao, who was sitting on the side crying, suddenly roared. Her eyes swept around and saw a small white water pipe on the ground. She suddenly got up and rushed over to pick up the water pipe. Like a madman, she raised the water pipe and slammed it. My daughter fell. Why didn't she fall? Pay for my daughter's life. I want all of you to pay for my daughter's life. The pipe hit a few teachers' heads. Fortunately, it was made of plastic. If it was a metal pipe, the teachers would have been beaten until they bled. When the teachers saw this, they really risked being beaten to a pulp to stop Mother Yao. Throw away the water pipe. If you continue like this, don't talk about paying for it with your life. You'll go to jail. Mother Yao had completely lost her mind. She raised the water hose and waved it around. Her eyes were fiercely staring at Yang Heng. Her target was Yang Heng. It was this stinking brat. Instead of pulling Jing Jing, she pulled Yi Qian. Yi Qian did not fall, but her daughter did. After knocking away several teachers, Mother Yao raised the water pipe and hit Yang Heng's head. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Jing Jing likes you so much, but you don't appreciate it. Are you worthy of our family? Are you worthy of Jing Jing? Principal Chow, who had been catching Yang Heng, was shocked. He blocked the water pipe with his body and shouted angrily, Catch her! Catch her! Madman, madman, she was a madman. Mr. Xiao, who was standing on a rooftop and carefully preparing to pull Yi Qian up, was also hit in the calf by Mrs. Yao's hose. He was so frightened that his body swayed a little. He was a physical education teacher, so he was able to stabilize himself after swaying a little. Mother Yao had indeed gone crazy. Her daughter had fallen. So how could Yi Qian be fine? The strength of the crazy Mother Yao was not her usual strength. Even an adult man could not hold her back. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was already in great pain. Now that his wife was in such a state, he was pushed to the ground by Mother Yao. He fell so hard that his tailbone hurt. For a while, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was unable to stand up. He could only sit on the cold cement floor and said painfully, What are you doing here? Quickly go downstairs and check on Yao Jing. Go downstairs and check on Yao Jing. I want Yi Qian to pay with his life. Yang Heng, you just watched him die. You're not human. You're not human. Chapter 10:21. No one knew if Mother Yao had heard her husband's screams, but she raised the water pipe and hit everywhere. Her hair was disheveled, and she screamed and yelled, making all the teachers unable to get close to her. Seeing that she was still rushing towards them, Teacher Xiao couldn't stand on the rooftop anymore. He quickly jumped down and joined forces with another PE teacher to stop Mother Yao. The police on the first floor rushed up. They were fast enough to reach the rooftop in 3 minutes, but many things happened in 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, some students fell down and some were still hanging in the air. Police officers, quick, over here, quickly pulled the students down. When they came up, the teachers were relieved. Mother Yao had gone crazy. Even the teachers were not as strong as her. Yi Qian could have come up by herself, but Yao Jing was using her life to put on an act. She had to cooperate. When she heard that Mother Yao had gone crazy, Yi Qian's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Things were getting out of hand. The police didn't dare to delay. 2 of them directly grabbed Mother Yao, who still wanted the students to pay with their lives, and grabbed the water pipe. They then pinned her hands behind her back. Their actions were fast and fierce. They didn't care whether she was an official or not. When they pressed her down, they didn't hold back at all and shouted, Don't move. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Get out of here. Get out of here. Old Yao, old Yao. Push Yi Qian down. Push her down. I want her to pay with her life. Pay with your life for Jing Jing's. You talk big, asking others to pay with their lives. The bureaucracy of the southern province is really eye-opening. Someone walked over. His slender figure approached step by step. Every step he took had an unstoppable aura. When he opened his mouth, his biting, cold voice suppressed the air. He walked in front of the police who had snatched the water pipe and said coldly, This is a murder weapon. Keep it for me. The police were trying to save Yi Qian. Below them, someone was dragging Yi Qian by her feet. Above them, a police officer tied a rope around his waist. He was ready to grab Yi Qian by her arms and pull her up. As he approached, several policemen on duty could not help but reach out to stop him. However, they were shocked by the other party's cold and ruthless gaze and could not help but withdraw their hands. He passed by Mother Yao and glanced at her with a heavy gaze. He didn't stop and walked to Yang Heng's side. Xia, Principal Chow recognized the young man who had shocked everyone the moment he appeared. He was in no hurry to say anything and immediately said, Yi Qian was pushed down by a student. The police are trying to rescue him. Xia Jinyuan didn't even need the police. With one hand on the roof, he jumped lightly from Yang Heng's side and stood on the roof. He bent down and grabbed Yi Qian's wrist with his slender hands. He turned his head and said to Yang Heng calmly, Thank you. You can let go now. Yi Qian, who was pushed down by Yao Jing, was not stunned. He was also not stunned when Mother Yao yelled at him to pay with his life. However, Now that he saw Xia Jinyuan in front of him, he looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was standing against the light. His handsome face and expression were unclear. He was stunned. Why is he here? Didn't they say that it would take half a month to a month? It's only been a few days. Why is he here now? I came just in time this time. I didn't know you were being bullied to this extent. Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's arm with one hand. He didn't even need the police's help and easily pulled Yi Qian up. Chapter 10:22. Yi Qian didn't hide anything from him. When they were the closest to each other, she whispered, I wasn't bullied. I'm just going with the flow. Is there a need to go with the flow? Xia Jinyuan's voice was extremely cold. It was chilling to the bone. Little fox, what if you really fall into the water? Xia Jinyuan's voice was extremely cold. Yi Qian chuckled. No, I won't let myself fall. The silver thread in my hand will help me. It won't let me fall so easily. Ever since Yao Jing had been staring at her with malice in her eyes, she knew that not only was Yao Jing forcing Yang Heng to apologize, she was also scheming against her. When Yao Jing asked her to stand on the edge of the rooftop, she said that as long as she came up, she would let bygones be bygones. Then, she would know what Yao Jing was scheming. Yao Jing was indeed ruthless to herself. She was so ruthless that she would risk her life to scheme against others. Not only was she ruthless, but her meticulous thinking also sent chills down her spine. She stood on the rooftop for half an hour. In the end, she showed signs of exhaustion from time to time. All the teachers present saw how she looked like. They saw her swaying figure, and they saw her suddenly stumble and fall backward, following that any accident that happened could be attributed to her exhaustion. It was a good plan, but unfortunately, she had the wrong person. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. When he jumped down from the edge of the rooftop with her in his arms, he smiled faintly. We'll solve this problem once and for all. You don't have to worry about what happens next. I'll handle it. Now that things have come to this, you don't have to do anything. I can handle it myself. Yi Qian didn't reject him. Instead, she told him the truth. I have enough evidence. Evidence that Yao Jing didn't want to jump off the building. Everything she did was to push me down. She was only 16 or 17 years old. Her nature was so bad that she could easily harm a student's life. Yao Jing was so bad that no medicine could save her. Yi Qian originally wanted to let Yao Jing do whatever she wanted under her nose, but now that things had come to this point, it was completely out of her tolerance. Then, she would have to deal with it properly. Coupled with her mother's actions, I don't think the school will tolerate it anymore. Captain Xia, I can handle things like this on my own, Yi Jian said softly. Her faint voice had a certain calmness to it. The guy who stopped me just now is called Yang Heng. He was beaten up several times by Mother Yao, and she even asked him to pay for it with his life. Captain Xia, this time, Yao Jing won't just apologize like last time. She didn't need Xia Jinyuan to deal with things that she could handle. She wasn't the only one facing the Yao family. The school and Yang Heng were facing it together. The Yao family wouldn't be able to get away with a simple sorry. Xia Jinyuan didn't say anything more, but his thin lips curved into a cold smile. He said softly, well then, I'll leave the school matters to you. She's such a bureaucratic office director. She has to let people know how arrogant she is. Their conversation was short. Principal Chao and Teacher Tong were the first to gather around Yi Qian. Their tense faces only relaxed when they saw that Yi Qian's feet were steady on the ground. You child, you're too disobedient. Principal Chao scolded with lingering fear. Do you know how dangerous this is? She told you to go up, so why did you really go up? Chapter 10:23. Teacher Tong did not take another look at the man who saved Yi Qian. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Qian. She grabbed Yi Qian's right hand and pulled his uniform upwards. Something's obviously wrong with Yao Jing, yet you're still going along with her. We have to save her, but we have to take care of our own lives too. All the teachers are here. We're all watching. Do you need to listen to what Yao Jing's mother said? Don't our teachers know that what she said is unreasonable? Look at your arm. It's bruised. His arm was pressed against the edge of the rooftop, so it was more or less injured. However, in Yi Qian's eyes, it was just a small matter. Yi Qian retracted his hand and seriously accepted the criticism of the principal and teachers. He said, "At that time, I just wanted to know what she wanted to do so that I could persuade her to come down. I didn't think too much about it. I didn't expect her to suddenly push me. At that time, I was panicking. When she pushed me, I don't even know how I fell. Fortunately, I grabbed the steel bar." She spoke softly, and her serious expression made Teacher Tong's eyes sting again. Yao Jing wanted to jump off the building, but her parents forced Yi Qian to pay for it with his life. Yi Qian clearly went up to save Yao Jing, but not only did they not feel grateful, they even thought that since their daughter fell, Yi Qian should also fall. How could this be? How could they be so cruel? "Principal, as a teacher, I want to seek justice for my student. I want to ask Yao Jing's parents. I want to ask them properly. What right do they have to say such shameless things?" Xiao Jinyuan shielded Yi Qian behind him. His deep black eyes were cold as he said, "I hope the school can seek justice for Yi Qian. This matter will not end just because another student jumped down. As the principal, I won't let this matter go just like that." Principal Chao's face was ashen. He said, "I'll go down and check on Yao Jing's situation first. I took a look just now. It seems that she fell on the rescue mat." The voice of the policeman downstairs came through the walkie-talkie. The policeman on duty on the rooftop replied into the walkie-talkie, "The students above have been rescued. What about the students below? How's the situation?" "There's no problem. He's conscious. He's just scared." After the policeman downstairs said that, all the teachers on the rooftop heaved a sigh of relief. When Mother Yao heard that her daughter was fine, her originally crazy eyes lit up. Her voice was loud and urgent as she said, "My daughter is fine. My daughter is fine. Isn't she? Are you all right? She's conscious. The doctor is checking if she's injured." When the student's mother asked, the police officer answered truthfully, "Parents, you can go down and take a look. The patient is now on a stretcher." Mother Yao rushed out and went straight to the first floor. Deputy Director Yao, who hadn't stood up for a long time because of his broken tailbone, endured the pain and got up. He shyly ran down the stairs with his big belly. The form teacher class 6 had already sprained her ankle. When she heard that Yao Jing was fine, she couldn't take it anymore. She collapsed onto the concrete floor and pressed one hand on her chest. She closed her eyes and gasped for breath. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Finally, everything is fine." To the form teacher, it was good that a student was fine. To Principal Chow, this matter was fine. However, there was something else. "Excuse me, does she need to be sent to the hospital?" Principal Chow asked politely. His expression was gloomy. The policeman immediately asked. After a while, an answer came from the walkie-talkie. "We need to send her to the hospital for a detailed examination. But from the outside, everything seems normal." Chapter 1024. She had to be sent to the hospital for a checkup, but from the outside, everything seemed normal. Xiao Jinyuan, who had a cold expression, heard this, and his deep black eyes became sharp. He said to Yi Qian, "When I came up, the life cushion was half full. If she had fallen a minute earlier, the life cushion wouldn't have been able to save her. She wanted to push me down, but in the end, she fell down herself. Even if she didn't fall to her death, I'm sure she was scared to death." Yi Qian moved his right hand. This hand had been through a lot this year. His old injury had just healed, and now there were new injuries. Xiao Jinyuan reached out and grabbed her wrist. Teacher Tong, who had finally recovered from her shock, was about to ask Yi Qian a few questions when she looked up and saw the man who had saved Yi Qian earlier. He had a cold aura about him that made people unable to look at him directly. He was holding her favorite student's hand. From her perspective, she could clearly see the strange gentleness on the man's face. What was his relationship with Yi Qian? When she saved Yi Qian, she heard him call out Yi Qian. She could tell that they knew each other. Knew each other? What kind of knowing each other? The way he looked at Yi Qian was unusual. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that they were a couple. As this thought flashed through her mind, Teacher Tong's breathing became heavy. Yi Qian was only in high school. This man was obviously not a student. The inexperienced Yi Qian was in a relationship with a man who had graduated from high school. Don't tell me I've been cheated. Teacher Tong, who was on high alert, walked up to Yi Qian. She didn't ask more about Yao Jing's situation. She was afraid that Yi Qian would be deceived. Yi Qian, go back to the classroom for your exam first. Although her words were directed at Yi Qian, her eyes were fixed on the strange man who could make the girls' hearts race just by looking at his face. Teacher Tong smiled and said, "Thank you for just now. Yi Qian needs to go back to the classroom for his exam. Do you want to let go first?" In the teacher's eyes, a handsome man who pulled her student was not a good person. On the other hand, Major Xia was too handsome. Even though his expression was cold and his aura was extremely low, in Teacher Tong's eyes, he was just a bad guy who was coaxing his favorite student. "Hello, Teacher Tong." Xia Jinyuan could tell that Yi Qian's homeroom teacher was wary of him. He smiled and said, "I know Yi Qian. We were comrades in the same army." She couldn't possibly say that she knew Yi Qian and that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, right? It was more appropriate to say that she was his comrade. Yi Qian did not panic at all when he took the initiative to introduce himself. She believed that Xia Jinyuan would not lose his composure in front of her teacher. After he finished speaking, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Teacher Tong, I've known him for a few years. We knew each other in the army. Ever since Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin came to the school, Teacher Tong knew that Yi Qian grew up in the army." When she heard this, the wariness in her heart disappeared. No wonder he could rescue you so quickly. You even scared the people in the army. So he was a soldier. No wonder he could rescue Yi Qian with his bare hands. They must have a good relationship in the army. Looking at their actions, they must have a good relationship. They must have a good relationship with comrades. Boyfriend and girlfriend. It shouldn't be possible. Although Teacher Tong still had some doubts in her heart, at least she didn't think of Major Xia as a bad guy who was coaxing students. Your homeroom teacher thought I was a bad guy who was coaxing students. Xia Jinyuan's cold expression softened a lot because of the teacher's sharp eyes. This teacher had good eyesight and could see the crux of the matter at a glance. Chapter 1025. Yi Qian did not respond. He smiled at the major, whose tone had softened, and then looked at Principal Chow, who had turned around to speak to him. A student had jumped off a building, and the police needed to understand the situation at the scene. After learning that Yao Jing looked fine from the outside, Principal Chow told her everything he knew. He then said to Yi Jian, "Yao Jing is fine. You can go back to the classroom and prepare for the exam. The midterm exam is very important and will be used as a reference for the direct enrollment. You can focus on the exam. The school will take care of some things before informing the students." The midterm exam was in progress. He did not want the police to leave Yi Qian and Yang Heng behind in order to understand the situation. He then said to Yang Heng, "The school will inform your parents to come over. Do you have any thoughts?" He meant that if Yang Heng did not want his parents to come over, the school would not do so for the time being. Since Xia Jinyuan appeared, Yang Heng, who had been secretly observing him, stopped looking at him. He suppressed his anger and said, "I don't have any thoughts. The school can inform my parents to come over at any time." This time, Yao Jing went too far. He could not take it anymore. He glanced at Yi Qian and saw her standing coldly beside an unfamiliar man. Yang Heng walked over and looked straight at Yi Qian. "Did Yao Jing push you once or twice?" Yang Heng did not evade the question and asked directly. Principal Chow and the police officer's expressions changed. "Push him once or twice?" Yao Jing wanted to push Yi Qian off the building. She wanted to push Yi Qian off the building. Yang Heng, you have to take responsibility for your words. Do you understand? Principal Chow did not ask further. He reminded Yang Heng to be careful with his words and not to speak without thinking. Sometimes, a single sentence could cause a person's reputation to be ruined, and it could also cause a person to suffer a fate worse than death. His words revealed too much information, so much so that Principal Chow couldn't accept it for a while. He couldn't figure out, what was Yao Jing's motive for pushing Yi Jian off the building? If what Yang Heng said was true, then Yao Jing wanted to kill Yi Qian. Then he would turn his thoughts into actions. This was murder. This was murder. Yang Heng's gaze did not waver, and even his expression did not change at all. He asked Yi Qian again seriously. At that time, did Yao Jing push you? Or twice? I want to confirm it. 2 times. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and said seriously. The first time, she said, "Yi Qian, go to hell." She didn't push me down, but she pushed me again in a panic. You saw what happened below. She lost her balance and suddenly fell, and in the end, I was still taken down by her. My luck isn't bad. Things didn't go as she wished. Too bold, too terrifying. This kind of student was too terrifying. It's too scary. Principal Chow roared. He had always been amiable and approachable in front of the students, but he was so angry that his face turned red. After scolding a few times, he was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down rapidly. He said in a tense voice, "You two go back to the classroom and take the exam. The exam is more important now." Principal Chow looked at Yang Heng, who had a cold expression, and then looked at Yi Qian, who was able to remain calm after such a terrifying fall. His anger towards Yao Jing deepened. There was no such girl in the province. There was no such murderer. She did not even need to be persuaded to drop out. She was directly expelled and handed over to the police. Chapter 1026. The police officer was a little surprised. His gaze swept back and forth between the two students. He nodded and said, "We will investigate thoroughly. For now, you two can go back to the classroom." Officer, Yao Jing is not afraid of heights. Also, she has been learning to dance since she was a child. Her sense of balance is quite good. She can stand on the rooftop for half an hour to an hour without any problems. When Yang Heng went downstairs, he provided the police with another useful clue because his tolerance for Yao Jing was already negative. Xia Jinyuan smiled and whispered to Yi Qian beside him. This boy's voice sounded a little familiar. "Captain Xia, I think it sounds a little familiar to you." When he spoke, you had already sized him up twice. Yi Qian did not give him face and said with a smile, "He and Yao Jing have known each other for more than 10 years. Unfortunately, Yao Jing is too stubborn. As long as he talks to a girl or gets close to her, Yao Jing will secretly deal with that girl. I was not familiar with Yang Heng at all before. For some reason, I was targeted by Yao Jing. She even wanted to kill me. What an unexpected disaster. She didn't have any relationship with Yang Heng, nor did she have any excessive interactions with him in school. Yet, she was targeted by Yao Jing. Wasn't it an unexpected disaster for her to be targeted by her perverted obsession? The most pitiful person was Yang Heng. Having such a terrifying childhood sweetheart, he was under too much pressure. Students nowadays are really worrying. Young people want to kill someone over a trivial matter. If this matter is not handled properly, the reputation of the school will be ruined. While the police were questioning Yang Heng, Xia Jinyuan asked Yi Qian to stay by his side and whispered, "Little fox, you have a good chance of winning this time." The provincial first high school is a century-old school. It is the poster of the southern province's education industry. Principal Chow is an upright person and will not suppress this matter. That girl who wants to kill you will harm herself in the end. For people with evil intentions, life is like a prison to her. Yao Jing has evil intentions. She will reap the consequences of her own actions. Yi Qian looked at the time. It was already 15 minutes past the second exam in the morning. "I'll go back for the exam first. Take a walk around the school. I'll come and find you in the afternoon." Major Xia was not in a good mood when he rushed over and encountered such a situation. He knew who Yao Jing was, and he also knew Yao Jing's parents. They were Deputy Director Yao's family, who had insulted Little Fox and thought the matter was over with just an apology. Today's matter was not as easy to resolve as the previous time. He didn't encounter it the last time, but this time he encountered it. He listened to her and didn't interfere with the school matters, but he wasn't sure about the matters outside. "Go take the exam first. I'm afraid you and that boy will have to go out of school in the afternoon. Don't worry about it." After he finished speaking, he pinched Yi Jian's cheek affectionately with his slender fingers and bent over. The smile on his handsome face was as gentle as water as he said, "Take your exams well. I'll be leaving first." There was nothing for him to do here. After speaking to Yi Qian, he turned to the boy who had been secretly observing him. "Yang Heng, thank you for your hard work." He knew Yi Qian in the army and acted intimately with Yi Qian. Was it really just because they knew each other? Was it because they were comrades? Yi Qian did not join the army. How could it be because they were comrades? Yang Heng thought to himself. His expression did not change as he said seriously, "It's my duty." On his birthday, Wang Jin said he saw a man coming out of Yi Qian's room. Was it him? It might be possible. Chapter 10:27. Yi Qian didn't like physical contact with others, but this wasn't the first time this man had interacted with her. Yi Qian didn't resist at all. Obviously, the two of them had interacted with each other regularly, and Yi Qian was already used to it. Sitting back in the exam room, Yang Heng thought for a few minutes before picking up his pen and starting to do the questions. He didn't expect to get a high score in math this time. The last few questions were blank, so he could only score in the next few subjects. Yi Qian had already picked up his pen and started on English. She had missed the first few listening questions, so she couldn't hide her abilities like she did in the monthly exams. At 12:10 p.m., the English exam was over, and Jiesin rushed to Yi Qian like a gust of wind. Why did I hear that? Yao Jing jumped off a building? Although the students were allowed to stay in the classroom after the math exam, there were always students in the class who needed to go to the bathroom. Coupled with Yao Jing's mother's cries, the students more or less heard the commotion. Faced with Jiesin's inquiry, Yi Qian put away his stationery and asked her, "How was the exam? Did you do all the math exams?" Before the school made a statement, Yi Qian wouldn't casually talk about Yao Jing's incident. "This math exam was okay. At least I didn't have the bad feeling of losing a layer of skin after the exam." And Jiesin didn't ask further. She brought up the two exams and answered proudly, "Passing is no problem." To her, as long as she passed the exams, that was enough. At noon, the news of Yao Jing jumping off a building spread to all the classes. As for who exactly jumped off the building, it wasn't clear. But after the exams in the afternoon, all the second-year classes knew that the girl who jumped off the building was Yao Jing from second-year class 6. As a witness, Wang Dandan immediately went to the hospital after the exams. She didn't dare to stay in school. She was scared. This matter had blown up quite a lot. It was so huge that it was beyond what she could bear. All the second-year classes knew about it, and soon, so did the third-year class. The last to know was the first-year class. Just as Xia Jinyuan said, the reputation of the century-old school was indeed affected by the suicide of a student. Yang Heng's family was not the only one who knew Deputy Director Yao's family. There were other parents who worked in government offices. No, it's just a quarrel between children. Mai Jingjing was unhappy and couldn't hold back her tears during the exam. She was afraid that it would affect her classmates, so she left the classroom. Jump off a building? Impossible. There is no such thing. You must have heard wrongly. Mai Jingjing has always been cheerful. How could she do such a bigoted thing? Yes. She went to the rooftop to cry. How could there be rumors of her jumping off a building? No, we are fine. Thank you for your concern. Goodbye. Less than an hour after the exam ended, Deputy Director Yao's phone began to ring. Mother Yao immediately switched it off. She didn't want to receive such a call at all. No, it's just a quarrel between children. Mai Jingjing was unhappy and couldn't hold back her tears during the exam. She was afraid that it would affect her classmates, so she left the classroom. What kind of people were they? You don't ask about good things, but ask about things like this. Come, open your mouth. Mother Yao cut the peeled apple into small pieces and stuck a toothpick into the pieces for Yao Jing, who was lying on the hospital bed. Eat the apple and have a good rest. Deputy Director Yao's phone rang again, and Mother Yao lost her temper. Old Yao, Jingjing wants to rest. Can you switch off your phone? Don't disturb her rest. Okay? Do you think I don't want her to rest? His daughter had escaped death, and he was still overjoyed. His friends who knew him were calling him one after another. How could he switch off his phone at this time? Yao Jing nibbled on the apple. The gloominess on her face had yet to dissipate. She said, "You all know that I jumped off a building? Did you say anything else? For example, who pushed her off the building?" Chapter 10:28. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's face was extremely dignified. After looking at his daughter for a while, he couldn't bear to say harsh words. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Jing, you killed 1,000 enemies, but lost 800 of your own men. Yi Qian didn't fall. I can say that she pushed me down. Even if I lose 800 of my own men, I will accept it. With a gloomy expression on her face, she bit the apple as if it was Yi Qian's bone. And I made Yang Hung apologize. Let's see how he will face me in school in the future. Someone suddenly pushed the door open. It wasn't a gentle push, but a forceful push with both hands. Mother Yang's eyes were cold. She rushed over with a face full of anger. She didn't give Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and his wife any time to react. She, who had always been gentle, raised her hand, and a slap fell on Mother Yao's face. This slap contained all of Mother Yang's strength. Mother Yao, who was still holding the apple in her hand and still wanted to smile, fell back into her chair. There was a red and white handprint on Mother Yao's face. My son has 4 wounds on his body. Li Shuhe, I don't only want to hit you now, I also want to sue you for intentional injury. Mother Yang wasn't angry, but she was exceptionally calm. Your own daughter wanted to jump off a building, and you want my son to pay with his life. I want to see how you will make my son pay with his life for your daughters. The slap didn't only stun Mother Yao, it also stunned Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. Then he immediately stood in front of him and said to Bureau Chief Yang, Old Yang, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Then he said to Mother Yang, sister-in-law, you misunderstood, really misunderstood. Father Yao and Mother Yao were stunned. Needless to say, Yao Jing was lying on a hospital bed with her eyes wide open. She looked at Mother Yang in disbelief. Annie Song, who was very gentle to her family, actually hit her mother. How could it be? How could Annie Song hit people? Footsteps could be heard from the open door of the ward. Each of the footsteps carried a cold aura as they approached. Yao Jing looked up at the door in a daze. When she saw who was walking at the front, her face revealed a look of panic. Uncle Yao, I was hit by Annie Lee. Is this a misunderstanding? Annie Lee rushed up to me, scolded me indiscriminately, and hit me. Is this a misunderstanding? Yao Jing tried to force me to apologize by jumping off a building. Is that a misunderstanding? Yang Heng walked over. He was not alone. There were a few police officers and 2 teachers from the school with him. The last to walk over was Yi Qian and Principal Chow. Seeing so many people suddenly come, Deputy Director Yao's face suddenly turned ugly. He said to Yang Heng with a sullen face, Heng, Jing Jing was pushed down from the 6th floor. She is still on the drip. Why did you bring so many people here? His gaze swept across Yi Qian's face. It was obvious that the person who pushed Yao Jing down was Yi Qian. Old Yao, I only found out today that you really know how to distort the truth. Director Yang suddenly laughed. Although he was laughing, his eyes were exceptionally cold. Xiao Yi, Yang Heng, all the teachers know that they went up to save your daughter. You, on the other hand, not only did you not thank them, you even wronged them. Old Yao, we have to settle the score today. We can't just let it go like we did in the past. Mother Yao, who was in a daze, finally woke up. She threw the bowl of apples in her hand to the ground and directly threw herself at Mother Yang. Song Huing, you dare to hit me? I will fight with you. I will fight with you. Chapter 10:29. Mother Yao, who had always been proud and arrogant, had never been slapped in public before. Mother Yang's slap was equivalent to slapping her face, so how could she endure it? Ashamed and angry, she rushed over and reached out to scratch Mother Yang's face. Yao Jing wanted to pretend to be weak, but seeing her mother suffer, she didn't care about the 4 drip in her hand. She jumped out of bed and cried, Don't, Mom. Don't. How could she fight with Annie Song? Children quarreled with other children and reconciled, but once adults fought with each other, it would become a grudge. She had finally forced Yang Heng to apologize and make him promise not to ignore her in the future. She had done so many things to break the deadlock, so how could she accept the 2 families falling out and becoming a grudge? Yang Heng, quickly catch Annie Song. My mother is still angry because of me. Can you quickly pull Annie Song away? If there's anything, wait until I'm discharged and we can discuss it. She couldn't quarrel. She absolutely couldn't quarrel. Even if she wanted to quarrel, she couldn't quarrel in front of so many people. Also, the police's arrival was a bit strange. There was also a problem with the school. If they really wanted to visit her, why didn't she see her class teacher and classmates? Why did they ask Yi Qian to come? How many teachers did they come together? No, the situation wasn't right. Their expressions weren't right. All of a sudden, Yao Jing panicked. Her brain spun quickly, and her grip on Mother Yao's arm tightened around her mother's waist as she wailed. Mom, I'm in pain. I'm in pain. Don't be angry, okay? I'm in pain. I'm in pain. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. They definitely didn't want to visit her. They all came empty-handed. So how could they come to visit her? The whole ward was in chaos. After slapping Yang Heng's face, Mother Yang stood in the same place. Even if Mother Yao rushed over, she was still calm. She coldly looked at Mother Yao, who still had the face to make a scene. She pulled Yang Heng's wrist and pulled up his sleeve, revealing a rather ferocious whip wound. This is the injury on my son's arm. It's the lightest injury among all the other injuries. Li Shuha, I only gave you one slap. Wasn't it too light? Mother Yang said calmly. Her usually gentle face became stern because of her son's injury. This wound caused Yao Jing to panic even more. Her heartbeat became uncontrollably erratic. What was going on? Was a wound on Yang Heng's arm caused by his mother? When did this happen? How come she didn't know? Yang Heng, take off your jacket. Mother Yang had never shown such strength in her son's injury. After she finished speaking, she unzipped Yang Heng's school uniform and pulled up his shirt. Yi Jian, who was standing behind Yang Heng, finally saw the severity of the injuries on his back. There were 2 bruises on his left and right shoulders. What was even more shocking was the injury in the middle of his back. It was both bruised and purple, and there were even traces of blood on the surface of his skin. When she was suspended in the air, she did hear that Mother Yao was beating someone up. She also heard Mother Yao's insults, but she didn't expect Yang Heng to be injured in the presence of so many teachers. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was speechless. Even he was shocked by the wound on Yang Heng's back. How could it be so serious? This kind of fighting style completely beat Yang Heng to death. When Yao Jing saw the injury on Yang Heng's back, she couldn't accept it and covered her mouth to avoid screaming. Chapter 10:30. Mother Yao, who was worried about her daughter, also saw the scene. Her face stiffened and her eyes flickered. Why was it so hard? Did she hit him so hard? She didn't seem to have hit him that hard. She only remembered hitting him a few times. How did he end up like this? Wasn't this boy a little too delicate? Li Shuha, if it weren't for the fact that our families have known each other for so many years, I wouldn't have just slapped you. Mother Yang, who had the temperament of a scholar, didn't lose her composure even after hitting Mother Yao. She was so angry that she saw Mother Yao's eyes flicker. Mother Yang turned around and said to the police officer, "Officer, I would like to apply for an injury evaluation. This matter will go through legal procedures." What were officials most afraid of? Officials were most afraid of getting involved in a lawsuit. Mother Yao, who was still unwilling to give up, immediately said, "Huiying, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I really didn't think of anything at that time. I was anxious and angry, so I lost my mind and did something inappropriate. I apologize to Heng Heng. This matter is my fault. I shouldn't have done that." She immediately looked at Yang Heng and said guiltily, "Heng Heng, you also saw it at that time. Jing Jing was standing on a rooftop and could fall at any time. Annie was so worried that I only wanted to pull Jing Jing up faster. Later, when Jing Jing was pushed down, Annie was stunned. At that time, I really didn't think of anything. I only thought of Jing Jing. Can you forgive Annie this time? Annie didn't hit you on purpose. I don't know if I hit you at that time. Even your Uncle Yao was hit by Annie. Good child, forgive Annie this time. Annie really didn't hit you on purpose." Yang Heng didn't take the injuries on his body to heart. Mother Yao's apology was dispensable to him and wasn't important. On the contrary, her words Jing Jing was pushed down by someone made Yang Heng's eyes turn cold. "Auntie, let's not talk about you hitting me for now. I want to ask, why did you say that Jing Jing was pushed down? Who pushed her down? Who else could it be? Who else could it be other than Yi Qian?" Mother Yao couldn't wait to change the topic. She didn't want the old neighbor to say that she hit her son. She pointed at Yi Qian and shouted, "Yi Qian, you're so cruel. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Are you worthy of the troops that nurtured you? Are you worthy of your mother? Too ruthless. In order to climb up the social ladder, he even killed people. How can a person like you stay in school? Principal Chow, I strongly request that the province expel her. Principal Chow's face was ashen. After hearing Mother Yao's words, he sneered. You're right. He's so vicious at such a young age. We can't keep such a student in our school. We can't let a piece of rat poop spoil the whole pot of soup. That's right. The province know. One high school is a century-old school. Today's matter has never happened before. For the sake of the century-old school's reputation, let's settle this matter today. Director Yang said with a serious face, and said to Deputy Director Yao, Old Yao, we have to rush back to school now. We have to figure out who is the one who is pushing the other down. Director Yang's words carried enough weight to make the Yao family's expressions change. Uncle Yang, I'm now. Yao Jing's face was slightly pale. She suppressed the panic in her heart and tried to appear delicate. I might need to stay in the hospital for observation. Director Yang smiled and said, It's okay. We've just consulted the doctor. You could be discharged. There's no need for observation. Chapter 1031. Bureau Chief Yang's smile made Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's face turn gloomy and cold. Because today's matter was settled today, the Old Yang family already hated his own family. Otherwise, Old Yang wouldn't be pressuring him like this. Old Yang, why don't we sit down and settle this properly? My daughter fell down the stairs. Deputy Director Yao said, still refusing to go to school with the excuse that Yao Jing needed to rest. However, the Yao family had no choice but to go to school. Yi Qian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Deputy Director Yao, your wife said that I pushed Yao Jing. This matter can't be settled just by sitting down. In order to save Yao Jing, I almost fell off the cliff. Not only did I not receive your family's gratitude, but I was also wronged by you. I won't let this matter pass so easily. 5 minutes after they entered, Yi Qian's first words made Yao Jing's face turn pale. She glared at Yi Qian fiercely. A weasel paying a visit to a chicken is up to no good. Is there anything you won't do for Yang Heng? Little fox, you wouldn't even kill for me. Why would anyone think that you would do something bad for a boy you've known for less than 2 months? Xia Jinyuan walked over with a smile. Behind her was Xia Yiwei and an elegant man who was about 35 years old. When Xia Yiwei saw Yi Jian, her red lips curled up as she walked over. She smiled and said, I told you that my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. I saw you getting off the car with Director Yang, but Sixth Brother didn't believe me. Deputy Director Yao knew the secretary of the Southern Province's governor. Director Yang knew her, and even Mother Yao knew her. She walked over to Yi Qian and hugged Yi Qian intimately. She smiled and said, Why did you come to the hospital so late at night? I told old Six to pick you up in the evening and have dinner together, but he said you had exams and didn't have time to come. I did have exams, but something came up and I had to come to the hospital. Yi Qian's gaze slid past Xia Jinyuan's face. Why did he come to the hospital? Did he come for me? Or was it just to accompany Xia Yiwei? Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, smiled and said, We're here to see an old friend. This is my sister's old classmate. I didn't expect to see you here. What's the matter? Haven't you settled the matter during the day? As soon as they appeared in the ward, the atmosphere in the room became a little strange, especially when Deputy Director Yao and his mother glanced at Xia Yiwei and then at Xia Jinyuan. At the same time, their eyes showed their vigilance. The couple was very surprised. They were surprised that Yi Qian knew the provincial governor's secretary. Chief Yang smiled and spoke politely to Xia Yiwei. At the same time, they talked about the day's events. We were all very surprised. Originally, we were trying to save someone. Who would have thought that we would be accused of murder? This isn't a small matter. Saving someone has turned into killing someone. We have to investigate this thoroughly. Yi Qian, I'll go with you. How can you not have an adult by your side? Xia Yiwei didn't look at Deputy Director Yao and his wife's expressions. She held Yi Qian's hand and smiled. Don't be afraid. Those who save people won't kill, and those who kill won't live in peace. The Yao family didn't have a choice whether to go to school or not. They had to go even if they didn't want to. When Yao Jing left the hospital, Yi Qian saw that she was biting her lower lip so hard that it was about to bleed. What made Mother Yao unable to accept was that her family of 3 had to sit in the police car. Chapter 1032. The police car led the way, and the siren sounded so loud that it could be heard by the whole city. Yao Jing became unusually calm after getting into the car. Her fingertips were trembling slightly. She didn't dare to speak to her parents, nor did she dare to raise her head. This was because sitting opposite her was a police officer with a serious face without a trace of a smile. Where did the Yi Qian come from? How did he even know the provincial secretary, Xia Wei? I'm so angry, so angry. That arrogant look just now made me want to slap her twice. In the ward, Mother Yao didn't say a word. Although she was an office director, she was far inferior to Xia Wei. Every time she saw Xia Wei, she didn't have a right to speak up. Even her husband, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, didn't speak up. With Xia Wei around, Mother Yao didn't dare to speak up. Now that they were in the police car, Mother Yao dared to speak up in front of a police officer. Don't say so much. It's obvious that Secretary Xia is here to support Yi Qian. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. In front of the police, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was more cautious than his wife. He was really afraid that if he said something, the police officer sitting opposite them would take note of it and pass it on to Xia Wei. He didn't know Yi Qian's background, but he was sure of one thing. She had a good relationship with Secretary Xia. Mother Yao's heart was pent up. After being slapped by Mother Yang, she had no choice but to swallow her anger and spit it out. It wasn't easy for her to teach Yi Qian a lesson and vent the resentment in her heart. Who knew that Secretary Xia would come over and make her continue to hold her anger and not say anything more? Now that they were in the car, she still couldn't speak? Mother Yao frowned and said angrily, I have a stomach full of resentment. If you don't let me speak, I'll get sick from holding it in. As she spoke, she grabbed her daughter's hand and suddenly exclaimed, Jing Jing, what's wrong with you? Why is her hand so cold? It was ice cold, as if she was holding a block of ice. Even her palm didn't have a trace of warmth. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao also quickly held his daughter's hand. His brows furrowed. Is it cold? Do you want to wear more clothes? It wasn't her body that was cold, but her heart. Raising her eyes, Yao Jing's lips trembled as she asked her father softly, Dad, I want to know, is the Secretary Xia you're talking about very powerful? More powerful than you? She asked very softly, afraid that the police officer sitting opposite her would hear her. Secretary Xia, the people around the governor can't be said to be more powerful than our parents. They can only be said to be closer to the center of power. Father only met the governor a few times at the end of the year, but she appeared by the governor's side every day. The officials she met were all extraordinary. Deputy Director Yao would not hide some things from his daughter. Knowing the rules of the officialdom in advance was also beneficial to her growth. She would know who she could not offend and who she needed to be careful with. Yao Jing felt that she couldn't even breathe properly. Her hands were trembling uncontrollably and her eyes were filled with panic. Dad, is Secretary Xia here to support Yi Qian? What should I do then? What should we do? What should we do? Could she still say that it was Yi Qian who pushed her down? Let's talk after we get out of the car. Deputy Director Yao sighed and secretly exchanged glances with his wife. It would take a lot of effort to resolve this matter. He hoped that Secretary Xia would not be too calculative on account of Jing Jing's status as a child. Chapter 1033. That's right. That's what Deputy Bureau Chief Yao thought. He thought that Yao Jing was still a child, and that adults should be tolerant of her mistakes. That's what he thought, but he didn't understand that Yao Jing had repeatedly challenged other people's bottom line. He also didn't know that in other people's eyes, Yao Jing wasn't even a child. A 17-year-old child is there? A 17-year-old teenager. Yao Jing was scared. She was really scared now, especially when she heard her parents say that Xia Wei wasn't someone her family could afford to offend. Her heart sank. She didn't want to go to school at all. She wanted to jump out of the car and run away. Facing the sharp gaze of the police, Yao Jing didn't have the courage to run away all the way to school. At night, the lights of the provincial first high school were still bright. Exams were held during the day, and self-study classes were still held at night. The campus lights cast shadows on the branches of the trees, flickering between light and dark. Even the silhouettes of the people were blurry. Yi Qian walked side by side with Xia Yiwei, and Xia Jinyuan walked on the right. The three of them walked side by side, leaving Bureau Chief Yang and the rest half a step behind. They walked on the right side of Xia Yiwei. Bureau Chief Yang was quite familiar with Xia Yiwei. He could still smile and talk while walking, unlike Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who couldn't find a chance to speak. However, he wasn't in the mood to talk to Xia Yiwei. After he got out of the car, he kept reminding Yao Jing, no matter what they say later, you just have to remember to apologize. If they ask you why you went to the rooftop, just say that you quarreled with Yang Heng and felt upset and wanted to get some fresh air. You must not say that you wanted to jump off the building. Also, don't say that Yi Qian pushed you down. Yao Jing's mother was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She's really our daughter's nemesis. Yang Heng is really too much. He's always protecting Yi Qian, but he doesn't know how much he's protecting Jing Jing. Yang Heng must have been possessed by a demon. Maybe we're wrong. Yi Qian and Yang Heng are not in the relationship we imagined. A handsome man's face flashed across Deputy Director Yao's mind. He looked back thoughtfully and saw a tall and straight figure standing beside Yi Jian from the beginning to the end, guarding her like an unshakable mountain. When he appeared, no one was in his eyes. He only saw Yi Qian. Even when old Yang said something, he only responded indifferently. His expression was even more arrogant than Secretary Xia's. Mother Yao scoffed in disdain. She's just a village girl. Meeting a guy like Yang Heng is like a fly to a piece of meat. How could she bear to let him go? Don't be so rash. You're just a village girl. Do you see any trace of the countryside in Yi Qian? Also, look at her resume. Which part of her is worse than Jing Jing's? Everything is better than Jing Jing. You didn't study in high school for a year, but you took the exam again. Your total score was among the top in the province, and you entered the provincial first high school. You even skipped a grade to enter the second year. She was still in town in middle school, but she was able to represent the country in Australia and win a gold medal. What about Jing Jing? What does Jing Jing have? Is she better than Yi Qian in school? Can she represent the country in international competitions? Can she speak fluent English? At this moment, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao seemed to have been enlightened. He was suddenly clear-headed, looking at Xia Wei and then looking at Major Xia standing beside Yi Qian. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao recognized the truth before his wife did. The truth was that his daughter was not as good as Yi Qian. Chapter 1034. Mother Yao did not say anything. She was speechless. In comparison, she thought that her daughter was better than Yi Qian in every aspect, but she could not compare to Yi Qian in any aspect. After a while, Mother Yao gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Then I'm better than her too. She's just a country bumpkin who didn't follow the school rules and tried to seduce Yang Heng to change her identity. So what if her grades are good? Who would want to look up to someone with such a bad character? Take a good look at Secretary Xia. Then look at the man who is close to Xia Wei. Aren't you women the best at understanding these things? Why? Can't you see the relationship between Yi Qian and them?" Deputy Bureau Chief Yao could not describe his feelings. They treated Yang Heng as the best son-in-law and were afraid that he would be snatched away. But look what happened. Yi Qian probably had no idea at all. Mother Yao had just turned around, but before she could take a closer look, she was frightened by Xia Jinyuan's cold and sharp gaze. She immediately turned back. "Dad, Mom, please stop talking. My head is swelling." Yao Jing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. At this moment, she was only afraid. Even with her parents by her side, she was still afraid. Whenever she saw the police walking in front of her, as well as the backs of Principal Chow and the other teachers, she was so afraid that every cell in her body would scream and tremble. She was afraid of the police, afraid of Xia Yiwei, afraid of Principal Chow, afraid of the teachers. Now, she was afraid of everyone. No one knew better than herself what she was afraid of. She was so afraid that they would find out that she was the one who pushed Yi Qian down the stairs first. She was the one who purposely let Yi Qian come up and then try to push Yi Qian down the stairs. No, she cannot be so afraid. She had to stay calm. She had to stay calm. She could not let others see that she was guilty and afraid. She could not lose to Yi Qian. She could not lose to someone she had always looked down on. Yao Jing tried to straighten her back so that she would not appear inferior in front of Yi Qian. However, she did not know that in Yi Qian's eyes, she was no longer a threat. I found a girl who has dance skills like her. She already stood on the stage half an hour ago. Later, you will stand on the stage according to your previous position and repeat the scene with that student. Xia Jinyuan, who had scared Mother Yao away with a glare, smirked coldly and said to Yi Qian, "This kind of trouble is trouble. Let's deal with it once and for all. Don't let these trivial matters ruin your high school life. If you make a mistake, you have to accept the punishment you deserve. If you want to use the laughable excuse of I'm still a child and I don't know anything to escape the punishment, you are too naive." This time, Yi Qian had no objections. She wasn't magnanimous enough to let go of someone who wanted her life. Six's brother has always done things appropriately. Previously, you were afraid that his appearance would affect his image, so you forbade him from doing anything. But now, his face is as black as the bottom of a pot. Xia Yiwei distanced herself from Bureau Chief Yang and his family. She smiled and teased them. He really wanted to do something for you to show off. But you didn't give him a chance and made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't have a moment of peace at my place. Sometimes he would get up and walk around. Sometimes he would pick up the phone and put it down. Sometimes he would watch TV and then turn it off. He made so much noise that my head hurt the whole afternoon. Chapter 1035. In the car, Xia Yiwei had made it clear that she was supporting Yi Qian. Now, she was teasing Xia Jinyuan. It was obvious that she had a good relationship with Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian smiled and glanced at Xia Jinyuan. His voice was gentle as he replied, "I always thought that I could solve the school's problems by myself. That's why I didn't want to trouble him. Your problems are my problems. I've never thought that it was troublesome. Besides, if there's a faster, more stable way to solve it, why do we have to take the long way around?" Xia Jinyuan was afraid that Yi Qian would reject him at a time like this. His expression was serious as he said, "We shouldn't waste time on Yao Jing. Let's end this quickly so that she won't stir up trouble later." She tried to jump off a building during an exam for personal reasons, forced another student to apologize to her, and even try to push you off the building. The province's century-old school will not allow a student like her to continue studying here. Little Fox, we have to know how to take advantage of the situation and not give her any room to retaliate. Yi Qian couldn't help but chuckle when he said all this in one breath, without any pause. How afraid was he that he would reject him? He said it all in one breath. Wasn't he afraid of stifling himself? "I know. That's why I went to the hospital. Principal Chow told me about your arrangement and agreed with it. If I really objected to it and didn't allow you to help me, I would have rejected him when he asked." Xia Jinyuan coughed awkwardly when his thoughts were exposed. "Your principal. I clearly told him not to tell you first, in case you didn't agree, but he actually sold me out. For the sake of the school's reputation and to prevent this kind of bad atmosphere from spreading, Principal Chow would definitely not tolerate it." Principal Chow, who was the first to enter the school building, turned around to look at Yao Jing, then at Yi Qian. His hands on the staircase railings tightened. He glanced at Yao Jing coldly before he went upstairs. The wind was strong upstairs and it felt a little cold to the neck. Usually, the rooftop was dark, but tonight it was brightly lit, illuminating the entire rooftop as if it was daytime. When Yao Jing came up, she saw that the teachers who had appeared on the rooftop during the day were all there. When she saw a girl with a similar figure as her standing at the edge of the rooftop where she had stood during the day, her heart skipped a beat. The panic that she had tried so hard to suppress intensified. What was the school trying to do? "Yao Jing, come and see if this girl is standing where you were during the day." The serious-looking police officer opened his mouth and pointed to the rooftop. His sharp eyes looked at the student who was trying to hide behind his parents and said in a deep voice, "You have to look carefully." Deputy Director Yao and his wife didn't understand the situation in front of them at all. Although they didn't understand, their intuition told them that the following situation was definitely not good for their daughter. The child was frightened. How could he remember clearly? "It's almost done. It's almost done, Mother Yao said impatiently as she hugged Yao Jing tightly. This place had left her with bad memories, and she still had lingering fears when she stood on the rooftop. Xia Yiwei opened her mouth and said lightly, "Child? Was Director Li carrying a child? How old was the child? 3 years old? 6 years old? I don't think so. She should be at least 15 years old. 15 years old is still a child? Director Li, if I remember correctly, the United Nations World Health Organization classifies children above the age of 13 as adolescents. Director Li, you're not carrying a child. You're carrying a teenager." Chapter 1036. Secretary Xia, in the eyes of us parents, children will always be children. There's no such thing as a teenager. What was the relationship between Secretary Xia and Yi Qian? Why was she always speaking up for Yi Qian? In the hospital, she vaguely heard Yi Qian calling Secretary Xia Sister Xia. At that time, she was so angry with Song Huiying that she didn't pay attention to it. Now that she was speaking up for Yi Qian again and again, Mother Yao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had taken a few steps forward, didn't pay attention to what was happening behind him. He looked at the setup on the rooftop. The evening wind was cold, but there was a layer of sweat on his forehead. Things were getting more and more out of hand, making him more and more uncertain. Xia Yiwei walked to Mrs. Yao's side and looked at Yao Jing with a smile that did not look like a smile. She said slowly, "Director Li, you must have read a lot of books, right? Why do you sound like an illiterate? In my eyes, Director Li's child is already an adult. Since she's an adult, she has to be responsible for her words and actions. She can't run away just because Director Li thinks that she's infallible." Mother Yao was a little flustered. Secretary Xia was a little overbearing. "No, Secretary Xia. Our Jing is just immature. Don't judge her because she's 16 or 17 years old. She's no different from child." Her far-fetched explanation made Xia Yiwei narrow her eyes. She looked at Yao Jing from head to toe and said with a smile, "I couldn't tell. She doesn't seem to have a problem with her IQ. Director Li, I think your daughter is very healthy." She said that her clever daughter had a problem with her IQ. Mother Yao was so angry that she couldn't maintain her composure. She forced a smile and explained, "Secretary Xia, there's nothing wrong with my daughter. She's very healthy." Director Li, why are you so contradictory? One moment, you say that your daughter is 16 or 17 years old, and her IQ is no different from child. The next moment, you say that there's nothing wrong with her IQ. Director Li, are you kidding me? Xia Yiwei's face turned cold. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and said, "Since there's no problem with your IQ, 16 or 17 years old is considered a teenager. You can think of it that way. But in my eyes, Director Li's daughter is definitely not a child, but a teenager with her own opinions, thoughts, and independent behavior." Secretary Xia, my Jing, I don't know what your Jing is like, but I do know that Director Li's daughter is very powerful. You're so powerful that I feel a chill down my spine when I stand next to you. Xia Yiwei was no longer as polite as before. They were so vicious and vicious. As their parents, not only did they not educate them, but they also blindly protected them. Why should she be polite to them? If they could bully Yi Qian today, they could bully others tomorrow. Keeping such a student in the provincial #1 middle school was a disgrace to the southern province's education industry. Xia Yiwei's domineering attitude left Mrs. Yao at a loss. Why wasn't her Jing a child? He was clearly an immature child. Even if she was the governor's secretary, she couldn't be so unreasonable. Her cold expression made Xia Yiwei reveal a mocking smile. How could such a person become an office director? She should be investigated thoroughly. The police officer who was waiting for Yao Jing's response waited until Xia Yiwei left before continuing to ask, "Yao Jing, you better confirm it. Also, I need to remind you that in our eyes, you're not a child, but a teenager. A teenager with her own opinions, thoughts, and independent behavior." Chapter 1037. The policeman's words made Mother Yao's liver ache. "You better watch your attitude. How dare you threaten my daughter? I won't let you off. Director Li, this is just a routine matter. Please cooperate." "Thank you." Her threat did not affect the policeman in charge of this matter. They had encountered this kind of situation too many times. He asked Yao Jing again, "You better go over and confirm it with your father." Director Yang, who came up a step later, deliberately stopped. He waited for the policeman to finish speaking before he said to his wife, "Old Yao's family really kicked an iron plate this time. With Xia Yui's support, Yi Qian won't be wrong today. With Secretary Xiao's protection, I can't acknowledge Yi Qian as my goddaughter." Mother Yang sighed softly. Her gaze fell on Yi Qian, and she smiled. "That's fine. You don't have to worry about her being bullied by the Yao family." Yang Heng heard this and laughed softly. "Mom, even if Yi Qian is alone, no one can bully her. Also, I'm relieved that you don't acknowledge Yi Qian as your goddaughter. I don't feel any pressure now." How could an older brother not feel pressure when he had a powerful younger sister? With a powerful friend, he would not feel any pressure. He would only feel honored. Director Yang laughed and scolded, "Brat, I know you're unhappy. Hurry up and take a look. The Yao family won't be able to get away easily. Our family doesn't hit people when they're down. If there's one, there's one. If there's two, there's two. We won't exaggerate or say anything." Old Yao and his wife had beaten his son to death. He was already being magnanimous by saying what he wanted to say. Director Yang glanced at the old neighbor who was talking to Principal Chow and said, "Old Yao won't cry until he sees the coffin. Tonight, I'll let him know how much of a failure he has in educating Jing. He won't think that he failed in his education. He will only say that his child is still young and doesn't know anything." Mother Yang coldly replied and followed her son's footsteps to the edge of the rooftop. Just as Mother Yang said, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had a premonition that something was wrong, explained to Principal Chow, "My Jingjing is still a child. She doesn't know anything, so we can't scare her like this." Principal Chow said coldly, "If I ask Yi Qian to beat up Yao Jing now, will Deputy Director Yao still think that the child is immature? If that's the case, that's fine too. Yi Qian has been wronged by you and is very angry. Why don't you let her beat up Yao Jing to vent her anger? She's just a child anyway and doesn't know any better." Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was speechless for a long time. He had always thought that his daughter was a child, but he had never thought that Yi Qian, who was just like his daughter, was also a child. "What do you think? If you agree, I'll call Yi Qian over now." Seeing this, Principal Chow's eyes became colder. He really did call Yi Qian over. "Yi Qian, come over here." Deputy Bureau Chief Yao immediately stopped him. Don't. Principal Chow, my Jingjing is immature, but Yi Qian is mature. How can you let her beat up Yao Jing for no reason?" "That's not right, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. In my eyes, Yi Qian is a child, and Yao Jing is mature." Principal Chow seriously repeated, "In my eyes, Yi Qian is a child." Deputy Bureau Chief Yao pulled a long face and said, "Yi Qian is mature." Chapter 1038. In my eyes, Yi Qian doesn't know any better. She's just a child who doesn't know any better. Principal Chow watched as Yi Qian walked over. Her frail body and strong steps made her look like a stalk of bamboo that wouldn't bend no matter how many times it was torn apart. Even the adults were full of admiration for her. In my eyes, Yi Qian is just a child. How can Deputy Bureau Chief Yao be so sure that Yi Qian isn't a child? At this point, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao finally understood. Once she understood, her face instantly turned ashen and her eyes dimmed. Xia Jinyuan, who was accompanying Yi Qian, glanced at the defeated Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. His thin lips curved slightly as he said to Yi Qian, "Stand in your original position. This time, you don't have to worry about anyone pushing you down. Yao Jing is going to cry if I stand here." Yi Qian smiled as he glanced at Yao Jing, who had followed the police to the spot where she jumped off the building earlier in the day. His voice was as cold as the night wind. "There's no use crying. We have to deal with her as we should. As you said, I won't let her stir up trouble in my high school life." Good self-awareness. Although it's a little late, it's not too late. Xia Jinyuan walked side by side with Yi Qian. When he reached Principal Chow, he didn't say anything about keeping his distance. From his attitude, It was clear that he didn't mind at all that speaking up for Yi Qian would affect him in any way. How could Principal Chow really order Yi Qian to hit Yao Jing? When she came over, he said in a deep voice, after Yao Jing confirms it, stand in her position and repeat what she said earlier. Don't be afraid of anything. Secretary Xia, the police and I are all here. His words made it difficult for Deputy Bureau Chief Yao to back down. By the time Yi Qian, who had fastened the safety belt around his waist, stood in her original position and turned on the snow-white light, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, whose face was already ashen, suddenly felt his vision darken. They were so far away. Why did Jing Jing suddenly think of pushing Yi Qian down the stairs? Yi Qian, who had returned to his original position, repeated every word that Yao Jing had said. Every time she said something, Yang Heng would confirm it, and the teacher beside him would also nod. Following that, another girl, who had been standing for more than half an hour, imitated Yao Jing and stumbled towards Yi Qian. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao had already averted his gaze. That girl had used her body language to say that. Yao Jing had purposely fallen towards Yi Qian. She had hooked her feet onto the steel bar and used the strength of her waist to fall towards Yi Qian. Because the distance was a little far, her entire waist was bent to one side. When Yi Qian said, "Go to hell, Yi Qian," Yao Jing's face was as pale as paper when she saw the girl mimicking her movements. Yang Heng said coldly, "Yao Jing's waist was bent at the same angle as this girl's waist. Both of them have dance skills. Yao Jing had no problem doing such difficult movements." "Yang Heng, don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense." Mother Yao panicked and shouted, "What kind of magic potion did Yi Qian feed you to make you help her like this? She doesn't really like you. She just likes the fact that you have a father who is a bureau chief." Then she said to Deputy Bureau Chief Yang and his wife, "Old Yang, Ying, quickly persuade Heng Heng. What he said will kill Jing Jing. It will kill Jing Jing." Before she harmed others, did she ever think that what she did would also kill others? Mother Yang's anger rose again, and she reprimanded, "My son is not biased towards anyone. Yi Qian also doesn't like my family. Don't even think about stuffing that rotten daughter of yours into my family." Chapter 1039. Mother Yang's reprimand made Mother Yao's figure wobble. No, my Jing Jing. Your Jing Jing is your Jing Jing. Don't tell us what your Jing Jing is. I don't need to know." Mother Yang reprimanded, and simply stood far away to avoid being entangled by the Yao family. Yao Jing cried loudly. She cried until she was gasping for breath, as if she would pass out in the next second. It's over, everything is over. Annie Song is tired of her. My poor daughter, you are so wronged. Mother Yao hugged her daughter who was crying until she almost passed out. Her eyes swept fiercely towards Yi Qian, who was standing on the rooftop. This nemesis. Why didn't she fall down? Mom, it's over, I'm finished. Mom, I'm finished. Yao Jing's mouth only kept repeating these words. It's over, it's all over. At that time, she didn't think that Yi Qian would be so far away from her. She also didn't calculate that the distance would expose her. It's over, it's all over. The mother and daughter cried together. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao kept looking away. He knew this matter was really over. His daughter's trick was over. He wanted to settle it, but with Secretary Xia and the police present, how could he settle it? Mrs. Yao's shouting did not stop the situation. After the girl pushed Yi Jian, she slowly straightened her body. It did not take much effort. When she came down, she took off her shoes and socks. There was a red welt on the back of each of her feet from the steel bars. Yao Jing's feet must have some too. Such deep marks won't disappear without 2 or 3 days. Reenacting the thrilling scene of the day, Yang Heng only looked at Yao Jing coldly. "Yao Jing, if we wronged you, you can take off your shoes and socks and let the police see." "Yao Jing, take off your shoes and socks. We need to take photos for evidence." As soon as the police finished speaking, Mother Yao directly protected Yao Jing by her side and said sharply, "What do you want to do? Are you ganging up to bully my daughter? My daughter was so scared during the day. Not only did you not comfort her, but you also forced her. Get out. Get out. It's over. It's over. Once the photos were taken, everyone would know that Jing Jing had the intention of pushing Yi Qian down the stairs. Mother Yao realized the severity of the situation. She had no other choice but to use this method to stop it. Unfortunately, she had no way to stop it. Seeing this, Yao Jing, whose face was as pale as a sheet, screamed and rushed downstairs. However, she was stopped by the police who had been guarding the entrance of the attic on the rooftop. At the same time, she was easily subdued. Let me go, let me go. Dad, Mom, save me, save me. Mom, I'm in pain. I'm in pain. They're so strong. I'm in pain. It hurts so much. Save me, save me. Yao Jing, who was being restrained, screamed and struggled. She even tried to ask her parents for help. Even her parents couldn't save her. When her feet were exposed, the bruises on the backs of her feet were exposed under the white light. She screamed even louder, Yang Heng, save me, save me. Yang Heng's handsome face only had indifference. Yao Jing's actions had pushed his bottom line to the limit time and time again. Looking at Yao Jing now, he only felt calm. He even thought to himself, the day I've been waiting for has finally come. Taking photos, collecting evidence, recording, and investigating. That night, all the things that had been left behind during the day were settled. Yao Jing's screams didn't stop at all from the school to the police car parked outside the school gate. Mother Yao fainted immediately. It's over, Jing Jing is over. Chapter 1040. Mother Yao fainted. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao caught his wife, who suddenly fainted. How could he still care about his daughter? That was his daughter. How could he not care? How could he not care? While holding his wife down, he anxiously shouted Mother Yao's name. For a moment, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's back was soaked with sweat. Beads of sweat dripped down from his chin. Yao Jing, who was being carried away, saw that her parents didn't come. She anxiously screamed, even more miserably. Let me go, Dad, Mom, come here. Come and save me. I'm scared, Dad, I'm scared. I'm scared, Mom, I'm scared. Save me, I didn't mean it. Yang Heng, I didn't mean it. Forgive me, I beg you to forgive me. Not seeing her parents was like losing her backbone. She struggled to kick her feet high, unwilling to be carried to the police car. She screamed for Deputy Bureau Chief Yao to save her. Yang Heng, who sent his parents to the school building, said, Dad, drive slowly at night. Mom, calm down. It's no big deal for a boy like me to be beaten a few times. I'll be fine in a few days. There's still half an hour before the evening self-study. I'll go back to the classroom first. Yao Jing's cry for help didn't cause any reaction from Yang Heng. He was relieved in his heart. He also wanted to spend his last year of high school in peace. He didn't want to see Yao Jing appear again. Remember to apply medicine before going to bed. Your back can't reach. I'll have to trouble the students in the dormitory to help. Mother Yang said a few words and looked upstairs. Yi Qian should be relieved. He didn't have to worry about Yao Jing standing up from time to time to make things difficult for him. Deputy Bureau Chief Yang patted his son's shoulder and said with a smile, Go study by yourself. I'll go back with your mom first. After that, he walked away. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who was holding his wife down, heard footsteps. He immediately turned back with tears in his eyes. He said in a hoarse voice to Deputy Bureau Chief Yang's family, Old Yang, my Jing Jing, can you help me? That child. She repeated the word that child 3 times in a row, but in the end, she couldn't finish what she wanted to say. He wanted to say that the child didn't do it on purpose, that she didn't do it on purpose. She only did it because she was still young and didn't know any better. He wanted them to forgive her this once on account of her young age. Deputy Director Yao suddenly couldn't say these words that were usually very easy to say. His lips moved for a while and finally turned into a long sigh. Director Yang, who didn't add insult to injury, also sighed. Old Yao, you don't have to say anything now. When sister-in-law hit my son, did she ever think about the friendship between our 2 families? You keep saying that you want my son to be buried with your daughter. You keep saying that my son is heartless and unscrupulous, that he won't save a dying person. If Yi Qian hadn't repeated these words on the rooftop, Hu Ying and I wouldn't have known. Old Yao, It's useless for you to beg my family. I won't intervene in this matter. You don't have to beg Yi Qian either. Secretary Xia's attitude is enough to explain everything. Deputy Director Yao's face became more and more ashen. It's over, it's over, it's all over. When she heard her daughter calling her name, then Yang Heng, and even old Yang, 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. It's over, it's all over, it's all over. Chapter 1041. He and his wife always thought that their daughter was still young and a child. Even if she made a mistake, she could just say sorry and let it go. They thought this way and naturally thought that others should think this way too. After reaching this point with his wife, they still thought this way. No one raised any objections. No one. Everyone would laugh and forgive their daughter's mistake. They would tell them that Jing was still a child. They always thought this way. Until today, he and his wife still thought this way. In the end, they thought that their daughter was still a child. But not everyone thought this way. Secretary Xia didn't think this way. Principal Chao didn't think this way. The school teachers didn't think this way. Those who didn't need to listen to him didn't think that Jing was still a child. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who only understood now, regretted it. It was too late to understand now. It was all too late. Mrs. Yao opened her eyes and stared blankly for a few seconds before grabbing her husband's arm tightly. Her voice was hoarse as she yelled, "Quick, quick! Don't let them take our daughter away. Stop them! Stop them!" As soon as she spoke, Bureau Chief Yang and his wife's faces turned cold. Mother Yang didn't want to stay for a second and walked straight over. A loving mother leads to a wastrel. Yao Jing was spoiled by the adults. "Old Yang, why are you still standing there? Our son is back in the classroom. We should go home too." Staying here would only make her feel worse. Yao Jing, who was about to leave the school building and walk towards the school gate, did not see her parents. Frightened out of her wits, she turned to Yi Jian for help. "Yi Jian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, just this once." Only Yao Jing's screams could be heard in the quiet school. She was panicking, confused, scared. Begging her parents was useless. Begging Yang Heng was useless. Yao Jing begged Yi Qian. She needed to be forgiven. Just like last time, she scolded Yi Qian's mother. After being forgiven, everything would be fine. "I was wrong, I was wrong. I don't want to be taken away by the police. I don't want to go to the juvenile detention center. I don't want to be locked up like a criminal. Yi Qian, I beg you. I beg you to forgive me just this once for the sake of our classmates." Mother Yao, who still hadn't come to her senses, stood up. Hearing her daughter's heart-wrenching scream, she staggered and wanted to chase after her again, but was stopped by Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. "Don't chase after her. It's useless." "How is it useless? Let go of me. Let go." At this time, Mother Yao was just a mother who was willing to risk everything for her child. But she had to stop mentioning Yang Heng and Yi Qian. Jing was wrongly accused by them. The police didn't even investigate. They only heard their side of the story and claimed that Jing wanted to kill Yi Qian. Song Huiying must be blind to not see what that little bitch Yi Qian wants. You even helped Yi Qian deal with my Jing. There was nothing to sympathize with. There is no need to sympathize with someone who always thought that it was someone else's fault. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, I suggest that you take Director Li to the psychiatrist tomorrow. She still hasn't come to her senses. She's completely immersed in her own fantasies. I'm afraid there's something wrong with her mental state. Xia Yiwei, who came down a little later, stood behind them and said coldly, "Yi Qian is part of our family, Xia. If I hear Director Li bad-mouthing her again, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 1042. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao immediately covered his wife's mouth and hurriedly said, "She might have really been agitated and spouted nonsense. Secretary Xia, please don't take it to heart. Yi Qian is a family, Xia." Even without her husband covering her mouth, Mother Yao was also shocked. How could Yi Jian be a member of the Xia family? Impossible. 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 How could a country bumpkin be a family, Xia? Secretary Xia said it herself. How could it be false? If it wasn't, why would Secretary Xia stand up for Yi Qian? Did you hear that? We were worried for nothing. Bureau Chief Yang, who was walking in front, naturally heard that too. He sighed and said to his wife, "Fortunately, we didn't rashly say that we wanted to acknowledge Yi Qian as our goddaughter. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot of face." "How could it be embarrassing?" Mother Yang smiled faintly. "I really like Yi Qian. Regardless of whether she's a family xia, I only like Yi Qian. It has nothing to do with anyone else." How could it be embarrassing to say it out loud? First, she wasn't after anything. Second, she wasn't planning anything. What was there to be embarrassed about openly liking someone? The sound of books being flipped could be heard in the classroom. Outside the classroom, Yao Jing's voice of remorse could be faintly heard by the students. Yi Qian, who was standing on the fourth floor of the teaching block, looked towards the school gate with a cold gaze. He could vaguely see Yao Jing's struggling figure in the light. I'm afraid the truth isn't completely over yet. The Yao family is likely to appeal again. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao won't leave his own daughter in the lurch, Yi Qian said faintly. He didn't care about Yao Jing's pleas for help at all. Not all mistakes could be forgiven with an "I'm sorry." Even more so, one shouldn't assume that as long as one said, "I'm sorry," no matter how big the mistake was, it should be forgiven. Until now, Yao Jing still wanted to use an "I'm sorry" in exchange for forgiveness. She was so naive that it made people want to laugh. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, gently held her hand and smiled. No, the Yao family will accept the punishment. They won't dare to appeal. It's a foregone conclusion that Yao Jing will be sent to the juvenile detention center, and the Yao family can't do anything about it. You're so sure? Yi Qian smiled at him. Are you going to handle the matters outside? If she didn't even dare to appeal, only Xia Jinyuan would be able to do so. Otherwise, with Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and his wife's indulgence, how could they bear to let Yao Jing enter the juvenile detention center? Xia Jinyuan did not deny it. He nodded with a stern look in his eyes. We have to let them know the consequences of messing with someone they shouldn't mess with. Didn't they bully little Fox for being an orphan? Didn't they bully little Fox because she had no one to back her up? Then he would let the Yao family see who they had offended. There was no need for him to use his personal power to settle this matter. The Yang family would put pressure on him, and the school would step in. As for him, he only needed Xia Yiwei to show concern from time to time and investigate the background of Deputy Director Yao and his wife. Everything would be settled easily. Appeal? That would only happen when the Yao family had the energy to do so. If they failed to appeal, they might even end up in jail. At 8:00 in the evening, the school's evening self-study session had not ended. Almost all the students sitting in the classroom could hear Yao Jing's screams. When he heard Yao Jing begging Yi Qian for forgiveness, Luo ran from grade 3 shuddered violently. Yao Jing, Yao Jing. Yao Jing was also taken away by Yi Qian, and she was taken away by the police. She wanted to jump off a building during the day, but she was taken away by the police at night. Luo Ran lowered his head even more. Chapter 1043. Luo Ran had always thought that as long as his family was rich, there was nothing they couldn't settle. However, what he had experienced that night had taught him a lesson. In the southern province, there were many people who were richer than his family. There were even more rich and powerful people. He had provoked someone who was richer and more powerful than his family. If they wanted his life, they could do it in a matter of minutes. The boss of the Southern Province Road was Master Ho-san. Even the Luo family was nothing in front of him. There were people whispering in the classroom. One could vaguely hear the name Yao Jing coming out of their mouths from time to time. Even the students with good grades were whispering about Yao Jing. They were all trying to guess what had happened to her. One moment, she was screaming for help. The next moment, they were talking about the police, and now they were talking about Yi Qian. Luo Ren secretly watched from the corner of his eyes. He didn't participate in the discussion until the end of the evening self-study session. He didn't dare to get involved. As long as it was related to Yi Qian, he had to stay far away from it. He couldn't afford to offend a girl who knew how to use a knife, who had the guts to kill, who had the ability to kill, and who had the backing of mafia boss. He couldn't afford to offend the Luo family either. Luo Rant's silence didn't attract the attention of his classmates. When the bell rang, the students left the classroom in groups of 3 and 5, laughing and chatting. No matter if it was Class 3 or Class 1, they all had a common topic tonight. It was said that Yao Jing, who had jumped off the building, had been arrested by the police. What a horrible scream. It was so satisfying to hear it. And Jiasin was a girl who only needed to know the result and didn't care about the process. When the bell rang, she hugged Yi Qian's shoulder and laughed until her face was about to cramp. After laughing, she pretended to be serious and cleared her throat. She quietly said, "That seems a little rude. Am I taking pleasure in other people's misfortune too much?" Yi Qian couldn't deny this point. He wasn't just taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. He was laughing so hard that his legs were about to float. It's fine as long as you're laughing in your heart. It's better to keep a low profile outside, Yi Qian said with a smile. Walking on the cobblestone path, Yi Qian's expression was slightly cold. Yao Jing would be taken away by the police sooner or later. If she was arrested now, it would save her from harming others in the future. And Jiasin had never asked Yi Qian what had happened during the day and night. In the past, she was extremely curious, but under Yi Qian's subtle influence and Zhang Bin's constant reminders, and Jiasin was no longer as reckless as she was in junior high. She was no longer as curious as before. Even though she wanted to know what was going on, Yi Qian didn't say anything, so she didn't ask for details. Since he already knew the result, he didn't care about the process. Yi Qian didn't know where to start talking about Yao Jing's incident. Moreover, Yao Jing's incident had already spread throughout the school. As one of the parties involved, she didn't have the habit of gossiping about others behind their backs. If it was something that everyone already knew, there was no need for her to explain the reason and process in detail. It wouldn't take long for someone to find out the truth. Yang Heng was similar to Yi Qian in that he didn't have the temperament to gossip about others behind their backs. No matter how many questions his classmates asked, he just smiled and brushed it off. After a few times, no one asked anymore. If he didn't say anything, no one could get anything out of him. Wang Dandan wasn't having a good time either. Her classmates surrounded her and wanted to know what had happened during the day. Why did Yao Jing commit suicide? Why did it involve Yi Qian? Most of all, they didn't understand why Yao Jing was taken away by the police. Chapter 1044. There were so many questions that Wang Dandan didn't know what to do. In the end, the class teacher, who had sprained her ankle, came forward to save her. Class SXS class teacher received instructions from school leaders and called Wang Dandan out from the crowd. I know that you, Le Mei, and Yao Jing have a good relationship, and you're the clearest about what happened to Yao Jing today. I hope that you can remain silent on this matter. If you know something, don't say it. If you don't know something, don't make wild guesses. Do you understand what I mean? The school didn't intend to hide anything, but they couldn't just stand by and watch the situation develop. They had to control what they could. They couldn't let the students' parents doubt the school's management and teaching quality. How could they let Yao Jing ruin the reputation of a century-old school? Wang Dandan, who hadn't recovered from her shock for the entire day, bit her lip and nodded. I know. Don't worry. I've been classmates with Yao Jing all the way from junior high to senior high. I won't speak ill of her in front of my classmates, nor will I stand up for her. Yao Jing wanted to push Yi Qian down the stairs, but in the end, she fell down herself. When Yang Heng found her and told her about it, she couldn't help but believe it. That was the truth. She didn't want to believe it, but she had no choice. Even as a good friend, she couldn't help but be afraid of Yao Jing. For Yang Heng, for a guess without any evidence, she was willing to kill her classmate. That was too scary. Wang Dandan told her class teacher honestly. She also told her class teacher that her relationship with Yao Jing was just an ordinary one, where she wouldn't defend her or intentionally slander her. As the child of a business family, she had always been clear about the trade-offs between relationships. Wang Dandan could be said to be Yao Jing's best friend. To this day, even her best friend was frightened by Yao Jing's vicious heart and didn't dare to continue their friendship. If Wang Dandan dared to take someone's life over such a small matter, then if there were greater benefits in the future, she would have to pay for it with the lives of her entire family. The wind at night was much colder than during the day. It was late autumn in the southern province in November, and the wind at night brought with it the chill of early winter. The street lights in the campus faintly illuminated the campus. The students, who were usually the most enthusiastic about walking around Swan Lake, also chose the nearest way back to the dormitory. They talked softly until the lights in several dormitory buildings lit up one by one. As the sun rose and set, Yao Jing's matter was soon drowned out by the midterm exam the next day. No matter how curious she was about other people's affairs, she couldn't miss the exam because of this. There were 3 days of exams in the third year of high school. The first and second year students, who only had 2 days of exams, were off on the second day. Yi Qian carried a paper bag and walked to the school gate after finishing his exams in the afternoon. She had once said that when he returned, he would personally retrieve the military uniform from her hands, and then they would look at the 10,000 maple leaves together. Now that he was back, she was here as promised. Xia Jinyuan had been waiting at the school gate for a long time. Among the group of students walking out of the school gate, he didn't need to look around to find the girl he was waiting for. Yi Qian's clean school uniform was blue and white, and his face was clean and clean. He was like a lotus flower stained with morning dew, swaying with pure beauty. Walking among the students, he easily attracted the attention of others, and even more so, attracted his gaze. He couldn't see anyone else's existence. Xia Yiwei said that 23-year-old men didn't know what kind of girl they wanted. They were young and ignorant. At that time, they were passionately in love and couldn't bear to part with each other. They thought they had found a partner to spend the rest of their lives with. Chapter 1045. Only when the heat had died down and her state of mind had matured did she realize that she could not bear to part with him. When she said that, her tone was full of vicissitudes. While she was persuading him, she was also persuading herself to let go of 17 years of feelings. When other people were 23 years old, they didn't know what kind of girl they wanted. That was because they started to understand things too late. They started to understand things when they were 23 years old. They started to think about things when they were 26 years old. They might only understand what kind of wife they wanted when they were 30 years old. But he was different. When he was 14, he began to understand things. When he was 17, he began to think about things. When he was 20, he understood what kind of wife he wanted. At 23, he was certain that the girl who walked towards him calmly would be his partner for life. It would not change until death. It seems like you did well in the exams. It didn't affect your mood. Opening the car door, Xia Jinyuan smiled at Yi Qian. You have the aura of a king returning. Yi Qian stepped into the car and teased. I prefer it when you say that I'm returning triumphantly. That's right. A triumphant return suits both of us. Xia Jinyuan smiled. He also liked to return triumphantly. Every time he completed a mission, he would return triumphantly with his comrades. After getting into the car, he did not start the engine immediately. Instead, he told Yi Qian about his plans. We're going to Mount Dalong. When the maple leaves are yellow, we can climb the mountain and enjoy the scenery. Turning his head, he gazed at Yi Qian with a gentle and reserved gaze. His deep voice became more serious. I'm back, little fox. I didn't miss the chance to accompany you to see all the yellow maple leaves. Actually, I've thought about it. If we miss this year, we still have next year and the year after that. One day, you'll accompany me to see the autumn scenery. Yi Qian answered equally seriously. Her beautiful eyebrows had a tenacity that other girls did not have. I'll wait for that day to come. Since she had decided to date him, she would treat him with sincerity. No matter what the future held, she would treat him seriously and would not be perfunctory. She had never been in love in her 2 lifetimes, but she understood that they needed to treat each other with sincerity. Especially since they were comrades in arms, they couldn't be casual. Yi Qian saw and remembered all that Xia Jinyuan had done for her. She, who had never been in a relationship before, was like a toddler who had just learned how to walk, seriously and diligently fumbling around. She didn't want to let him down, nor did she want to let herself down. Words spoken from the heart were often the most heart-palpitating. The gentleness in Xia Jinyuan's eyes almost melted into water. His little fox did not know how to coax people, but she was very good at saying sweet nothings that moved his heart. She always liked to inadvertently make his heart palpitate. He just wanted to hug her fiercely without saying a word. He just hugged her like this and felt very happy. Seeing Xia Jinyuan like this, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile. Her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon as she reached out her hand. "Welcome back, my comrade." Before her heartbeat had even subsided, the young major extended his clenched fist and gently bumped it against hers. His handsome face had a smile as he slowly said, "My identity has been restored. The mission has been completed. Little fox, I'm back to retrieve my military uniform." In that second, Yi Qian's eyes suddenly reddened. Tears welled up in her eyes. For the sake of his country, the young major in front of her was willing to risk not being able to change his identity even if he sacrificed himself. He went to a foreign country and became an illegal mercenary to carry out beheading operations in another country. Chapter 1046. People who lived in peaceful times would never know that their country had such a group of soldiers who could not leave their names behind after sacrificing themselves in a mission, using their own flesh and blood to protect their country. Her delicate lips slowly curved into a smile that was as gentle as a blooming flower. "You are an upright person, so of course you have to wear a military uniform that represents your identity." The maple leaves on Mount Daliang had turned a dazzling shade of gold like metals. When the wind blew, the maple leaves rustled in the wind. Yi Qian looked at the young major who was standing beside him. His heart was at peace. "Xia Jinyuan, you're my goal. One day, I will wear the same military uniform as you and look at 10,000 maple leaves with you in an upright manner." She didn't hide her gaze. Xia Jinyuan, who was looking at the scenery in the distance, looked up and saw the darkness in her eyes, as well as the tenacity that had never changed. Xia Yiwei said that he didn't know much at the age of 23, but he didn't think for a second and told her seriously, "The love I want doesn't involve so much romance, nor does it involve so much indecisiveness. It also doesn't involve so much time to quarrel. My love has gunpowder, fearlessness, companionship, and I can rest assured that my life is in Yi Qian's hands." "Xia Yiwei, you and Ho Zi didn't write a suicide note, did you? You didn't think that you might never see each other again, did you?" Xia Yiwei's expression was one of shock. She said involuntarily, "Xia Jinyuan, you are a military officer after all. Don't tell me you have to go on stage during the drill?" After hearing that, he immediately laughed. "You are my older sister, but you don't understand me. But Yi Qian understands me. Xia Yiwei, would I miss a girl who understands me? When I meet a girl who understands me, and supports me, the 23-year-old me will only seize the opportunity. Because every time I go out, I have to write a suicide note. This time, I'm still alive, but next time, I don't know if I can come back alive. So, my love doesn't have as much time as yours does. I can only seize the time to fall in love. The love of a special forces soldier could not withstand too much romance, nor could it be given too much romance. Who wants such a love? Who would dare to? When he met a girl who dared to dream, to want, and to fall in love with a special forces soldier, it would be a matter of life. Looking at this girl who dared to fall in love with him and set him as her goal, Xia Jinyuan's arms around her shoulders tightened. His thin lips kept curling upwards, and the smile never disappeared. Xia Jinyuan only had 3 days to collect his military uniform. Yi Jian personally buttoned the last button for him and straightened his collar. Looking at the tall and straight man in front of her, Yi Jian nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. It seems that I still like Captain Xia in his military uniform." Xia Jinyuan's fierce aura was even more obvious when he wore the military uniform. Then, he put on the military cap for him. Under the big brimmed hat, the pair of deep black eyes were as sharp as swords. Xia Jinyuan was unforgettable. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were filled with gentleness after he finished dressing up. He used his gaze to trace her face silently, then carefully engraved her every move, every frown, and every smile in his heart. He gently raised his hand to hold her face, and his warm lips landed on her forehead. He smiled and said, "One day, I will personally put on your uniform for you. Little fox, I will wait for that day to come." Chapter 1047. After interacting with Xia Jinyuan for a while, Yi Qian had already gotten over the tense period. He was no longer nervous when Xia Jinyuan got close to him, nor did he reject him. Other than feeling a little awkward, after a few years of interaction and fighting side by side with him, Yi Qian had finally taken a big step towards him. Not only was he trying to accept Xia Jinyuan's love, but he was also slowly trying to like him. When Xia Jinyuan kissed him, Yi Qian gently closed his eyes, too embarrassed to look him in the eye. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, Yi Qian said in a tense voice, "I can wear my own clothes. There's no need to trouble you, Captain Xia. Let him wear my own clothes. You have to take off your clothes first before putting them on. Don't think I don't know what he's thinking." Yi Qian, who was often teased by Major Xia, subconsciously thought of something else when he heard what Xia Jinyuan said. Normally, Xia Jinyuan would have a deeper meaning behind his words, but this time, there was no deeper meaning at all. He simply wanted to help his girlfriend wear the military uniform and stand on a high place like this to watch the sunset hand in hand. But this time, he didn't. Yi Qian continued to think too much, which made Xia Jinyuan laugh heartily. He intimately pinched her beautiful nose and said, "You're thinking too much again, but I really don't mind if you think too much." This time, there was a hint of flirtation in his words. Yi Qian, who realized she was overthinking, immediately broke free from his arms and calmly changed the topic. "I didn't expect the scenery on the 23rd floor of Caesar Hotel to be so beautiful. You can see the sun rising in the morning and the sunset in the evening. It seems like Brother Z put in a lot of effort when choosing the hotel location. Do you like it a lot? If you like it, you can come over anytime. The 23rd floor is high and the scenery is beautiful. Other than Brother Z's trusted people, ordinary subordinates are not allowed to enter as they please." Xia Jinyuan, who knew that her embarrassment was acting up again, wanted to tease her again, but when he saw her looking at the scenery seriously and trying to resolve the awkwardness, his heart melted. Yi Qian smiled and said, "I don't have that much time to come out. I want to make the best use of my time to live a more fulfilling life. I don't want to waste a single second." After a slight pause, there was a hint of coldness in his focused expression. "This mission made me realize that I'm too far away from being a professional Special Forces soldier. Since you're my goal, Captain Xia, I'm not afraid to tell you that you're my goal, and also a goal that I want to surpass." Her words revealed Yi Qian's ambition. Not only did Xia Jinyuan not make fun of her, he even supported her goal of surpassing herself. "That's right. You have to be like this in the army. Only by constantly surpassing others can you go further and stand higher. Little fox, I'm waiting for you to surpass me. But please don't forget that while you're working hard, so am I." That's right. Xia Jinyuan wouldn't stop at the same spot and wait for Yi Qian to catch up with him. He would hold her hand as they walked. While she grew, he would also constantly improve himself. Yi Qian wanted to surpass an all-round soldier and an ace Special Forces soldier. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. She needed to continue working hard and use the most solid foundation to welcome her own military uniform. She needed to reach the pinnacle of her career. That's right. I'm improving, and so are you. So if I want to surpass you, I have to put in more effort. Yi Qian was very grateful for Xia Jinyuan's advice. He taught her many things that she might have needed to fall and bleed before she could understand them. His words also saved her a lot of trouble. Chapter 1048. She really didn't want to miss out on such an outstanding man. She didn't want to miss out on him, but she also didn't want to be a burden to him. She wanted to fight side by side with him and those respectable and adorable comrades. So she had to work hard. Xia Jinyuan liked her tenacity the most. After pondering for a moment, he voiced his opinion. Unexpectedly, his opinion was the same as the one Yi Qian had proposed to Principal Chun. Enter intensive training. He believed that Yi Qian could definitely enter intensive training instead of intermediate training. He had paid attention to and secretly observed Yi Qian during several missions. After this mission, not only did he believe that Yi Qian could enter intensive training, but even G3 and the others believed that Yi Qian could enter intensive training. Once intensive training was completed, Yi Qian would no longer be a normal soldier, but a qualified Special Forces soldier. You can consider my suggestion. Maybe you can mention it to Uncle Chun and see what he has in mind. There will also be intensive training in your 4 years of training, but Uncle Chun wants to train you to become a world-class ace sniper. To me, you could become an ace sniper or an ace special forces soldier. Little Fox, you can set your goal to become an ace special forces soldier. There was already a Q king, but there was still a king missing. He really wanted to see Yi Qian take the king position. His suggestion made Yi Qian speechless for a long time. He didn't expect the two of them to have the same idea without any discussion. Tacit understanding? Thinking of the purgatory training that was about to begin, Yi Jian's lips curled up slightly. She smiled and said, "My training here is indeed planning to enter into intensive training. I won't go to the automobile troop training base on Saturday and Sunday. After school on Friday, I will leave school with Uncle Chun and come back on Sunday." She smiled, and so did Xia Jinyuan. They were thinking of the same thing. But there was still one problem to be solved: accommodation. He said, "Intensive training is different from intermediate training. It's mainly night training and supplementary training during the day. How do you plan to arrange the night training? It's not convenient to live on campus." Xia Jinyuan had already considered this and made preparations in advance, just in case. Yi Qian pondered for a moment before saying, "I haven't been going to self-study since night and night. It will affect the class. After discussing with Mr. Chun, I've decided to move out of the school after my midterm exam results are out. I'll rent a house in the residential area behind the school so that I don't have to ask for leave from Teacher Tong anymore." The school stipulated that boarding students must attend evening self-study sessions. Previously, they had only agreed to allow Yi Qian to apply for leave at night because of her special status. The school agreed, but it would more or less affect the class. We're all boarding students, so why can't you come late? In the long run, not only would it make the students feel unbalanced, but it would also affect the collective honor of the class. Now that Yi Qian had brought it up, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You don't have to wait until next week. You can move out this week. Xia Yiwei has a house behind the provincial first middle school. It's been empty for a long time. The furniture is already made, and the bedding is complete. You can move in at any time. You don't have to refuse this. Her house is empty no matter where it is. If you move in, you can guard it for her. Also, I think it will be more convenient for you to move out of the school, and it won't affect the class. Which boarding student doesn't attend evening self-study sessions every day? No matter how good your grades are, in the long run, the students in the class will more or less have some small opinions. Instead of making the students unhappy, it's better to move out in advance." Chapter 1049. Furthermore, you only have 2 years of high school. Since you've entered intensive training, you should make the most of it. Don't waste too much time on unnecessary things. I have a ready-made house. If you want to live in it, I can go to Xia Yiwei and get the key to open the door. He said it as a precaution so that Yi Qian would have a place to live immediately after moving out of school and wouldn't have to look for another place to live. When Yi Qian said that she would stay temporarily, he didn't think it was a long-term plan. However, at that time, she was extremely resistant to him and restricted him a lot, so he didn't dare to interfere too much. Now that his status was different, he was confident that he could consider his future girlfriend's future as her future boyfriend. Yi Qian's first thought was to refuse, but when he heard Xia Jinyuan say, "Uncle Chun is almost 50 years old now. Little Fox, you need to grow up as soon as possible so that he and Uncle Jin can live in the village without any worries and enjoy a retired life." His words hit Yi Qian's Achilles heel, and he couldn't refuse. Xia Jinyuan waited for her to nod her head. The military man's swift and decisive actions were immediately revealed when it came to this matter. First, he asked Yi Qian to call Principal Chun and ask if he had already spoken to the school and if the school agreed to let her move out of school temporarily. Then, he called Xia Yiwei and said that he wanted to borrow her house for Yi Qian to move in. In reality, he was just taking back the key that Xia Yiwei had kept for about 2 months. Principal Chun had already spoken to the school and told Teacher Tong that they would move out as soon as they found a house. Now that he heard that Xia Jinyuan had a house, Principal Chun laughed and said, Then we don't have to be polite with him. Let's live there for 2 years. Major Xia will pay for everything. Xia Jinyuan didn't take a single cent from him. That evening, before 7 p.m., Yi Qian placed all of his textbooks in a brand new bookcase. In less than 2 hours, Yi Qian had moved out of school. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xia Jinyuan, who only had 3 days of rest, had to rush back to the anti-chemical regiment to report. While Yi Qian was still packing up in his room, he had already left without saying goodbye. Little Jian, Major Xia is indeed good to you. He's also an excellent person. I have no objections. But there's one thing I need to tell you. No matter how outstanding Captain Xia is, it's still his ability. As for you, you can't relax at any time. Always remember that you're a soldier. A soldier who needs to rely on his own hands to fight and doesn't need to rely on any connections. Xia Jinyuan taught Yi Qian how to be an outstanding soldier, while Uncle Chun and Uncle Jin taught Yi Qian how to be self-reliant, self-loving, and most importantly, self-respect. A girl is not a flower. She can also stand tall and proud in this world. Her efforts will not be in vain. She will be rewarded. Yi Qian kept every word they said in her heart. When she heard what they said, she nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry. No matter what status Major Xia has, I won't rely on him for what I want. I can rely on my own 2 hands to fight for everything I want. Good girl, we've always believed in you." Out of so many children, why did his Uncle Jin value Yi Qian so much? Although she had outstanding abilities, there was also her character. Abilities were important, but character was even more important. Yi Qian, who had no one to rely on in her previous life, had already developed an independent character. In this life, she was reborn with regrets and hatred from her previous life. Revenge was not her main focus. After going through so many difficulties, she finally understood that her own abilities were the foundation of the world. Chapter 1050. Even if she wanted to take revenge, she had to have the ability to do so. In this lifetime, Yi Qian had never given up on destroying Yi Jifan's family. She had been working hard to improve herself so that one day she could defeat Yi Jifan's family in one fell swoop. She had never given up and always worked hard. She wanted Yi Jifan to know that Yi Qian was not to be trifled with. Yi Qian was not to be trifled with. Yi Jifan had already known when she tore up number 1 middle school's admission letter. Until now, his daughter, Yi Ying, had been forced to transfer from number 1 middle school. Yi Jifan had warned his wife, Sun Dongqing, countless times not to take the risk of hurting Yi Qian. Although Yi Ying had left number 1 middle school, Yi Jifan had been keeping an eye on the school's movements. Yi Jifan had already found out about Yao Jing's expulsion on the day of her senior year exams. Sitting at the dining table, Yi Jifan poured himself a small glass of white wine. After taking a sip, he said to his gloomy daughter, "Fortunately, you managed to avoid her in time and didn't have any contact with Yao Jing. Otherwise, you might have been implicated again." He had never thought that his niece was so powerful. She had actually forced Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and Director Li's daughter to withdraw from school. He had asked his daughter to befriend Yao Jing because of Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. His niece, on the other hand, had forced Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's daughter to withdraw from school. "Yi Qian, who exactly is supporting you from behind?" Yi Ying's eyes darkened as she poked at her rice with her chopsticks. She then turned to Yi Jifan and asked, "Dad, did the Yao family not react? Did they just let Yao Jing be bullied by Yi Qian?" There was no reaction at all. It seems that they just did as they were told. They didn't plan to go against Yi Qian, nor did they plan to seek an explanation from the school. Yi Jifan had always told Yi Ying these things. It was better to know more than not to know. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with darkness as she gritted her teeth. Her voice became even more gloomy. "I don't believe that an orphan who used to have to listen to my whims now has the ability to do whatever she wants. Dad, haven't you found out who's behind her yet? There must be someone behind her, otherwise she wouldn't be so capable. Does the military support for her unconditionally? What other redeeming qualities does she have?" "That's right, other than being able to read well, He didn't understand what other redeeming qualities his niece had. That's why we can't touch her now. Before we figure out who's behind her, we must not act rashly. Right now, I'm glad that I let you transfer to another school. Ying, no one will be able to gain any advantage from her. Ever since Ying transferred to another school, Yi Fan felt a lot more at ease. Although there were times when he was unwilling, seeing the smile on his daughter's face more and more, and the teachers of number 2 high school were very satisfied with his daughter's performance. The unwillingness in his heart faded a lot. Now that he heard that even Deputy Director Yao's daughter had been forced to drop out by Yi Qian, the last bit of unwillingness in his heart disappeared. Instead, he was glad that he made a prompt decision not to let his daughter continue to study at the provincial first middle school. Yi Ying, who had scooped out half of the rice in the bowl, bit her lower lip so hard that it left a circle of teeth marks. Even Yao Jing couldn't win against Yi Jian. How could this be? Thinking about the past and how she had suffered at the hands of Yi Qian, Yi Ying's eyes shone with a fierce light. After a while, she said, "Dad, you're right. Before we find out who's behind Yi Qian, we can't touch her." Also, she took out the jade pendant around her neck. Her delicate eyebrows flashed fiercely. "This jade, we can't let Yi Qian take it away. Grandma can forget about getting her hands on this jade." Chapter 10:51. This jade pendant was as important as her life in Yi Ying's eyes. She would fight anyone who tried to snatch it from her, even if it was her grandmother. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed at the mention of the jade pendant. Yi Qian had become so powerful, knew that the jade pendant was in his hands, and even mentioned it. Yet, Yi Qian had not done anything. It was as if she had completely forgotten about the jade pendant. How could she forget? He had experienced her memory firsthand. It was impossible for her to forget. Since she hadn't forgotten, why didn't she ask anymore? Or did she not care about what the jade pendant represented? Did she not care that the jade pendant was actually her mother's legacy? For a moment, Yi Fan could not figure out what Yi Qian wanted and what she wanted to do. The sliding door of the dining room opened. Sun Dongqing, who had been busy in the kitchen, walked out with a dish in each hand. Come. Drunken snail and flour crab. These are all your favorite dishes." As soon as she came out, Yi Fan gave Ying a look, and the father and daughter stopped talking. They could not mention Yi Qian in front of Sun Dongqing. The moment they mentioned Yi Qian, the house would be filled with gunpowder. At the same time, it was very likely that she would run to school to cause trouble again. Therefore, the father and daughter rarely talked about Yi Qian in front of her to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yi Qian had chosen to forget about the Yi family ever since Ying transferred schools. Even Xia Jinyuan warned her not to go against Yi Fan for the time being. Before she was 100% sure that she could defeat Yi Fan, she would not take the initiative to provoke him. The midterm exam results came out 3 days later. As expected, Yi Qian topped the second-year cohort. When the results came out, the whole cohort sighed. She had taken 11 days off and still managed to get into the top class. Her ability was unfathomable. They could not catch up to her. When the teachers of Class 1 saw that Yi Qian was the top student in every subject, their complaints about her taking 11 days off also disappeared. A student like her was a natural scholar. Even if she studied on her own, she would probably be able to rank first. Teacher Tong was also relieved. As the head teacher, she was most worried about Yi Qian's absence and his absence at night, which would affect his studies. Now that the results were out, all the teachers, including Principal Chow, were relieved. Yi Qian, who had already moved out of the school for 3 days, did not care about the results after the exams. Other than the Chinese essay, which she was not confident about, she knew how she would score for the other subjects. She already knew what was going on, so she wasn't too surprised when the results came out. Even when he saw that he was in first place, Yi Qian's expression was still indifferent. When the other students saw this, they couldn't help but lament in their hearts. This was the difference. Results and scores were like numbers to her, numbers that were not worth mentioning. Your results will definitely be noticed by the admissions teachers of Tsinghua University and West University. You're so much better than second place. When Yi Qian's results came out, Meng Wen was the first to mention the direct admissions. His tone was somewhat sour. The teachers of Tsinghua University and West University haven't left yet. They'll definitely let you go later. Yi Qian already knew what Meng Wen was thinking. Before she could answer, Zhao Hai had already answered, "Don't worry." Yi Qian already said that she won't participate in the direct admissions of Tsinghua University and West University. She won't fight for a spot in the cohort. I don't believe that she would give up such a good opportunity. Meng Wen stiffened his neck and retorted. He stared at Yi Qian without blinking and very obviously probed. Do you know which third-year cohort students are likely to be directly recruited by famous schools? Chapter 1052. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this kind of probing. Meng Wen's grades weren't bad, but there was still a gap between her and him. Forgive her for being blunt, but if there really was a direct enrollment quota, it probably wouldn't be Meng Wen's turn. How would I know which direct enrollment is available? I'm not interested in that. If you want to know, you can ask Teacher Tong. Also, Meng Wen, don't worry. Tsinghua and West University's direct enrollment quota won't include me. You don't have to think of me as an imaginary opponent. Instead of thinking about getting a direct enrollment quota, why don't you do well in your only 2 years of high school and build a solid foundation? Even if you don't get a direct enrollment quota, you don't have to worry about not being able to get into Tsinghua and West University. After all, the direct enrollment also depends on the score. If your score isn't good, you won't be able to get a direct enrollment quota no matter how much you want it. Yi Qian directly reminded Meng Wen that instead of always thinking that she would take up a direct enrollment quota, it was better to work hard and use the score to speak for itself. If your score was high, why would you need a direct enrollment? Meng Wen's face turned red when she heard Yi Qian's words, but she couldn't refute them even if she wanted to. Moreover, she knew that he was reminding her for her own good. She moved her lips and softly said, "I understand, thank you," before walking away awkwardly. And Jiasin, who was next to her, was laughing so hard that she couldn't take it anymore. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh and say, "Don't laugh until you're out of breath." Meng Wen was worried and asked me what was so funny about you. No, I'm not laughing at what she asked you. I'm laughing at her probing. Ioyo, how is that probing? She might as well have asked you directly if you would take up a direct enrollment quota. Why are you so funny? Don't be the pot calling the kettle black. You're very funny in my eyes, too. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh until his eyes turned into crescents. Meng Wen was a little narrow-minded, but she didn't have a bad heart. When she was awkward, it gave her a headache. When she was petty, it made Liu Xian go crazy. In short, she was an awkward girl. And Jiasin had always known how funny she was in Yi Qian's eyes. She looked at Yi Qian, who was laughing until his eyes were like lines. After a while, she sighed and complained, "It's a pity that you've moved out again. Once you're out, the dorm room's not as fun as it used to be. No, I should say that once I move out, you won't be able to find anyone to teach you about mathematics and physics." Yi Jin pointed at the question left over from the mathematics class and raised her eyebrows. "So, I have to explain this question to you first. You can explain it to whoever wants to after we go back to the dorm tonight." Although they had moved out of the dormitory, Yi Jin was still concerned about the 5 girls in the dormitory. She tried her best to explain to them during the day after class. If they needed her explanation, she would use her spare time during the day to help them as much as possible. With Yi Qian's long-term help, the 5 girls' grades improved at a visible speed. By the time the second year of high school ended, all 5 girls were in the top 30 of the cohort. Yang Yi, Li Qian, Lu Lizhen, and Zhang Yuan's parents saw their daughter's grades climb from the bottom to the top. They all went to school on the day they received their notice before the exams and insisted on thanking Yi Qian. The teacher said that as long as their daughters could maintain their grades, they would have no problem getting into the top universities. They didn't have to worry at all. Why did they send their children to the province's #1 middle school? Wasn't it to let their children get into a good school and stand out? Chapter 1053. Now that there was hope, the parents were extremely grateful to Yi Qian. It was also on this day that Jiasin found out that even the chubby and slightly self-abased Li Qian was actually a child of a rich family, especially Zhang Yuan. According to Zhang Bin, Her father's car was worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. Regarding this, and Jiasin really wanted to have a chat with Yi Qian immediately to get over the shock. And Jiasin, whose hands were tightly held by Zhang Yuyan's mother, had a stiff expression on her face. She tried her best to smile naturally and replied delicately, "Andy, I will definitely tell Yi Qian when I get back, but I really can't accept your gift on behalf of him. Yi Qian has never thought of getting anything in return for tutoring us. Andy, you really don't have to stand on ceremony. I've known Yi Qian for 5 years and know him too well. If I accept your gift today, he will definitely punish me to do at least 10 test papers. Auntie, can you bear to see me do 10 test papers? It's too miserable to do homework during the holidays." And Jiasin's teasing was not silly, but rather, she had a high EQ. Her words made all the parents laugh. They joked, "That's pretty good. We were hoping that Yi Qian would punish them to do test papers too. Mom, don't put the adult's gift in our dormitory. I already said that Yi Qian wouldn't accept it, but you just had to bring it over." It was snowing heavily in Nan province. Zhang Yuyan wore a red down jacket and sat by the bed. She said helplessly, "Yi Qian really doesn't need it. You and Dad can take it back." After Zhang Yuyan spoke, Lu Lizhin and the other two also asked their parents to bring the gifts back. Looking at the bags of high-end goods in the dormitory, and Jiasin secretly held her forehead. Interacting with a bunch of rich people was really stressful. If she really accepted these gifts and lost 1 or 2 items, she wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. She definitely couldn't accept the gift. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to hand it over to Yi Qian. After the final exams, Yi Qian left the school on the same day. She had already told herself that she would not be coming back to collect the notice, nor would she return to the village. So, she did not know where Yi Qian was now. It was snowing heavily in the southern province, while the sun was shining brightly in Hainan. The sky was blue, the water was clear, and the sunlight shone on the seabirds. There was no hint of winter at all. Yi Qian, who was basking in the warm sun, did not have the chance to enjoy it. The purgatory training had entered the endurance testing phase. They had to complete 6 extremely torturous tests within a set time limit, and they had to achieve an excellent grade in each of the tests. In 25 seconds, the player could crawl 50 meters backward, clear obstacles in 20 seconds, complete a 2,000-meter run in 15 minutes, and swim 150 meters in full gear. After completing these 4 tests, they could not rest. They had to remove their gear within 30 seconds, complete 50 sit-ups and 50 push-ups per minute. Yi Qian did not even frown when she completed the last 6 tests individually. However, after completing the high-intensity tests, her entire body was so sore that she had to lie down on the ground. Even if she were to lie down in a smelly ditch, she could still close her eyes and sleep. You don't have enough stamina. You need to eat more to increase your stamina. After you pass the last 2 tests, girl, you still have to do a 30-kilometer long rapid march. You have to reach your destination within a set time limit. After completing 50 push-ups, Yi Qian lay down on a bush. Dressed in camouflage, she stared at the blue sky and white clouds. She panted heavily as she answered, "1 week, Uncle Chun. Give me 1 week. I will definitely pass all 6 tests." The winter break was very short. She had to seize every moment to improve herself. Hard work was inevitable, but the rewards would benefit her for the rest of her life. Chapter 1054. Principal Chun turned off the stopwatch, opened the military water bottle, and handed it to Yi Qian. "My intensive training is different from normal intensive training. You will need to memorize the location of each province and country, as well as the latitude and longitude of each country. I will also test you on the models, differences, and shooting ranges of the guns and ammunition." Intensive training was not only physical training, but also memory training. Yi Qian got up from the bushes after resting for 2 minutes. His dark eyes were as bright as obsidian. "I will follow your instructions. I have rested enough, so I can begin the next step of the training. Let's talk about the classification of maps. Since Major Xia still hopes that you can command, you must know about maps." Headmaster Chen opened a light aluminum folding table that was used for marching. It was 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. He spread out a military map and said in a stern voice, "Maps can be divided into normal maps and specialized maps. According to their uses, they can be divided into teaching maps, political maps, military maps, flight maps, and so on. Next, I will talk about military maps, which include sea maps, aviation maps, and other specialized maps. Military operations cannot be separated from maps. Maps are used to reflect information about the terrain and landforms. Maps are the eyes of the military. They're a silent guide. No matter what, you must understand them and be able to draw them immediately. You need to have a certain level of knowledge about how to recognize and use maps, as well as 6 basic elements to complete the drawing of a military topographic map. Principal Chun was very knowledgeable, and his teaching was very detailed. His low and deep voice allowed Yi Qian to listen attentively and quickly digest the professional knowledge. The plain Cartesian coordinates on a military map are different from the Cartesian coordinate system in mathematics. The longitude is the vertical axis x, and the equator is the horizontal axis y. Look here. He pointed lightly on a military map with a pencil, indicating for Yi Qian to see it clearly. Here is the vertical axis x, and here is the horizontal axis y. Yi Qian had always absorbed such profound and difficult professional knowledge very quickly. Principal Chen only needed to explain it once and give an example to understand it. Magnetic azimuths are widely used in military operations, artillery, aviation, and navigation. When drawing a military map, you must understand this and be able to clearly mark it. For example, like this. Principal Chun took out a piece of white paper and quickly drew with a pencil. After a while, a simple military map appeared on the white paper. After learning how to draw a military map, you also need to know how to study the map on the map. According to the characteristics of the military units, the mission, the enemy situation, and the weather and season, you need to make a comprehensive analysis, research, and judgment. Only after you understand and grasp everything can you decide on a combat operation. This was the knowledge that a commander needed to know. It was also the ability that a special forces soldier had to possess. Yi Qian listened attentively and was even fascinated. From it, he quickly learned the importance of military map drawing, map analysis, and battle planning. He also knew that terrain analysis had a huge impact on the mobility of the military. You need to know how many railways and roads the entire military would pass through. If there were armored mobility, you need to know how long the bridges were, how wide they were, and how much weight they could bear. Commanders need to know all of these. Only by knowing these, understanding these, and grasping these can you analyze and judge the possibilities of the various military units along the roads and off-road opportunities, as well as logistics and so on. Only then can you be confident of winning the battle. Chapter 1055. Principal Chen and Xia Jinyuan had an overnight conversation before the winter break. After sending Yi Qian back, Xia Jinyuan took the initiative to look for the world-class sniper and told him about his proposal to train Yi Qian to become an all-around ace soldier. Principal Chen did not object to his proposal at all. He did not even hesitate before agreeing to it. Yi Qian's ability was not just a little bit. The more he spent time with her, the more he could see her outstanding ability and super adaptability. He could also see her tenacity that did not match her delicate appearance. Like a tree, standing tall and proud. Like the sea, vast and boundless. Like a well, unfathomable. The more her teachers taught her, the more they cherished her talent. They wished they could teach her all the best knowledge in the world. Sometimes, they even worried if they could beat her. This was because the speed at which she absorbed knowledge was so fast that it shocked everyone who had taught her. From military maps to military command, and then to military tactics, Yi Jian spent the entire winter vacation going through the hellish training of ice and fire. At the same time, she crazily absorbed the knowledge of the field that she had never been involved in. Principal Chun was amazed by her ability to absorb knowledge, while Yi Qian was amazed by Principal Chen's erudition. Tactics are also known as the art of using troops or the art of command. According to the basic types of combat, tactics can be divided into offensive tactics and defensive tactics. According to the military types, arms, and tactics involved in the tactics, they can be divided into military tactics, troop tactics, and contract tactics. According to the scale of the battle, they can be divided into army tactics, troop tactics, and detachment tactics. After a morning of intensive training, Yi Qian walked into the eastern mountainous area of the central part of Hainan Island. The sun was not above her head, but a drizzle. Wearing a camouflage cloak and raincoat, she sat under a wide banana leaf. Her lips were slightly pursed as she listened attentively to Principal Chen's explanation. In her eyes, Principal Chen, the world-class sniper, was a walking military textbook at this time. Whether it was military tactical knowledge or military command, everything was available to her. Yi Qian was now talking about military and tactical knowledge, and he was extremely interested in the types and styles of combat Wang Cheng was talking about. In battle, regardless of whether you are attacking or defending, you should establish the fearless mentality of actively eliminating the enemy, the spirit of not being afraid of sacrifice, and the determination to fight bravely. However, you must remember that the country did not groom you to sacrifice yourself. You must be prepared to sacrifice yourself, but the ultimate goal is to destroy the enemy. In any battle, you must pay attention to protecting yourself, especially against the attacks and interference of the enemy's high-tech weapons and equipment. A commander must first be well organized, fully prepared, and know how to judge the situation and fight flexibly. You're commanding from the rear, and there are tens of millions of soldiers charging at the front. Every step they take is based on your decisions. Therefore, even though the commander is at the rear, his responsibility is huge. Remember not to make unrealistic battle arrangements in battle. Once the taboo is violated, it won't be one soldier sacrificing his life, but tens of millions of soldiers. Last Jian, you must always remember that you need to work together in battle. Once your cooperation is destroyed, you must recover in time. You must keep the death rate to a minimum. Only by ensuring comprehensive protection can you guarantee victory. The commander was the soul and brain of the entire army. Without a commander on the battlefield, the army would be like a sheet of loose sand, rushing around randomly without any fighting power. After Yi Qian finished listening to the 1.5-hour lesson, he understood that it was not easy to be a commander. Chapter 1056. It was much easier for a soldier to fight alone than a commander. A soldier could quickly make decisions that were beneficial to his team based on his own judgment, but a commander was different. A commander had to be in control of the overall situation, know how to deploy troops, know how to coordinate, and when there was a disruption, immediately and quickly adjust tactics to ensure victory. After knowing all this, Yi Qian was even more impressed with Xia Jinyuan's ability. At the same time, Yi Qian was a little curious about Principal Chen's past. Such a powerful person, why did he choose to retire? In the past, she naively thought that Uncle Chen was just a world-class sniper, but after this winter's intensive training, she finally understood that the retired soldier in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. How could a world-class sniper who understood military command be simple? Uncle Chen, can I ask you a question? Yi Qian, who had put away the folding stool, asked hesitantly. I want to know, why did you choose to retire? Principal Chen, who had finished putting away the raincloth, turned around and joked. You held back for so many days before asking. Is it hard for you to hold back? A little, but I was afraid that it wouldn't be appropriate to ask, so I held back. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. So Uncle Chen had already seen through her curiosity and was waiting for her to ask. Since that was the case, did that mean he could tell her? Indeed, he could tell her. It will be good for her to know a little. After Principal Chen smiled, his expression became a little more serious as he recalled the past. After the founding of the People's Republic, our country had always been forming its own special forces. At that time, we weren't considered special forces. We were only considered kings of soldiers. Because our country's first special forces were formed in 1988, and at that time, I had already retired. At that time, the kings of soldiers had to understand things that their comrades didn't. Their bodies had to be strong, and their intelligence had to be superb. They had to be able to cross swamps, walk across icy seas, climb cliffs, destroy packs of wolves, and destroy snake dens. Back then, we didn't have as much high-performance equipment as we do now, so we had to rely on our own abilities. You had to know military command, and you had to understand battle tactics. If you were released, you would be able to lead a regiment into battle. If you were released, you would be able to fight alone and secretly destroy the enemy. About 7 years ago, we went on a big mission. Out of 10 kings, only 4 came back alive. Although I came back alive, my identity was exposed, and I was given the identity of a world-class sniper. This identity wasn't given to me by the country, but was spread internationally. Because of this sudden identity, the military erased my identity after about 3 months of deployment in order to ensure my safety. I became a soldier who sacrificed on the international stage, but was actually still alive. I made too many enemies and exposed my identity. Retiring is the best choice. This paragraph was like a piece of history. It made Yi Jian understand how difficult and cautious the country was at that time. She also understood why it was still keeping a low profile and carefully hiding the military power of the country that was rising day by day. All of this is because we haven't had the best opportunity yet. All of this is because we are different from the developed countries. All of this is because we still need to work hard in secret and wait for the big countries to rise up. And that wasn't too far away. From the launch of satellites, the success of carrier rockets, the appearance of aircraft carriers, autonomous fighter jets, ballistic missile technology, military power was slowly revealed to the world after entering the 20th century. That would be the true rise of a great country. Chapter 1057. After listening for a long time, Yi Qian said softly, "Uncle Chun, did you feel that it was a pity? He was so capable, but he had no choice but to retire. He could have gone further, but in the end, he erased his identity and became the principal of a middle school in town with another identity. Did you feel helpless? Pity?" Principal Chen didn't feel helpless about retiring in such a way. He calmly accepted the army's arrangements. He smiled brightly at Yi Qian. "There's nothing to pity. We will all retire. It's just that it's a little early, but it's not too early. It's only been 10 years since I retired in 1987, and now it's 1997. Although I've retired in these 10 years, I've always done some small things for the army. I've never felt like I've left. It's just a change of position. Besides, if I hadn't retired, I wouldn't have met such a good seedling like you. I don't have any regrets. I have a successor. There was no helplessness, no pity. He just felt a little empty sometimes. Now that he had a successor, how could he feel empty? He would pass on everything he had learned to the next generation and let the next generation continue to guard this territory. He had no more regrets. With this understanding, Yi Qian understood that what he knew today was the result of his hard work in the past. From the beginning of the purgatory training at the end of November until the winter break in Hainan, a total of 26 days of purgatory training. In less than half a year, Yi Qian was once again reborn. He successfully challenged one physical and mental limit after another. Under Principal Chen's constant pressure, Yi Qian met all 6 standards of endurance training. The 30-kilometer long-distance rapid march was 11 minutes earlier than Principal Chen's estimated time. He reached the passing standard for a Special Forces soldier and even exceeded it. Sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in wartime. After such intensive training, Yi Qian understood the meaning of this sentence. From the second half of 1997 to the second half of 1998, Yi Qian continued intensive training for a year. His mind and body received a whole new level of training, allowing him to move unswervingly towards his goal. From his second year to the first half of the third year of high school, Yi Qian was about to graduate after sending off Yang Heng and the others. On the blackboard was the words "Countdown to the college entrance examination." With each passing day, it would decrease by 1 day. The atmosphere in the class had always been tense. They were doing their best to prepare for the college entrance examination next year. This year, The results of the provincial first high school's college entrance exam were quite good. There were 12 students who entered Hawaii University and Shi University. Among them, there were even a few examinees who had been accepted by foreign universities. With heavy capital, no. One middle school in the province achieved the best results in the past years. They successfully suppressed the news of Yao Jing jumping off a building with their own abilities and did not let the reputation of the century-old school be tarnished. Yao Jing's suicide attempt had been brought up from mid-November last year until April this year. Even though she had ended up in the juvenile detention center, many parents still felt that the school was responsible for this and that it was the school that did not teach this student well. Just as Xia Jinyuan had said, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and Mother Yao did not press charges. Mother Yao found a lawyer and prepared for about 3 days. Very soon, something unexpected happened. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection suddenly implicated Mother Yao in the corruption case. It also exposed that she had forced a girl to leave for her daughter, Yao Jing. The investigation by the Commission for Discipline Inspection resulted in Mother Yao and her daughter being imprisoned. Chapter 1058. Although Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was fine, he was more or less affected. He was transferred from the provincial government to a city. He no longer had the power he had before, and it was difficult for him to return to his previous peak. Yi Qian didn't pay much attention to these things. She focused on intensive training. Other than the 6 hours of sleep every night, the rest of her time was very full. After learning, she trained nonstop, one training after another. She crawled forward in the mud, flipped in the waves, ran, and climbed nonstop. When the summer vacation came, she ran all over the world. She ran to Xia Jinyuan twice, but failed. He didn't even know where she was training, and there was no news of her. This result was not surprising to him. As a Special Forces soldier, they had only spent a short time together. It was impossible for them to be in a relationship all day long. They had the same pursuit, the same dream, and the same goal. Separation wouldn't make them feel tired because they knew that she and he were constantly working hard. In the winter of 1998, Yi Qian, a third-year high school student, sat in the classroom to discuss a math problem with Jiasin, Li Qian, and Yang Yi. She was improving, and so were Jiasin and the rest. Moreover, these 5 former roommates had all become good students in the grade. Whether it was a major exam or a minor exam, their individual results would always be in the top 15 of the grade. There were a total of 6 in the dormitory. One would always be at the top, and the other 5 would occupy the top 15 places in the grade. They had also become the school's legend. At this moment, Ms. Tong was smiling helplessly at Principal Chow. Even I, as a teacher, don't dare to look into Yi Jian's eyes. Her gaze is as sharp as a sword, scaring me so much that I don't dare to say anything harsh. Our school shouldn't pay too much attention to her. As long as her results are still there, everything is fine. Although Principal Chow didn't know what Yi Qian was doing in private, he was sure of one thing. Old Chun had said that her goal was to enter the military academy. Other than that, there was no other choice. West University called me again. They want to give the last direct enrollment spot to Yi Qian. You'll have to take the college entrance examination in the first half of next year. Why don't you talk to Yi Qian? Let her accept such a direct recruitment quota. Ever since last year's midterm exams, Tsinghua University and West University have been contacting the provincial first high school in order to snatch Yi Qian to their school. Heavy snow began to fall outside. The 1998 winter seemed to have arrived much earlier than the 1997 winter. The first snow was also much heavier than the 1997 winter. Holding a porcelain cup filled with hot water, Principal Chow pondered for a moment before saying, "We can't delay this any longer. We need Yi Qian to give us a clear answer. How about this afternoon? Tell her to come to my office for a chat." It was nearing the last midterm exam for the 3rd year of high school. It was time to give the school an answer regarding Yi Qian. Not only did Teacher Tong not dare to look into Yi Qian's eyes, but Principal Chow was also the same. There were a few times when he accidentally bumped into her, and he would be shocked by the sharpness in her eyes. With Principal Chow's help, Teacher Tong felt a little relieved and left the principal's office, waiting for noon to come. My college entrance exam application? Yi Qian who was sitting in the principal's office, was slightly surprised. Isn't it only next year? Why do they have to apply now? She still didn't understand why the school wanted to know her college entrance exam application in advance. She also didn't know that Tsinghua University and West University were fighting for her. Principal Chow smiled and said, Tsinghua University and West University have always wanted to give you the direct enrollment quota. I'm asking you on behalf of the two schools. What do you think? Chapter 1059. Yi Qian didn't know that Tsinghua University and West University wanted to give her a direct admission spot. She always thought that this matter was over. After all, it had been more than a year since she last saw the teachers from Tsinghua University and West University. She didn't expect that this matter wasn't over yet. The schools didn't give her a reply either. After thinking for a while, Yi Qian smiled faintly and said, I can only thank the teachers from the two schools for thinking so highly of me. I don't plan on applying to Tsinghua University or West University, and I definitely don't plan on taking a direct admission. Her words surprised Teacher Tong. She quickly advised, Yi Qian, the opportunity is right in front of you. All you need to do is nod your head. Why don't you think about taking a direct admission? Tsinghua University and West University are the most famous universities in our country. They have many talents in the fields of science, academia, economics, and so on. It can be said that every student is proud to get into Tsinghua University or West University. I don't understand why you would give up an opportunity that others dream of. Is there some unspeakable addiction? Or do you have other plans? Thoughts of going abroad? If Yi Qian had plans to go abroad, Teacher Tong definitely wouldn't stop her. More importantly, she had never seen Yi Qian have any plans to go abroad. Lu Lizhen and Yang Yi, for example, had plans to go abroad in the second half of their second year of high school. If Yi Qian didn't plan on going abroad, then what was the reason? Principal Chow didn't ask immediately. His gaze was slightly dim, as if he was thinking about something. When he went to Fujian Town High School that year, Old Chun said, This child's goal is a little different, but she will definitely be willing to fight for the glory of our country. A little different goal? Just how different was Yi Qian's goal? You probably don't plan on going abroad. Principal Chow, who had been silent for a while, spoke. His voice was slightly restrained, and he spoke with a serious tone. Yi Qian, are you sure you want to give up on Tsinghua University and West University's direct admission spots? So easily giving up an opportunity that others dream of. He really wanted to know why Yi Qian would give up on it. Tsinghua University and West University, which family's child got in, they would set off firecrackers and throw banquets to celebrate. There were only 2 spots for direct recruitment from Tsinghua University and Shi University in the entire province. One spot was given to a boy from Class 2, and the other was waiting for Yi Qian's approval. Yi Qian had always been very clear about his goals. Without any hesitation, he smiled and said, Last year, when I found out that Tsinghua University and Shi University had direct enrollment quotas, I gave up. Or rather, I never considered those 2 schools. Shida University is one of the most famous institutions of higher learning in China and even in Asia. It has a history of over 100 years and has produced countless great people and academic masters. As for Tsinghua University, it is the only university in the history of our country to have been established as the nation's top institution of higher learning. It is a majestic institution, and a university like this is definitely the university that every student in the country dreams of attending. I'm very grateful to the teachers of the 2 schools for thinking so highly of me, but it's true that this is not my personal goal. Since the second year of junior high school, my goal has only been to work hard to get into the National Science University. After so many years, it hasn't changed. Principal Chow, Teacher Tong, I'm willing to give up the direct enrollment quota and to give it to students who really need it and have the ability to enter the 2 universities. Yi Qian's words caused the office to fall silent. Teacher Tong's gaze was already sizing up Yi Qian from head to toe. She had heard Yi Qian say that he wanted to apply for the National Science University. Every year, there would be students from the century-old provincial First High School who were admitted to the military school. However, students who were admitted to the National Science University were extremely rare. There wouldn't even be one in a few years. Chapter 1060. If she remembered correctly, it had been 4 years since the last batch of students who got into the National University of Science and Technology. Plus, all of the students who got into the National University of Science and Technology were male. There wasn't a single female student. Yi Qian wanted to get into the National University of Science and Technology. She had taught a few batches of graduates, but this was the first time she heard a girl say that she wanted to get into the National University of Science and Technology. Teacher Tong looked at Yi Qian, not because she was suspicious, but because she wanted to see if Yi Qian was really determined. She said she wanted to get into the National University of Science and Technology. With her current results, it wasn't difficult. On the other side, Principal Chow asked with interest, "Yi Qian, is this your personal decision? Or did someone suggest that you give up on the 2 famous schools and get into the National University of Science and Technology?" Old Chun was a retired soldier and took good care of Yi Qian. He raised her like she was his own daughter. If he had any suggestions, Yi Qian would definitely listen to them. In the past, I really didn't think about getting into the National University of Science and Technology. I didn't even dare to think about going to high school. Later, it was all thanks to Uncle Chin's advice that I didn't muddle through my days. I was also influenced by Uncle Chun. From then on, I set the National University of Science and Technology as my goal. It has never changed. This is the only university I want to get into. From the moment she set her goal, she had worked hard for this goal for so many years. She even put aside her hatred for Yi Jifan's family and worked hard to improve herself. Now, she was only half a year away from her goal. She had put in so much effort, and there was still a very important person waiting for her to get into the National University of Science and Technology and wear the military uniform. No matter how tempting the enrollment conditions of Tsinghua University and West University were, it couldn't shake her determination. Good, very good. Yi Qian, it has been 7 years since our school's last female student got into the National University of Science and Technology. We will wait for your good news in next year's college entrance exam. Principal Chow absolutely supported Yi Qian's decision. He even thought that she wouldn't have any problems getting into the National University of Science and Technology. Yi Qian, who could usually score 723 points and above, would have no problem applying to the National University of Science and Technology of China. If there was no problem with his score, there would be no problem with his body and character. Teacher Tong didn't say much. She just smiled and patted Yi Qian's shoulder. Her kind smile was filled with encouragement. She said softly, "Work hard and work towards your goal. One day, you will definitely get what you want. Teacher is also looking forward to seeing you walk into the military academy and put on that solemn and sacred military uniform." I will definitely get what I want." Yi Jian smiled. Her brows were as bright and beautiful as the sun. She was so confident and so proud. Her black eyes seemed to be filled with a vast sea of stars, resplendent and bright. Teacher Tong and Principal Chow were both waiting for the day when Yi Qian, the confident Yi Qian, would get what she wanted. Yi Qian, who gave up on the direct enrollment spot for Hua University and Shi University, caused another stir in the provincial first high school. In the end, the spot that he gave up didn't go to any other student, but was directly lost. When Mengwen found out, the usually proud and arrogant girl had tears in her eyes. She ran to Yi Qian's desk and supported herself with both hands. Her breathing was a little heavy as she asked, "Yi Qian, did you give up on the direct enrollment spot because you promised me last year that you wouldn't take up the direct enrollment spot?" After a year of being together, even Mengwen, who had always secretly competed with Yi Qian in her studies, had to admit that Yi Qian was definitely a girl who kept her promises. As long as she promised something, she would do it no matter how difficult it was. Chapter 1061. Seeing the guilt in Mengwen's eyes, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you crying for no reason? I didn't promise you anything. I just want to tell you that I really didn't want the direct enrollment spots from the 2 schools. I didn't before, and of course I don't now." Then he sighed regretfully. I thought that after I gave up, the direct enrollment spots would be given to other students. Who knew that they would be lost? It really wasn't because of me?" Mengwen quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and pursed her lips. "If it wasn't because of me, I wouldn't have apologized to you. Yi Qian shook his head. It really wasn't because of you. Again, I think you should know that you don't have the face to make me give up the direct enrollment spots for you. After saying that, Yi Qian laughed to himself. Meng Wen's face flushed red. She glared at Yi Qian in embarrassment and annoyance before swinging her ponytail and leaving proudly. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said in an awkward voice, "So what if you gave up? With your grades, you can choose any school in the country. Also, don't tell other students that I asked you those questions last year." This was the awkward and narrow-minded Meng Wen, but she didn't have any bad intentions. With her, him, and them, her high school life was so rich and colorful. Even after graduation, she would still miss them often. She missed the laughter that she had never experienced in her previous life. With their existence, she had one less regret in this life. Yi Qian wanted to apply to the University of Science and Technology. In the end, she only told Jiasin and told her that she had already decided since the second year. This shocked Jiasin so much that her eyes widened at least twice. Fuck! She was still wondering if she could get into the same university as Jane Eyre. When she saw her grades, she thought that she would definitely succeed. But in the end, it was like a bolt from the blue. Getting into a military school. Was it too late for her to work hard now? After being provoked, and Jiasin studied even more fiercely, causing the entire dormitory to follow suit. When the final results for the third year of high school came out, all 5 girls were in the top 10 of the grade. Luckily, the 5 of them didn't take the exam in the same exam hall. Otherwise, with each one of their scores being 5 points lower than the other, the whole school would suspect cheating. Grade 12 Class 1's outstanding results left Grade 12 Class 2 and Grade 12 Class 3 in the dust. Grade 12 Class 1 took half of the top 50 places, and the other half took the top 100 places. This year's Grade 12 Class 1 graduates made Principal Chow faintly feel that this year's graduation #1 high school. Or maybe they would forever be the strongest Grade 12 Class 1. At this time, Yi Qian's T, China's, Sin's SSS, 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 a lot. Hers is SS, S's, STS, SHTS. The rain was so heavy that walking became a problem. In order to avoid mudslides, she chose to camp at a high place and wait for the rain to stop before moving along the ridge. That's right, 500 kilometers. She needed to complete it within 15 days and reach Principal Chen's. Chapter 1062. If it was just a simple journey of 15 days, there would be no problem at all. But here came a main point. Not only were there poisonous snakes and leeches in this area, there were also drug and money trading scenes. Principal Chen said that there were often fights in this area, and sometimes there were even border and drug enforcement officers. She had not encountered drug trading scenes or border and drug enforcement officers yet, but she had seen plenty of poisonous snakes and leeches. Leeches were especially common during rainy seasons. No matter how tightly bandaged her body was, she had already been bitten twice on her neck. By the time she felt pain in her neck, it was usually full of blood. With a slap, its black and slippery body, which was at least twice the size of a leech, had already been sucked until it was round and round. With a military dagger, she could see the 2 twisted halves of its body. The bright red blood disappeared as soon as it was washed away by the rain. After dealing with the leeches, there would still be giant pythons. This type of snake was usually not a problem as long as one avoided it. But if one really encountered one, it was inevitable that one would be shocked. Looking at the python that was entrenched with the ancient vines, Yi Qian had to pay attention to her surroundings while keeping an eye on it. When the rain stopped, the python began to leave the ancient vines and slithered into the depths of the forest. In a rainforest, humans could also become python food. The rain was still dripping. Yi Qian put away the raincloth and wiped away the traces she left behind. She took the compass and continued on her way. At around 4 in the afternoon, there was suddenly the sound of dogs barking not far away. Yi Qian did not hesitate at all. She climbed up a tree with both hands and held her breath to prevent being discovered by the dogs. Dogs had a very sensitive sense of smell. When Yi Qian heard the dogs barking from afar, her heart skipped a beat. She was not afraid of the border police's drug detection dogs. but she was afraid of encountering drugs, the dogs that were used to prevent the border police from trading. Without stopping on a tree, Yi Qian carefully maintained her balance and stepped on a branch. Then she slowly jumped onto a tree in front of her. If she walked on top, even if the dogs smelled her, she would have enough time to escape. Soon, a group of people in camouflage walked into her sight. The light was too dim, and it had just rained. The mist in the rainforest was thick, so Yi Qian could not immediately determine if the camouflage was the border police or someone else. "Captain Liu, the aura has disappeared," someone said in a low voice. Then he took out a piece of cloth for the sniffer dog to sniff. After a while, the man who spoke said, "Something's wrong. Something's wrong with the scent." Of course, something was wrong. The people chasing after her were not the same person. Wrong target. He went south. This is the north. Their figures were hidden behind the leaves of the rainforest. Yi Qian could only hear them whispering a few words before the sniffer dog barked again and headed north. Avoiding these specially trained dogs was also a necessary skill for a special forces soldier. Yi Qian stayed still in the tree for at least an hour. When he heard no more barking, he turned on the dim light and unfolded the military map. She needed to pinpoint her exact location. She had just heard the border police say that they should be chasing after the target, and her appearance had led the anti-drug dog to the wrong target. After checking her location, Yi Qian put the map back into the waterproof bag. She quickly jumped down from the tree with the sharp dagger in her mouth. It was past 5 in the afternoon, and the sky was already dark. Yi Qian used the luminous guide to move in the right direction again. She still needed to march for another 4 hours. Chapter 1063. Yi Qian had all the necessary equipment for a night march. Not only did he have night gear, but he also had equipment for individual combat. Personal protection, survival protection, weapons, and night vision equipment were all on Yi Qian. They were even more well-equipped than the anti-narcotics police at the border that they encountered at around 4 o'clock. Yi Qian fixed the night vision goggles and carried the domestic QBU sniper rifle with a caliber of 5.8 millimeters and an effective shooting range of 1,000 meters. He was expected to arrive at tonight's shelter by 9 o'clock in the evening. The road she was taking now was Xia Jinyuan's wilderness survival route. The training she went through during the winter break was also the training that Xia Jinyuan had gone through. There was no change at all. Tonight's resting place was also where he used to rest. It was a man-made cave that was not wide, but it was enough for her to sleep tonight. The 4-hour walk was extremely difficult. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, it started raining heavily again. Fortunately, it was winter and there was no thunder or lightning. Otherwise, she would have to be careful of being struck by lightning. After walking for about an hour, Yi Qian saw a piece of cloth that was caught by thorns in the green world. Like a slingshot, Yi Qian instantly dashed behind a tree and slowly approached the bush. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes slightly after taking off the torn cloth to take a look. The cloth that had been washed by the rain still had a faint smell of blood. Looking at the situation in this area, a large area of bushes had been trampled down. Judging from the area that had been trampled down, there were no less than 5 people staying here. Yi Qian then looked at an unknown tree and saw traces of a newly cut branch. He then looked at the cloth that had a faint smell of blood. There were sewing locks on both sides of the cloth. It did not look like it was torn from a shirt, but more like it was torn from the corner of a pants. He then picked up a few small branches that had been cut off and a small pile of freshly cut bark. There was blood, fabric at the corner of a pants, freshly cut branches, and freshly cut bark. Someone's leg was injured and they had to walk with their legs spread. The traces left behind were not erased. Either they were in a hurry or they did not have the awareness to erase the traces. The border police they had encountered before could be ruled out. They would not have left such obvious traces. Even if they had rested midway, they would have smoothed it out when they left. No one was injured. At least when she saw the small team, no one was injured. It can't be, right? You're so lucky that you've bumped into some of the people thereafter. Yi Qian muttered softly. He put the torn cloth back in its original position and then made a slight change. He tied a knot. Then, he found some gravel elsewhere and placed it in a way that the armed police could understand. After everything was done, Yi Qian erased the traces he had left behind, put on his raincoat, and marched again. About 10 minutes later, the sound of dogs barking could be heard from the mountains. Not long after, a group of border anti-narcotics police wearing camouflage raincoats appeared where Yi Qian had stopped. "Captain Liu, over here." An armed police officer in charge of reconnaissance pointed at the cloth tied to a bush and then pointed at the gravel under the cloth. "Slipknot, number of people. Our people have been here." A man who was not burly, even thin, walked over. He was not of good height, but his whole body was thin and cold. He removed the slip knot with his slightly thick fingers and looked at the gravel on a few wide leaves. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "It's not one of our people. Someone discovered it and left a mark to guide us."